Hello, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the 2023 Temtem World Championships. The very best and brightest from around the Temtem world are competing for $30,000 in prizes, with the champion taking home 10 grand. I'm East, and I'll be joined by a team of other excellent casters over the course of the day as we bring you the action live on stream. Only 6 players remain in this tournament. We'll be covering every remaining match in order here on stream today. Make sure if you want to follow along with the double elimination bracket to check out TemCS.gg, as well as the French stream elsewhere on Twitch. You can also spectate matches and join the audience in the stands in-game in Temtem or Temtem Showdown, the latter of which is free to play on stream. And a final reminder, you can get Twitch drops from spectating this event, so go to link.playtemtem.com for more information on that. With all said, let's get into the matches. So our first game of the day is going to be Jade Oregon versus Tetoa, and I'm joined now by Mr. Rishi to discuss the match. Rishi, how are you doing today?
I'm doing very good, Ease. I hope you're doing well too. Jade Dragon into Tetoa is going to be a banger, okay? That's what the cool kids call it, at least. I was actually talking to Jay a little earlier today. I won't say how he's feeling about the match, obviously. Don't want to give away anything, but it definitely seems like he is formulating a game plan, and I would expect that Tetoa is going to be also. So they've had a little bit of time to prep. Obviously, you cannot change your teams at all once they are locked, but it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I think it's probably fair to say that along with Notna in the lower bracket, Tetoa is sort of the player who's gone farthest in the tournament than anyone might have expected. We do see the team is very solid, though. Definitely taking advantage of the fact that for this tournament, we did end up, due to some bugs and issues, having to ban out Tems like Gallios, which is probably the strongest mental Tem in the game right now. And with that Tem kind of being not allowed in the tournament, we have seen the proliferation of Scunch throughout the tournament. It's done very, very well, especially with the recent buffs it received in 1.5.2, just give it a little more physical presence. That's sort of been, we see a lot of people running that wrenching massage, trying to create that synergy with it. So it's almost like Scunch has like a stone ball to work with on turn 1, which allows it to do a lot more upfront damage. And that's sort of been like the main thing that's allowed players like Tetoa, I believe they're the last Scunch remaining in the tournament, to kind of go.
No, I do believe there's one more Scunch that is actually, ooh. No, I think Tetoa is not even using wrenching massage though. Is he? I do believe he's using the Savage Oshi Ninja set.
He's actually not running Perfect Jab. That's Invincible found that out the hard way when his Tuveen got the uppercut wrenching combo.
That is crazy.
In the set yesterday.
I definitely missed that. I love to see that. Wow. Because I think, obviously, some may disagree, but I do think that, I don't know. I don't see a reason not to run Savage Suplex. So taking off that Perfect Jab, something that's almost become an axiom or a well accepted, like you have to have this move on Scunch. Seeing that innovation be like, hey, maybe we don't need that move on Scunch is actually just really cool to see.
Yeah, and on the other side of the bracket, we see Jay, I think, is the Inky Alhi Mastion core sort of believer there, playing that around, and the Calibus as well. So Jay has a lot of very different kind of unique Tems to play into this matchup, things that players maybe not necessarily prepared for. Tetoa's got a very, very strong team, though. Triple Wind, got the Scunch, as well as a Moala to sort of get that Hypnotist off. One of the more popular mentals that was chosen for the tournament because of that powerful trait.
Yes, for sure. And it seems like we're getting right into the game. It seems like that Tetoa is going to be getting a blue side, meaning that he's able to get the first ban and the first pick on top of the counter pick. So we'll see. He is hovering that Inky, but as we already know, just because they're hovering it does not mean they're going to pick it. I would like to see, there's so many things that Tetoa could ban here. I do think that True Rock could be a very big possibility, as we see that Scarable and Tolkien on Tetoa's side, but Tetoa decides to go for the other fire, or sorry, not fire, but another thing that, you know, perhaps threaten a lot of his other team. You know, especially that Scunch that we talked about earlier. Scunch, very strong in this starting. Taking on that Hedgen means that it's one less thing. Actually, was really the only thing that could hit it for super effective damage.
Yeah, this has been a pretty common thread, I think, for Tetoa throughout this tournament, managing to remove things that can sort of threaten that way. We do see that Tetoa doesn't go for it, though. He goes for the 2v, feeling like it's in a pretty good spot. Gazma 2v into the Calibus, but Jay has really been making, for the last, I want to say, almost 3 years now, pretty much since Reactive Vial released, he's been posting up this Reactive Vial Calibus on lead and just throwing out toxic damage. I wonder if Tetoa will opt to engage with the Calibus or simply try to ignore it. I know Jay is running a very, very high level of stamina investment, so it's very hard to have Calibus exhaust itself over time.
It's kind of a rock and a hard place that Jay's trying to put Tetoa in, right? You're either going to hit the Calibus, take up a lot of turn action economy in order to chip it down while that Calibus still gets value with Toxic Inks, or you're going to ignore it and your whole team's slowly just going to get whittled away. Especially since Tetoa does not have many Toxics on his team, meaning that those Toxic ticks are going to be getting that 12.5 every single turn, assuming it does not get, pushed off by a bait or blocked by a chamomile.
Yeah, I do like the double wind opener for Tetoa here. Just it is generally pretty difficult for Jay to swap into like Tesla Prison CPG on turn 1. Like Turok can resist the CPG, but not Tesla, and that can kind of get the game going here. As we're gonna get started, game number 1 between Tetoa and Jay Doragon getting started here in our winners semifinals.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what these players do. Again, this is definitely a very rough board state for Jay, but as we've seen time and time again in this tourney, Jay kind of thrives on these rough board states, right? Making the opponent think they're in a good position and kind of slowly creeping that advantage back from bad starts. Especially with the nature of Jay's team, it is going to be a much slower tempo or pace team. So needing to play almost perfectly on his back heels is almost it's essential. It's essential.
Yeah, and it does look like a bit of a difficult game for Jay, just going up against Tetoa's Gazuma and the 2v. Tetoa has a lot of ways to keep this 2v going with both bait and the Diabolo. As we see, there's one swap right there. Turok will take the Tesla Prison.
Yeah, bringing down a decent chunk. Hopefully, Jay most likely hoping that the CPG goes into the Turok, but it will be hitting the Calibus, proccing that reactive vial, putting the 2 turns of Nullify on it, meaning that it will not be taking super effective or resisted hits for the next 2 turns. We do see the Toxic Ink actually going onto the Gazuma. Jay, even though he had to give up tempo and swap the Gazuma, I would say that he traded decently well during this turn. Also, being able to see the bait on the Turok gives him a lot of good information. Obviously, it is open team sheet, but it just means that he won't be Toxic Inking it, right? But at the same time, you don't really want to keep this Gazuma in, so a double up into the Gazuma again could be a very good play, right? Stone Ball plus Toxic Ink covering for something like a Malwala possibly coming in that slot. You may not really want to bring Mushuk in there, because if you do bring in Mushuk, the Turok will have Turbine to follow up, but then again, the Turok is at -1 speed, so we could easily see that Mushuk outbeat the Turok.
Yeah, the nice thing that Jay's trying to do here really with the ticks and then bringing in the Turok is he's trying to break Tetoa's tempo, right? Like he's trying to force him into swap outs instead of being able to continue his pressure. And so Tetoa may have to like give up the Gazuma, give up the Diabolo in favor of getting the 2v or Gazuma in a better position later in the game. But Tetoa's not going to fight. He's staying in and he's going for the Electric Storm into both Tems. That's not going to do very much with Mucus and Reactive Vial on Calibus. Feather Gatling with the follow-up. And Kala drops down low.
Oh, we actually see humiliating very well played from Jay. Putting that -1 defense on the Gazuma so that it can be followed up with a hefty Stone Ball. Stone Ball coming in. Is it enough to KO the Gazuma? It does appear that it will be enough with that Toxic Tick.
Yeah, that's just textbook solid play from Jay, right? The most Calibuses don't even run that move, right? Humiliating Slap often taken down in favor of things like Flood or Water Blade or another Water Physical attack or even a Strangle. But Jay,
a multitude of moves,
managing to get value on Calibus in situations where it might not necessarily have been that good.
I'd also argue
was unresisted.
I'd also argue that Calibus in this game actually isn't that good. So the amount of value that he has gotten out of it so far has been almost like, it's been very lucrative, right? Not only did they take out the Kazuma, but the Tuvine has spent 2 turns hitting into it. Sure, Tuvine will be able to KO it this next turn, but I don't really think Jay cares that much about it. As we can see, there is a Toxic and 2 wins on the enemy side. So the longer that this Calibus stays on the field and gets more value, and the more attacks that have to go into it, Jay just sits back and relaxes and like, hey, keep giving me value out of this, right? It's kind of a lose-lose situation with Tetoa. Now, with that said, it's still anyone's game. It's just that Jay's been playing this very well. Tetoa's kind of on the back heels now, despite what the opener was.
Yeah, we see Jay brings in the Nidrasil, the Feather Gatling, into the Calibus. Will be able to take it down. One thing that's particularly noticeable in this game from Tetoa is you see a lot of times people will run bait on Tuvine, but they won't run a profitable rotation on it.
Yes.
Jay's plan has been to sort of ignore the bait on Tuvine and let it exhaust itself. But even through 3 Feather Gatlings, this Tuvine can still act. So it's a very high stamina invest despite the bait. And that's creating problems for Jay now, as he's sort of on the clock with this Moala, right? Like, he has to take it down. Sure. He's got 1 more turn before Hypnotist is going to put, well, I guess the Nid is E-Drink, so it will at least be able to...
Nid will definitely be able to not get stopped here because of said E-Drink that you talked about, but I would actually argue that the fact that Tuvine didn't OX last turn is kind of better for Jay. Or not necessarily better, but it's unchanged in a way. Sure, Tuvine can act into the Kazuma, but if they do end up acting and bait gets proc this turn, not only are you wasting bait, but well, I guess maybe not wasting bait because it blocks Nidrasil picks, but you're not getting much value out of bait. You just lost tempo for the next turn. And also now you have something on the board that can't actually take advantage of the Hypnotist that is proccing, right? So Tetoa might be actually more motivated with this Kazuma on the field to stay in, when staying in may not be the best decision.
Jay brings the Kazuma and retreats it immediately, going for the Alhi. This is probably trying to bait an overexertion from Tetoa into the CPG. We see Nito Seiho is going to go ahead and drop the defense on the Alhi.
Very well played by Jay.
Did Tetoa just rest?
He might have. That's a crazy play, and I love it.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. That was actually really sick.
Alhi goes to sleep and can no longer threaten that slot. Turok is a potential swap in here, but now Alhi is threatened.
I would actually really like to take a moment and look at the play that Jay made, kind of break it down a little bit. We had the Kazuma kind of as a fake out there, but Jay didn't want to go for the hard read and say that Tuvine was going to either be like staying in and not CPGing or swapping out. So he went for a mid-ground play, right? Alhi wasn't the best if they swapped out. It wasn't the best if they attacked either, but it was fine if, you know, you get the read wrong.
He rested again. So now this Tuvine is +2 attack heading into... Wow, it can't.
The only thing is that
stamina to work with now too.
It definitely has a ton of stamina to work with, but we also have to be very careful about the speed tiering, right? Unless there's a turbo choreography that goes off on this Tuvine, the chip it's going to take from this Kazuma is definitely going to be putting in range of Alhi. So I'm not 100% sure if not taking the damage where like he could have wasn't the right answer, was the right answer or not. But we'll have to see how this plays out.
If this Kazuma goes down to CPG here, all of a sudden Tetoa has a very nice looking Tolkien game. We will see Electric Storm come out to finish off Moala.
I argue that the Tolkien game is still not, like, it's not that lucrative of a Tolkien game still because we have that Turok on the board. It really depends on where the CPG ends up going. Sure, the Kazuma goes down here, but you, like, Tolkien can obviously not touch Turok whatsoever.
And with Moala down, the Alhi actually looks pretty decent for Jay. It does have that minus defense to work with.
Yeah, for sure.
And The
But
Tolkien
also, like, the
as well.
one thing that's going to be threatening it, the Tolkien, is going to be hitting on its defensive side. Yes, the Wastewaters for Shook will be doing more, but I would argue, even though we're like, it's probably 50-50 right now with who can win this, I'd argue that Jay maybe has 51-52% with likelihood to win, just because between the bulk on all of his Tems and the fact that he actually outspeeds the two rocks or the two vines still, probably puts it a little favored for him. I also wouldn't be surprised if we see something like melee move plus turbine from this Turok, just to make sure that this turbine dies, because we will most likely be seeing a fiery soul coming out from the Tolkien onto the Alhi, making it do 30% less damage because of that burn that gets applied.
Yeah, and with the high physical defense for Tubin, it should be able to live even like an Oshidashi from there.
Oh yes,
Although,
for sure.
Yeah. And then
I just don't think it would be able to survive the turbine double up, right? Especially with that tactical strike doing extra damage. Also, he doesn't really lose much from... Like, yes, he does lose the turbine, which could make it so that Mushuk can... I guess Mushuk doesn't KO Turok from this range, though. They would have to then double up the Turok the next turn with Uppercut plus Tornado or Uppercut plus Fire Nado in order to kill the Turok. So I'd argue that Turbine also covers for a Mushuk's weapon in a way that not turbining wouldn't. Let's see what they go for here. We do see the Fiery Soul.
Well, that's a bulky Alhi from...
Definitely is. So that means that the turbine could outspeed it even. Okay, we do not see an outspeed though. Oh, she goes off. Ooh, I don't know if that's in range of turbine. Let's see it. Let's see it.
Here, right?
He could just rock balls to be safe. That honestly, yeah, my play probably would have lost him, honestly. Yeah, we do see the rock ball getting that chip on the Tolkien, which is going to be very, very important later in the game. Right, because this game's going to be very close, right? It could come down to percentages.
Nid comes back in. Tetoa does not have Fire Tornado up.
Did they? Oh, you're right. Yes.
Yeah, no Fire Tornado. Right. So Tornado into Nid plus Helicopter Kick from Mushuk.
I could see it. I don't think that kills though.
Does Tetoa? Oh, I think Tetoa is Coat Mushuk. That might be enough for him to live Feather Gatling. And Jay is not playing Tactical Strike Turok either, so the Turbine is going to do even less damage to the Shook. Jay might not have a 2-hit KO on this Mushuk with Turok.
I feel like if there's no 2 KO, then you would need to save the Turbine then, and hope that he outspeeds Mushuk the turn after, I think.
Yeah. Tolkien, Fiery Souls the Turok, I don't know about that one.
I kind of like that, actually. I kind of like that because Fire Nado kind of will most likely Oko the... Oh!
There's the burn.
It may Oko anyways, or get close to it.
That did
nothing. That did nothing.
Looks doomed for Jay now. It's the narcoleptic hit. It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, Turok will be going down there.
Fire Tornado was up to finish the Nid. And Tetoa is 1 game away from Grand Finals.
Wow.
Not something I think anyone would have predicted coming into this tournament, but really just, I think, super well played. Like, the double rest on Tuveen to not play into, like, the swapping kind of trying to stamina misoptimization was really, really impressive from Tetoa. Who rests twice when they have 2x in front of them? Right? Like, very well disciplined play. We'll see if it translates over into game 2 or if Jay can adjust. What do you make of that one, Rishi?
Yeah, so like you said, it was very well played by Tetoa. I think that Jay is definitely going to have to reevaluate how he went about that pick ban. That, like, we saw the start, first of all. And the lead was not in favor of Jay. He did claw his way back. But with that said, I think Jay was more of expecting a calmer head from Tetoa in a way. Or less volatile plays. But Tetoa's like, hey, we got this far. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna risk it all, right? If you don't risk it all, then what's the point of coming so far?
What if we see a different ban out of Jay here? No, he goes for the Scarabolt again. Tetoa. Yeah, he's gonna go
I will say, I do really like the Scarabolt ban, especially being on blue side, because if they end up banning your Turok, you really do not have anything for that Scarabolt. It becomes very, very rough.
What if we see Tetoa try Stunch this time? Because
He had it hovering,
I do think Tetoa, you know, played super clean in that game 1 to win. I don't like. It's not as though Jay has no options, right? Like one of the things that he did in that game is he kind of just let his Calibus take a bunch of wind moves. Like, you know, obviously the reactive vial is good for that, but you know, he kind of just like let that. He traded Gazuma for Calibus, and then just sort of like didn't have the stuff in the end to be able to deal with Tolkien and Mushuk. This coat Mushuk is actually giving like Jay's team quite a bit of like problems in the end game, right? Like he does have triple wind.
Oh, for sure.
But 2 of those are physical attackers, which is actually somewhat rare for triple wind. Yeah, Jay's going to try something different. He's going with Inky this time instead of the Gazu off the lead. Maybe trying to just kind of go at the 2v a little more aggressively early on in the game here.
I actually really, really like this play because Inky, first of all, is very good into Tetoa's team, but even if he doesn't keep it for late game, there's still a line where you stay in and just try to get big damage on the 2-vine, especially with how much of a problem the 2-vine was last game. I don't think this Inky will die to a single Crystal Plume Gatling with how low, not how low, but where 2-vine's base attack stat is and how bulky we know Jay's Tems are.
I'm very, very curious to see how this shakes out turn 1, because if it has to live CPG, basically, right? If it doesn't live CPG, then Tetoa has a very clean play where if Gazu outspeeds Inky, it just Tesla prisons the Inky, and then the Inky's speed drops below 2-vine, and then it takes a CPG and dies, right? So
yeah, although if Gazuma's outspeeding an Inky, the Inky's definitely living CPG.
Right. So that's sort of like it better, you know, like even through the pure damage chip on the X4, on the quarter resisted Tesla, it's
that's very true.
Jay better not live that CPG on 1 HP, right? Like that's the other sort of thing that kind of confuses.
Yeah, that is very fair. Yes, especially with how damage is calculated in Temtem. 4 times resistant hits do not do 4 times less damage. It's a little less, or it's a little more than 4 times less damage, right? Just because we have that 7+ damage on the beginning. We do see Chamomile coming up in the Inky. All the items being revealed. Yeah, this is gonna be a very volatile turn 1, right? Inky does a lot of damage to 2-vine, but it also takes a lot of damage from 2-vine. Calvis can start chipping the Gazuma down, but it also takes damage from Gazuma. So it'll be very interesting to see what these players' endgame goals are, and depending on what their endgame goals are, I think will really determine what they decide to do this turn 1. And we do see the Spec Master Inky going for Thunderstrike onto the 2-vine. Tesla Prison chipping it down, like you mentioned earlier. We'll see if it lives the... That is also true. The Crystal Plume Gatling coming out. Will the Inky live this? Oh, it easily lives it. Game brought into about 20-25%. Toxic going out on the Gazuma, knowing that the bait would be procced on the 2-vine. I really like that turn for Jay. I think that even though the Inky took a lot of damage, there are 2 melee Tems in the back, so Inky wasn't going to have a board state where it wasn't threatened on. And just being able to do so much damage to the 2-vine so early, you know, putting it in range of a burned Owlhy Oshi-Dashi, or honestly, that's the main thing, right? You want to be able to threaten that 2-Rex still on a board state with Tolkien 2-vine.
For sure. I think the Inky now maybe has to throw DC Beam. No, he's going to retreat, actually.
Yeah.
Now, Electric Storm looking kind of good into this. I'm sorry, another Tesla into. Let's see. Nope. It's Tornado back into the Calibus on the Swan. Oh, that's a lot
doing a big chunk. I also like, though, that Jay ended up saving the Inky, especially since it has chamomile on it, meaning that it will be able to reset that -1 speed, maybe coming in for a DC beam to finish off a Tolkien or outspeed the Mushuk or Scunch.
This is a much better board for Jay just in general, right? Like he's got no bait left up on the Tuveen, and now can go for Toxic Ticks onto it on top of the Rockfall. Should have no problem kind of cleaning up this board. Tetoa will be able to kind of come back fairly aggressively with, Wrenching Massage will be up on Scunch. Mushuk can start to put pressure on as well as Tolkien. And Jay's going to have to try and sort of manage that board from there, but this is definitely a much better situation to be in than it was in game number 1.
Oh, for sure. And I think the Inky is making all the difference, right? Honestly, the Inky is the only big difference that we see between the pick ban. I'd also argue that because we do not have the Turak on the board, this Turak is much more well-positioned to beat that Tolkien later in the game, rather than getting brought down to like 50% early game. As we will see, the Turak and the Cowboys taking a lightning storm from that Gazuma. Gazuma overexerting, I don't think it will really matter though, because I'm guessing we're going to see a Rockfall coming out from this Turak to try to pick up some chip while also KOing the Gazuma. We see Toxic Ink, like you mentioned earlier, coming out onto that Tuvine, no more bait, so that those Toxic Kicks will be applied. We actually see Stoneball just coming out for the Gazuma, taking it down. Jay not wanting to risk that Gazuma living on a couple of percentage points.
Yeah, that would be pretty devastating, right? Because the Diabolo would have gone off and healed the Tuveen if the gods.
Yes.
So
not only that, but Tornado would have also been back up, meaning that they could swap it out and then just bring it back in to get like a Suicide Tornado on a Nidrazil, or even Electric Storm, or even a Tesla Prison on Ali. All of them would be very devastating.
Part of the problem here is that Rockfall does set up Tuveen to go down, but it's faster than Turok, right? So. Yes. It is a pretty free CPG for Tetoa into the Calavis slot. Like, nothing really resists it. Inky can't come back in. And that's like just a free +1 turn for... Like, both players are going to get a death swap off of it.
I'd argue, though... I'd argue that the Calavis doesn't really do much more in this game. I think it's really done the job that it's needed to. As we actually see it get off a Water Blade, it may not be much chip, but it is chip.
Mm-hmm. So now the big problem for Jay is he has to handle a online Scunch.
Yep. Do we know the Scunch's exact moveset?
I believe so, yes. We've seen Suplex, we've seen Wrenching Massage, we've seen Oshi, and we've seen Ninja.
Okay, yeah, so, yeah, no perfect jab like you mentioned at the start. Honestly, I guess your game plan for dealing with it is Alhi chip plus Nid.
Could see Inky.
Like, oh, I could see Inky too. But Nidrazil, the reason why I said Nidrazil initially is because we do have that Narco hit online. We can kill the Tuvine because we kept it on board last turn. So they won't be getting a move off. And if they do get a move off, I guess it would be Turbine, right? Which would hurt. But we should be able to live like Turbine plus 2 moves.
Yeah, Jay doesn't have a way to deal 4x to the Scunch except for Narco, but now the Scunch can kind of, like, the Nid kind of has to leave in front of Turbine, right?
I was just about to say that there's a play where you don't kill Tuvine here just so that they OX or rest here, and they don't get a move off the turn after.
Scunch goes for Suplex. This could be just a CBG follow-up. Self-OX to death here for the Tuvine.
I don't think you die to OX on Tuvine.
We will see the CPG. Alhi does not go down.
That's really, really good for Jay.
Yeah, that is.
And we
really
also see Toxicking on Scunch.
Yeah.
Wow, this was like masterfully played. I really like that play. You won't be seeing day 1 trainers doing something like that. Not only was it high risk, high reward, but if you're swapping out Tuvine there, right, you're not getting as much damage on Alhi, you're not getting damage on Nid. But if you're keeping in Tuvine and not resting, all of a sudden, you just lost a bunch of tempo because now Jay can just allergic spread and ignore that slot pretty much. Or maybe not allergic spread, but he can ignore that slot. He doesn't have to worry about it until the turn after. possibly being able to allow him to reposition his board after this Aohi goes down, unless he decides to swap it out.
Tetoa does swap out the tubing. It's going to be Mushuk coming in on this side. I don't think there's any particularly relevant hold moves. Turbo Choreography is the only one, really.
Yeah, Turbo Choreography is
really... the Aohi with Ninja. Jay kind of needs to... I would not be surprised to see him commit Narco here. He kind of needs this Gunch to go down this turn.
Yeah.
No, he goes for
can't really... Oh, he goes for A-Spread. Interesting. Yeah, I was about to say...
That, yeah.
It's not too bad, especially since the Skunch is on super low stamina. So any move that's going to be clicking will make it go down. Also, it already used its Ninja Jutsu, right? Jay probably covered for the Skunch not using Ninja Jutsu with Turbine, kind of forcing Tetoa into that position. I also really like how much HP this Turok has left right now. We saw how much damage Uppercut did, and it was not that much last time it connected last game.
I mean,
also saw Narco.
Jay's got to be careful, right? Like if Tuving just comes in to take the Turbine, Jay won't have the prio to go ahead of Skunch the turn after.
Oh yeah, that is very true. But I guess the reason why Jay might be okay with that is because we can Narco hit Mushuk here. There's even there's so many different plays. There's even a world where you just ignore Skunch right here and double Mushuk. And just say, hey, you're gonna OX to death anyways. But Jay not taking that play, he's like, okay, this Skunch is not getting any more kills. So we do see the Turbine going off on Skunch. Uppercut going into Turok will be 2 KOing it.
That's tough for Jay.
Yeah, for sure. Narco hit, doing a decent chuck to this Mushuk though.
Because now Tetoa's going to be able to get a Feather Gatling off, right, on Tuving here.
Yes, it will be able to. Oh,
but like this Tolkien is super dangerous, right?
Oh, for sure.
The F-Soul should be able to outpace Inky's strike, so Inky will have to throw DC Beam.
Now, I think the real question comes down to, can this Ninja Soul do enough damage to this Tolkien before the Inky comes in, right? Can it get it in range of a Toxic Tick? I'm not sure that would be possible.
No, I mean, especially not with Fiery Soul, right? It's going to be a lot. Yeah, Shook should be able to like helicopter kick here if he really wants to go for that. Yeah, we do see the heli kick. That'll bring down Turok and bring Nid pretty low.
Yep.
After the burn, that's going to be a lot. And then now the Inky comes in, but it has to DC beam. It's probably not enough, even with Specmaster, to bring Tolkien down from that percentage.
I really doubt it is. I'll be very surprised if it does.
Once again, you know, Tetoa's team composition and play this tournament has really been on point. I think we're going to see that winners finals Tetoa in 1 game away from winners finals here, as I don't think Jay has a way out of this.
1 game away from grand finals, isn't it?
No, winners finals. It's
winners finals.
Winners finals play. Yeah. I misspoke earlier, I believe. I'm sure Twitch chat was totally normal about it.
As they always are.
Yeah, Fiery Soul into Inky will go down.
Yeah, as you said earlier, that Specmaster DC Beam was definitely not enough to take the Tolkien out. We see Helicopter Kick, and Ninja Soul not going to be able to finish off this Tolkien most likely, meaning that it will be Jay taking the loss. Tetoa going to winners finals with a clean 2-0 victory.
Yeah, this is just very impressive stuff, you know. I don't think Tetoa didn't win a single event all season long, right? And now finds themselves in top 3 of Worlds. Very impressive stuff. Yeah, looking back at the development of that match, it just seemed like Tetoa had like one too many things that Jay just had like a really hard time dealing with, right? Like the Mashuk had a coat, right? Like the Tuveen actually having a ton of stamina to work with. All those things really stacked the deck in Tetoa's favor.
Yeah, no, honestly. And Mushuk's defense is already good enough. When 2 of your 3 win Tems that are meant to kill Mushuk are physical attackers, and you have to get through a coat on top of that, that Mushuk is not going to be going down anytime soon. And I don't even think we saw it proc tireless that whole game, did we?
Didn't need it. And we're going to need to go to a break to get ready for the next match. So we'll step out, and we'll see you back here momentarily.
Yep, stay around, guys. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for sticking around. We are back with the losers quarterfinals.
No, this is the second winners semis.
Oh yeah, wait, my bad. I forgot that we're not going to because my bad. But I am joined by my handsome, beautiful, all of the good adjectives, caster Alto. Could you introduce yourself a little bit?
Oh, it's great to be here. Yeah, that last match was really exciting. I think this next one versus Platt and Argon is going to be a bit of a rivals match here. These guys have met each other in many events.
I am so ready to take a look at this match. We see some really innovative teams, I'd say, especially from the side of SNR Platt, right? We got Gulder, Arachnite, and Valkyrie, my boy!
Yeah.
So...
Well, two of those three Tems are kind of, they're almost Senior Platt's signature Tems. We've seen him bring the Arachnite many times before. We've seen the Gulder out of him occasionally. The Valkyrie is new.
Yeah, for sure. But even if they're signature, we don't really see Tems like Gulder, Arachnite, and even like Osukai on Argon's team very much in the current meta from my understanding. So to see these Tems like kind of duke it out on the main stage is really, really cool.
Yeah, the Osukai from Argon and the rest of a lot of the other Clowns teams that we've seen, that one's a little bit new, I think, in this meta. I don't think it's had a whole lot of time to settle, but the rest of these Tems are all powerhouses right now. They're all very well respected.
Oh, for sure. That's mostly why I pointed out the Osukai, because even though, in my opinion, I've always had this philosophy of Temtem where one Tem can really change a team very drastically, whether it be matchup spreads or even how it functions. So that Osukai definitely, even though everything else is very similar between the Cuddly Clowns teams, the club, I'd argue that Osukai can definitely shake it up a decent amount. As we see bans coming out from both players, SR Platt banning that Tolkien, Tolkien ban Tolkien, and Argon banning out that Mimit.
Well, I think there are a couple of options for Platt to take on his first ban. I don't think the Tolkien is necessarily obvious, but I think Platt at this point really wants to enable Tems like Acronox, Nidrazil, that are particularly bad into Tolkien, or more so than they are into something like Tuvine. We see the Arachnite coming down. The Arachnite, very versatile Tem here. There's a lot of, I think it can really hit most of Argon's Tems fairly effectively here.
Yeah, it definitely depends on what this Arachnite is packing with its moveset, but you're 100% right with that, right? Arachnite's moveset can go from, only normal or neutral moves to literally the color of the rainbow. As we do see SR Platt picking up the Acronox, like you mentioned earlier, along with Argon picking up Platimus and Mushuk.
Well, at this point in the tournament, all of Platt's moves have been revealed. It's Unseen Blow, Thunder Strike, Water Cannon, and I believe Soul Shot.
Yeah.
So we know that all. Yeah.
In that case,
we have all this moves.
Oh, Alto, you are cutting out just a little bit, but I'll pick it up where I'm guessing you were gonna say all of those moves that were just listed off. Definitely hit every single one of those times. I think even two gets hit by Soul Shout. I guess the only thing that wait, and you said Water. Wow, that's actually kind of wild. So this combination is gonna be insane here, right? It does beg the question though, because of how good Arachnite is Matt going to keep it in order to get the value off now, or is it going to take the slower route, right? Matt's known for his slower teams. Is he going to be going methodical with it, keeping it for later? I guess you can be methodical with using it now, right? But
well, I think one of the options that Matt might be looking at some point this game is to get a toxic typing onto this Arachnite, because it's good into everything except for the Gazuma. And it makes it actually very good against the opposing Platimus. So maybe hitting a T-Shower with his own Platimus and trying to sneak a toxic type onto it.
I think so funny.
That'd be one of his ideas.
I guess Matt's, SR Platt is. Do we know if he's using Sting or not?
I I'm 100% sure. We know this is the Assassin Yowler, and it's running late tournament.
Oh,
so
you're right. You're right.
absolutely. Even looking at this, you know, at a glance, yeah, this Aarrggnn is running Sting for sure.
So, this is the jank inside me that wants this to happen. But are we gonna see side Sting?
Yep.
Let's go.
There you go. Yep. And he gets the toxic typing onto the Aarrggnn in a different way.
Side Sting coming out. Only doing that. Aqua Bullet Hell only doing half damage. You know, we see the helicopter kick coming out, doing ×2 damage to the Aarrggnn, but only neutral damage to the Aarrggnn. Aarrggnn taking barely anything from there. Double screen helping with its bulk.
Yeah, and this play, interesting play, and I want to highlight what just happened. Instead of clicking Thunderstrike into the Platymus, Matt has decided that the Mushuk is a much bigger threat. And if you look at Plat's team, he has this Goulder sitting around for the Platymus later in the game. This Platymus is not going to be able to do anything to the Goulder that licks it. I guess it can play around with some Goulder slower than everything, so it can kind of play around with T-Shower. But this Mushuk, Tireless Mushuk, it scales itself. Traditionally, it's been quite good into Plat's slower toxic teams that take a little bit of time to, you know, get some incremental advantage. So bombing into this Mushuk early on is exactly what Matt wants to do. And I think this is the purpose of this This is one of the purposes of this Aarrggnn lead.
For sure. Honestly, I must say, one of the things I've always noticed about Plat's play, and which is why I think he's one of the best pilots. Oh, obviously he's one of the better pilots. He's at Worlds in top 3 or top 4. But most importantly is that Plat never has a Tem that does nothing.
Yep.
Like, no matter what he does, right? Every single Tem that he picks up on Pickband will do something, no matter what. And you don't see that from almost anyone else, I'd say, in the Temtem community.
When you run 4 toxics on your team, everything in the other 4 slots, you have to be very particular about what you're pulling in. We see Matt taking down the Mushuk early, Aarrggn's going down, but you know, even if it's half health from this Aarrggnn, a whole Tem down to take out the Mushuk. If you look at the other 3 Tems Plat has sitting in the backline, I think he's pretty happy to take this trade.
Oh.
And yeah, we see the Goulder coming in. We see the Goulder coming in. And this Gosma has
Goulder,
another turn before it gets its big tornado up.
This Goulder is like high-key a threat, right? Like,
absolutely.
There's nothing that can really do big damage to it anymore except for this Gazuma, but Gazuma can't really be using Tornado on the Goulder when there's an Aarrggnn that threatens the whole team right next to it.
Now, Aarrggnn is pivoting very well here, bringing in the Osakai, having the Gazuma with Tornado up, sparking, preparing for next turn where he knows he's going to have to get some big damage into Plat's team. So I think this reposition into the Osakai with the Gazuma sparked Tornado turn, I think this is his best option. Yes. I think this was a very accurate play from Aarrggnn, and I think in this tournament, I think he's made a lot of, you know, very high value, very accurate plays. This is some of the most accurate play I've seen from Aarrggnn in a while.
Oh, for sure. Aarrggnn obviously been a top tamer for a little bit now, but even the top tamers, with how complex this game can get sometimes, are going to make mistakes, right? And he's at the best of his game right now and making very little of those mistakes. We see the hook coming out from the Osakai, boosting that special attack up to +2. Plat actually deciding to stay in on the Aarrggnn, saying, hey, you can only Tornado one of these, right? And we actually see the Water Cannon coming out from the Aarrggnn onto the Osakai, doing big damage.
Oh, something's getting licked this turn.
Oh, you know it.
And
armful lick.
Goes.
Boop, boop, boom. As the Gazuma is going to be going down to the Toxic Tick.
And now the Osakai. So the Aarrggnn did overexert, which is for Plat it's a little bit unfortunate, but it's not the end of the world. Aarrggnn keeping pace, doing a ton of damage to the Goulder, so it doesn't wall the entirety of his back line, and he should be able to take it down. But I believe
The damage has almost been done though, right? Like, there's been so much. Like, Argon's team has pretty much been picked apart by this Arachnite, and it's very entertaining to see. Honestly, I love seeing that little spider go off.
So, Argon still does have the speed advantage on everything.
Oh, for sure.
You know, but potentially the Platymus Whirlwind, right? He does have the speed advantage on 3 out of 4 of Matt's stems.
Especially with the Arachnite and Gulder going to low HP, that means that that's potential turn economy that Matt's gonna be, or SNR Plat is gonna be losing, right? If you get killed before you take a move, you might as well have just rested.
Right. But at the same time, I think getting that water cannon onto Osakai was necessary. From Plat's side, he needs to keep this pressure up and not give Argon space to hit multiple times with these boosted Tems.
Yes, that is very, very true. We do see the Arachnite swapping out as...
I believe we see Yowler coming in here, getting up some of the holds so he doesn't have to hit with the clinch next turn. And we see the Mom's Lunch coming down onto Osakai.
Mom's Lunch is very, very pivotal here, allowing it to get rid of the fake beer from Chimerian while also taking up an insane amount of stamina from the Osakai. Gulder going down, but you've done well, good sir.
Gulder goes down, but hey, if Argon wants to take this Yowler down this turn, actually the Dust Vortex is down, so it's got to be Inner Spirit. He's gonna.
It would have to be Inner Spirit, and Osakai would definitely overjump that.
I'm pretty sure that I don't 100% know if it kills, but I'm pretty sure that it does.
I mean, it's Yowler, but it's also Osakai, right? Like, it's definitely a hard head calc to really have down in your head. But we also have the Platymus on board, right? So we don't even know if this Osakai outspeeds the Platymus.
No, I don't think so.
I don't think so either. There is a world where it happens. There is a world where it happens, but with how much damage Osakai's been taking, we see that it's a bit on the bulkier side. So I do think it's very safe to say that.
We see Platty coming in. Aqua going down, yep. So just in case he decided to be crazy, keep him honest. Frond Whip coming into the Platymus, doing about 50%. Yeah, Plat runs his Platymus fairly bulky. Argon does dodge the comebacker, but yeah, this Yowler is, not the flip side of this is this Yowler is not going anywhere.
Yeah, I know, right? And there's still an Arachnite to deal with in the back. Like, what does Argon have as a response to just Plat doubling in on the Chimerian slot?
Well, Plat this turn, I would say almost 100% is just going to click T-Shower. Because the Yowler is doing okay, and if he clicks T-Shower to do some damage onto the Chimerian, you T-Shower clinch to save a little bit of stamina on the Yowler. That's probably enough to take Chimerian down. It's not that tanky.
I'd argue, though, that you don't really need to T-Shower here, mostly because, like, I guess you do T-Shower just so you don't take a Crystal Plume Gatling, though, plus, like, a T-Shower from the enemy Platymus, just to make sure that you have the Aquatic Whirlwind online for the Osakai next turn, right?
You have nothing to Whirlwind. What else do you click, right? So
I mean, do we know what fourth move is on Platymus?
It's Urushiol, because Plat is running 4 Toxics. Yeah.
That makes sense, yeah.
Okay. but Plat decides, hey, there's no real threat onto this spot. I can just hold the Platymus in the back line until the end, keep it healthy.
Trying to almost set up that checkmate scenario, right? Where I'm gonna outspeed your Osakai, and I'm going to kill your Platymus, or I'm gonna get your Platymus in a situation where you cannot win.
All right. And Chimerian, I think this is this was a really good swap from Plat as well. This is the board state that cannot freely kill the Arachnite without the Chimerian, I believe, OXing itself to death.
Yep,
and
for sure.
For that to happen, the Platymus would likely eat a suplex for its trouble.
Oh, but it would eat a big suplex.
yeah, that would. So the only thing Plat has to figure out now is how to get some damage onto this Platymus so that he can win the end game. And I think this is the turn. This is the turn where he threatens that, or it's either that or a 2-Tem KO. I believe there's like no other alternative.
But also the problem with for Argon is that Toxic Shower is not like very good here for him. Like, sure, he's probably gonna be Aquatic Whirlwinding, But what do you Aquatic Whirlwind in this scenario? I don't think a singles Crystal Plume Yowlin kills Arachnite. A double definitely kills Yowler, but I don't think a single move kills Yowler either.
So we see the glass
interesting.
blade coming in. And yeah, Toxic Shower to protect the Platy from the Thunderstrike just a little bit longer. And we
Chimerian
see
barely
Chimerian-
hanging on. I think barely hanging on. Yeah, barely hanging on there.
And another heads up play for Matt, knowing that the Chimerian is like ready to knock itself out. Just
For sure.
don't give him any quarter.
Don't give him tempo, right? Like
No quarter,
you don't
yep.
want. Yeah, you don't want him to like find that line to get him out of there. Once that Chimerian kills himself, the Platymus is in the back, like we saw earlier. He swapped it out, kept that Aquatic Whirlwind online. Now the only big threat that's left on the board is Argon's Platymus.
Right, and we do see that the I think the line that Argon has here is to Aquatic Whirlwind the Yowler, and then so Plat sees that and swaps in his Platymus. The only thing Argon can do that can salvage the board state would be to Aquatic Whirlwind the Yowler and hope Matt leaves it, and of course he doesn't. Brings in the Platymus.
Yes.
Eat the Aquatic Whirlwind, Chimerian taking itself down, Platymus living through another CPG because it's absolutely massive.
Dude, what does that Platymus eat? Jesus Christ.
The tears of its
Eats
enemies, I
nails.
suppose.
Yeah,
that thing
tears of
has-
its enemies and nails, man.
I mean, that thing has nails for breakfast, tacks for snacks, taking down the Osakai with a big aquatic whirl. Oh, maybe not.
Oh, maybe not. It's
Yo's
actually
guys-
pretty good information though for next game, right?
The Osakai
So
is faster with the hook. It still goes down.
I didn't expect
goes
those kind to be
down.
faster. I'll be
No, I
honest.
didn't. I was a little bit of a surprise to me too. But
But that's
Plat
very good information.
taking it
for Plat.
down. Yeah, that was a little bit surprising at the end. Didn't think the Osakai was going to outspeed, but you know, maybe it's not that surprising because we did see that Platymus ate how many hits, right? It took
Yes,
a
for
hit
sure.
from Chimerian, it took a hit from something else. I mean, that thing was tanking 3 or 4 hits. Thing's
Yeah.
massive.
So is there ever a world where Plat actually didn't what is it called? He didn't click a move on Platymus so Argon thinks that he gets outsped?
Yes.
Because he could have rested there and still won even if they hit into
Yes.
Arachnite, right?
Yes, there is. It's very possible. I mean, you never know
dude.
you never know if it's a mind game. So we do see
I
the
really hope it was. That'd be
we
so
see
sick.
the 2 Vine going down this time from Argon's side. So clearly Matt has some different preparation into Orange side ban. Taking down the 2 Vine, bringing Arachnite Nidrazil. We see the Nidrazil coming down this time. And yeah, of course, this Arachnite is a massive threat for Tolkien just to come into, because we know it has the T-Strike available.
Yeah, for sure. And dude, this Arachnite is actually just a menace. Obviously, though, we won't have the Sting in order to change its typing this time, but I do think that just Arachnite being able to get. Sorry.
I was gonna say, you know, he could always side spores, but given that this is a Mushuk, I don't necessarily think that's a great
Yeah.
option. It might not be. It might not be the worst thing. It might not be the worst thing.
I mean, it would really shut down Oshiara, but that's all really, right? It would really help against Osukai, I guess, like for that Dust Vortex. But I don't know. I don't think it'd be the best option. I do think that just taking a Wind, Fire, or a Toxic move from this Mushuk or Tolkien would probably just be better straight up. But you know, these players are here for a reason, so I'm sure that they have some plans that they're going to be putting into action.
Right. And we do see the Tolkien coming in from Argon. I mean, that's, you know, I think the Mushuk Tolkien is very good. Both of these Tems are good into most of Plat's team. We see Mimit being taken. The Platymus, there's no Platymus this game from Senior Plat, which definitely gives both the Osakai and the Tolkien a little bit more space to operate.
Are we going to see my boy? Are we gonna see my boy Volk? Let's go!
Volcrane is here. You know, probably in part to help with this Chimerian that's in the back line. Just a little bit easier to, a little bit more work into it. Stone Prench being a pretty good move into most
Matt
things.
or SR Platt at the beginning of this tourney. He knows that I'm a Volcrane stan, as one may say. And he's like, Rishi, I have the sauce for Volcrane. I'm like, no, you don't. I'm like, there's no way you have it, right?
Have you seen it reveal its gear yet?
Yes,
Okay.
yes. He told me it before he submitted his team. He's like, Rishi, I'm sending you this. You can't tell anyone. I'm like, okay, I'll keep it secret. I lost my mind when I saw what he did. Like,
I did not. I didn't know. Yeah.
I actually think that if people use this, like when hook slingshot was a thing, it might have been better.
It would have probably been busted. So,
yeah.
Do you see Platt staying in on both of these Tems? Obviously, the Nidrizzle, he has multiple toxics. Something's got to eat the Windburst, so may as well be this Nidrizzle. And
yeah,
he spores on the Tolkien, and we're likely to see a Thunderstrike coming down. I think he needs, and we do.
Hitting this Arachnite this turn, which is kind of scary for the side of Argon, I'd say, right?
A little bit, yeah. But
yeah,
at the end of the day, Argon has to look at the Tems that he can get the most advantage into while he has a good board. He needs to, and he knows Platt really can't swap. I think if Platt swaps into a team this aggressive, like with this sort of lead, I think he loses a ton of tempo. I don't think he gains that much. He doesn't have a really good swap into anything, so he has to eat the damage. And
no, that's very true.
The Nidrizzle is good into a few things in the back line, but it's not good enough. It's not, like, if he has a Gulder, right? He has a whole Gulder that he can use later. And one of the Tems he's good into, I mean, you know, he can hit with a Yowler. It's not, like, I think this turn made a lot of sense. And I think, although the Arachnite is very scary, I think because Argon has less effective damage into it, he also turns on Adaptive if he hits it. So he has less effective damage, and he turns on Adaptive. So I think instead, you hit the Nidrizzle.
The whole thing, though,
line.
For sure. The whole thing, though, is Nidrizzle that good into the backline? I guess it's good into Osukai, and Platt.
It's good into Chimerian. It's decent into Chimerian too. After the bait.
I don't even know that after bait, yeah, but I think after bait though. Oh no, wait, it doesn't have bait. It's fake beard. So it is good in Chimerian.
Yes.
Yeah, it is good in Chimerian. You're right. I'm thinking that. Well, the thing is with bait though, if it had bait, I would argue it wouldn't be that good in Chimerian. But we do actually see Volcrane swapping it onto a Platimus board. Argon possibly reading the swap, making a very good read.
Yeah, that was a good Platimus swap by Argon for sure.
Oh, for sure. We do see the Unseen Blow, though, going onto this Platimus, chipping it down a decent amount, but doing about 33.3. So,
and Tolkien
pretty good play.
Tolkien is running low on stamina.
Yeah, the one main problem that we see here, though, is obviously the Volcrane. This board state is not good for Platt, right? Not only is there a Volcrane on here, but Arachnite does not really want to be taking a Aquatic Whirlwind. So,
now,
with that said...
There are a couple of things to think about if you're Argon here, because obviously the Volcrane is in great peril, threatened by it's a perilous position for Volcrane into this Platimus. Yeah. So you would think an obvious swap would be into one of the toxics.
Surely, and no one would ever say it in, right? Right?
No, yeah, but Platt also knows that. So you know,
I know that's what I mean. That's what I'm hinting at.
And it is, you know, Argon does have a good board into this Arachnite. Okay, so Platt tries to keep him honest, hitting with the Aquatic Whirlwind, says, okay, the Volcrane isn't worth that much.
Yeah.
And we see Arachnite turning into a fire type, getting the +2 special attack. Where is this hit going to go?
This is going to go into the Platinum. It should, right? Because...
Platinum every time, right?
No, we hit the Tolkien.
It's the Tolkien.
That's really interesting, but I guess on the flip side of that, right? Taking down the wind against a toxic team, kind of good.
That is true. Yeah, now Gulder is a lot better.
Not only is Gulder, but also that Nid. Nid is on lower HP, but I wouldn't be surprised if we did see Nid swap in here, and then just like pivot in the Gulder into the Arachnite spot. Or other way around, I guess. I guess other way around makes more sense.
I think Gulder comes in.
And then Nid's pivot into the other slot. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Gulder can lick the Platypus, or put Tink, or put Tink on the other spot if it's not. Plat has to kind of be mindful about this Mushuk board state now. Okay, so he goes Nidrizzle, and okay, so I was calling the Gulder, but in retrospect, I actually think the Nidrizzle makes more sense just because it has access to Narco Hit right now, and the Mushuk board is probably the scariest board.
I guess that is fair because Silas is such a big threat to Plat's team, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Although I'm obviously worried about this Platinum or this Mushuk for Plat's team, but we also have to talk about this Arachnite. So, do we know if it dies to an Aqua Below? Because if it doesn't, it's going to be doing big damage.
Roddengu. And Nidrizzle goes down.
Pretty big KO from the side of Plat. We do see a +2 unseen blow going on this Mushuk, doing insane amount of damage. All of a sudden, this Mushuk became a lot less of a threat, right? Still a threat. You still need to take up action move economy in order to do it.
And I think this is kind of a very different game. I think that bad Volcrane swap really put Matt on the back foot here. Gulder's gonna come in, do what it can, but I think Argon's actually. I think Argon is kind of pulling away with this game at this point. We see there's a whole Osakai, a whole Chimerian, and
yes, for sure.
It kind of depends if Plat can get a water cannon onto the Osakai, but I think it's going to be fairly difficult. This fire typing that this Arachnite has at this point is not doing it any favors.
No, for sure, right? Especially when staring down an Osakai and a Platypus. But with that said, I do still we know that the Yalo does not have Oshi, correct?
Yes. Yeah, we know that. Actually, its last move is Darkness, of all things.
Dude, I love the Darkness tech. It's one of my favorite moves to play.
He would have won if he clicked Flinch. So I have yet to see it get value, actual value.
That is fair. That is fair. We do see the uppercut from Mushuk though, going onto that Yaller. Yaller trying to OX here, maybe putting the Mushuk in range of a harmful lick, but we do just see the Toxicant going onto the Platypus, now landing on Osukai, making sure that Osukai doesn't get holds up for free necessarily.
Not totally for free, but this Mushuk did just
pretty free.
So Plat certainly has to try to take out the Mushuk this turn. This is a very different looking game. This is very different, yeah.
Also, I beg the question, why didn't we see Platypus coming out from Estona Plat?
It got banned.
Oh yeah, but did he get first banned?
No,
I thought the first ban was...
It got second banned, right?
Yeah. But I guess the state that it was on wasn't the best because it was what, Tolkien plus enemy Platypus?
Right. So this is actually interesting. Yeah, this is a way to get a lot of damage into this Osakai potentially. Are we gonna see a lick from the Gulder? That might be enough.
Yeah, that could be really, really good.
It's gonna be close.
It's gonna be super close. And we do see the lick from the Gulder plus Toxic. Is this enough?
It is definitely enough.
Looks like
and the Osakai goes down to the Toxic tick. That is enough.
This could have this has kind of shifted the game a lot now, right? Because this Gulder is suddenly a huge threat.
Yeah, and this Mushuk is very low. This actually changes things quite a bit there.
We don't think Mushuk goes down to a harmful lick though, right?
No, not a single harmful lick. But it doesn't need to. This Gulder has full health.
That is a very fair point, and we have seen Punch Bag already, so I'm guessing in earlier matches. So that Mushuk isn't going to be able to threaten the Gulder with a single move, right?
Yeah, the Mushuk doesn't threaten the Gulder at all.
Oh, I just saw something. That Arachnite's a fire type in the back.
Yes.
If this if it gets down to Chim Arachnite endgame, isn't that kind of bad?
It is. Yeah. Yeah. That would be bad and not good.
That'd be
for...
super bad.
But I don't think it's reasonable because I don't think Plat can take out this Platimus like nearly fast enough. Yeah. So Plat is gonna now play for the Guldur endgame, which is not the worst place to be.
Oh, for sure, right?
This Arachnite is not looking great right here, though.
Oh, no, it is not. It is. We did see a quad get used, so maybe Argon misclicks and uppercuts his own Platimus.
Yes, that would change things.
We do see the helicopter kick, though, coming out from Mashuk onto the Arachnite and Guldur. Aqua Bullet Hell coming out on the Arachnite should be enough to take up the KO. With that ×2.
Yeah. And, Platimus also cannot do damage to Guldur, so that's Now, we are seeing the major weakness of Guldur is that harmful it costs like 1,000,000 stamina.
So much stamina, right? Yeah. And hostile kind of good. Just a little bit.
I don't necessarily think that Plat has enough gas to actually win this matchup. Yeah, not with that kind of damage.
Especially with CPG coming out like that. And we see a Rotting Goo making sure to seize that item so that he will not be getting extra healing.
Yeah, no, I don't think there's any shot. We do see the Toxic Ticks coming down to the Chimerian.
That did a lot.
That did a lot.
The OX. Well, there's no way you can harmful lick though without taking a gazillion damage. That actually did so much. There is no bulk on that Chimerian, right?
There's no way because Guldur does not survive 2 CPGs or a CPG and an overexert. There's no shot.
2 CPGs or a CPG overexert plus aquatic, right? Like.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way.
Oh, yeah, it is dying here if it harmful licks, or it should. Yeah.
But he did take out the Chimerian theoretically with the Toxic Tick.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah. So
that is kind of interesting. That's very good information for the next game, I think.
So I do think it was very well positioned by Argon. I think Argon had fantastic positioning that game. We saw, I think that Platimus swap on the turn that Volcrane came in really put Plat on the back foot for a couple of turns.
Oh, for sure. And once we saw that happen, we saw Plat getting small tempo gains, but it wasn't ever enough to really fill the canyon that was formed. As we are just gonna be jumping right into game 3, we do see that Arachnite first pick from Plat with the token ban this time, and Argon staying true with his Mimit ban.
Yep. And I think that makes sense. I think Argon really does not want any of his Temps being stolen, and with no mental on his side, it does enable the Assassination Yowler, and that is a lot of damage coming into Argon's team. So I think this Mimit ban makes complete sense. Yeah, it looks like we're running back game 1 with the Tolkien ban. I think Plat obviously had some preparation for both sides, and this was his prep for blue side. We see Chimerian coming down, no wind being picked up. I guess
really interesting.
Hearing the soul shout.
My boy.
Yeah.
We do see the Volcrane coming out, which also kind of an interesting play that you can go for here.
Oh.
Any hookers plus? Oh wait, sorry, my bad. Hook plus soul shouters? Any?
That's not what I mean. I don't think he doesn't hook the Chimerian, he hooks the Arachnite.
No, he hooks the Arachnite, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he hooks the Arachnite.
Yeah, he hooks the Arachnite and then soul shouts.
We see Platimus again being banned, and I think Argon realizes, that Platimus gets a ton of value into like Osakai later, and he kind of needs it. Also, this Oshiara Platimus, they can get work done into some of obviously the Platimus is going to be helpful this game on Argon's side, but man, that Oshiara into 4 Toxics, maybe not.
That is never game picked.
Maybe not looking great,
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, do you ever? I guess you don't want to go Arachnite here, but I could see an Arachnite just because Toxics goes so well into Argon's team right now with 2 of his wins being banned.
No, I don't think Acronox, because I don't think Acronox plays well into the Platymus. Yowler kind of hits everything.
That is my whole thing. That's kind of the reason why. Like, I want to see it just because it's triple toxic and triple toxic Burr, but it definitely wasn't the right choice.
Right.
So I respect Matt for not going for that play.
And this is and getting this melee typing onto this Arachnite is big
Kind of
damage.
insane, right? Yeah. There is nothing that is going to be.
And
Good play.
heads up play from Argon, seeing the glass blade, making sure that this Arachnite does not turn into a melee type. Heads up play from Argon. That was quite good.
And we see the heli kick coming out with times 2 damage.
A lot of damage.
I think we are. This Shimmerion's probably going down though, right? We saw how much damage it was taking from the Gulder.
No.
I'm so confused, dude. Does that Gulder just have a lot of attack invest?
It's probably not 0.
Yeah,
And it was
after
plus
that
2.
damage.
It was plus
It
2.
was plus 2. That is true.
Gulder probably has some attack invest, but this is maybe an unfortunate situation for Plat here now. That was a great play from Argon, seeing the hook opportunity into the Arachnite, predicting the play, hitting the glass blade, and this is one of the reasons Argon is a top player.
Yeah, that makes. Yeah, no, it's like I couldn't have summed it up better than myself. I do think Valkyrie though is going to get a decent amount of mileage in this game, as we see the helicopter kicking or game put out again. Chris Plum going into the Nidrazil. We do see Stone Trench coming out from Valkyrie, trying to get that damage off right now. This is gonna be plus 2, so a decent chunk coming out.
Now Plat did have a rough turn, but
there is a plus 2 Valkyrie, right?
It's still plus 2. This
is plus 2 about to get plus 4.
Yeah, and this Nidrazil is not on the worst board either.
No,
this
is not, right?
Not that bad of a board for Nidrazil.
Valkyrie, I'm trying to be a unbiased caster, but I'm rooting for my boy Valkyrie, not the tamer behind him. I'm just rooting for Valkyrie, okay?
Oh man, it is the only Valkyrie of the tournament.
I know, and that's what makes me so happy.
So we see Argon coming in with the Platymus. I think it's a pretty safe swap here. Double swap, so doubling out of the Chimerian, saving it for later, bringing the Gazama into the Toxic.
Very interesting play by Argon, to be honest. Yes, this is a much better board state from him, but letting that Valkyrie get plus 4, I guess he doesn't really have much of a choice but to let it get plus 4 though. But that just means that the late game is going to be a very big threat if Argon isn't able to keep the answers that he needs to.
Yeah. Argon seeing that his previous board state was very, very passive.
How crazy does Vigorous Ninja go on this board? Kind of insane, right?
Does Plat trust? That is.
I don't
Ninja
know. That's
is faster than Platymus.
I mean, if Plat knows his speed TVs, so if like he has speed invest on Valkyrie, like enough, I would argue that he clicks it, right? But if he doesn't, I wouldn't risk it, right? But
if he has it, he clicks it.
I mean, I think you always carry Ninja.
Yeah. Well, no. What I meant is if he has the speed.
Has the speed? Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
If he has
100%.
the speed, he clicks it.
For sure. As we do just see a very safe play, doubling out into the Gulder Yowler board, which I really love, especially with his mom's lunch, right? Most likely the Platymus is going to be going for the Gulder slot because the Valkyrie was in there previously. Aquapaleo taking up a decent amount of stamina. Sure, the Platymus does have the sweatband though.
Have to keep him honest. This Yowler is actually on a pretty good board. Argon kind of looking at this Platymus and saying, all right, what is it? It's doing. Maybe I can hit the Yowler on the board. Is it going to do that much?
Exactly,
and then
right.
I lose it. if I hit the Yowler, I lose the Platamus, and that's one of the Volcarine answers.
That's the best Volcarine answer, right?
So I think Plat comes out 99% of the time here. That also means that Yowler is not taking like any damage this turn.
Yeah, it's really a hard turn from the side of Argon. There's so many lines that Plat can do, especially on like with how good his board state is. Even simply keeping in Gulder and Toxic inking the Gazuma is really nice for him, but we don't see that. Instead, we see the Arachnite actually coming back in, possibly as a sack, or just to get a better board position. We see a Quack Rolling going onto the Yowler though. Do we see a big old suplex? Let's see it. Let's see it. Let's see it.
About to find out.
And
it goes into the God
on the Gazuma. Gazuma taking a lot of damage there though. Also getting overexerted, meaning that it cannot move without getting OX next turn.
Yeah.
Or getting exhausted.
Pretty much. Okay. And that might be one of the reasons that the Platamus stayed.
Yes.
Just to absorb that Diabolo proc, getting a little bit more health from the Platamus. It was definitely I think Argon decided that the comebacker suplex, even if it went into the Platamus, might not have killed.
Wasn't going to kill. Yes.
Yeah, wasn't going to kill.
And obviously you get much less value out of that if a Diabolo procs right after and it lives. So very well played by both players there. As we do see the Aqua Bullhell trading into the Arachnite, meaning that Arachnite is not going to be getting a move off, and Plat essentially just repositioned here, which isn't bad for him by any means, considering this board state that we've resulted in.
This is a fairly good board state for Plat. This is one of his better Nidrizzle board states, I think. Especially these two Toxics are on the board where there is no Gazuma. So that's very positive for Plat. This is a very close game. I think this is closer than both of the previous games.
I would argue the same.
Yeah, I think this is extremely close. I think Argon has a slight advantage, given that he did get a lot of value out of that Diabolo, and it's not just the Tem difference, but the Arachnite being down means that that Plat did not get damage into the Mushuk, and I think that's going to make a big. I think that's going to make a difference this game.
I'm very biased for Volcarine, but I feel like that +4 Volcarine kind of puts Plat, like, evens everything you just said. I feel like it's almost evened out by the +4 Volcarine, especially since I think this board state opens up for Plat a line where he swaps in Volcarine or something, just predicting the Platamus to swap out.
The only difficulty with that is that Argon does have a full health Osakai, a full health Platamus, a mostly full health Mushuk. Well, not the Osakai anymore, but you know, it really controls the Volcarine win condition.
Damage.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Plat just hitting into this Mushuk.
Yeah, no, that was a decent amount of damage just from that harmful lick. Yeah, it may not seem like much in the grand scheme of things, but I think it's going to go a long way, especially when it comes down to that Mushuk eating a Narco hit this next turn, right?
Yeah. And as long as Gazuma is not on board, this board state from Plat is quite good. It's actually a little hard to swap in the Gazuma, because it will eat Toxic Ticks. It will eat Toxic Ticks if it comes in.
And once it eats Toxic Ticks, and even that, it eats Toxic Ticks, not only that, but if it gets hit with like a Toxic Ink harmful or a Narco hit harmful, it's probably dying, right?
Yeah. Eventually. I don't know if it dies immediately. I think getting one Tornado off into these Toxics would actually... That would do a lot to closing really starting to shut the door. But yeah, we see Argon just keeping on. Inner Spirit, Wastewater into the Nidrizzle spot. I don't think this is going to take it down. No, I'm wrong. Nidrizzle goes down. Yeah, Inner Spirit does a lot of damage. We see a lick into the Osakai. 2 toxic ticks, so it's not down to 2 toxic ticks.
Nope. But with that said, this is also another like pretty decent Valkyrie board that we can swap in on, right? And I do believe Stone Trench is up. But also, like, do we outspeed the Osakai is the other big question, right? So.
Well, you don't outspeed a Hook, but you know,
yeah,
Hook's
but
not gonna do that. It's not gonna do that much, you know.
Yeah. Well,
This is a good...
we say that, but it could do a decent amount.
Yeah, it's not like the Valkyrie is gonna be tanking a ton of hits one way or the other with the Tems that Argon has available. Yeah, I do think this game is still quite favored towards Argon, especially with that Gazuma in the back, just holding up Tornado. It's at +1 special attack. Argon can just save it until the end of the game where it's just Gulder. So this Gulder endgame is going to be a lot harder, I think, for Plat to force.
Yeah. I don't know if Gulder endgame is what he needs to force, though. I guess, yeah, because he has the Platymus still. But we also have to keep in mind that everything except Platymus is very, very damaged, right?
So Ninja, burning the Ninja, taking out the Osakai. And I imagine we're going to see another lick onto this Mushuk. Gulder is starting to run low on... Maybe it's a Bamboozle, actually. This might be a Bamboozle
Yeah,
turn.
I could see a Bamboozle could be really good.
Beef up,
As we see
beefing itself
beef up.
up.
I kind of like that. I kind of like that because it does make it so that the more this Platymus is on the board with this Gulder, the more threatening it's going to be by it, right? Especially if we can go like lick. Actually, I guess you don't. I guess if Platymus comes in here, you actually don't attack it, right?
He has to bring Platymus 100%. No,
Yeah.
you have to hit into Platymus. I mean,
I don't think you do because Valkyrane's going to go down. Like if
No,
you plan on swapping out the Valkyrane, then sure.
Valkyrie- Oh, okay. So Argon goes into
Interesting.
Gazuma, and the reason for this is that Tornado is going to outspeed the Valkyrie.
Yes.
Tornado will 100% outspeed the Valkyrie. Yeah, that's a great play from Argon, I think.
I'd still argue that going Platymus would probably be better just so you keep the HP on the Gazuma though, right? Because the heli kick. Oh wait, it's +2. Of course, the heli kick kills the Valkyrie.
Yeah.
I forgot it's +2. And NATO does not seem to be up yet. Wait, do you see just Toxic going onto the Gazuma? Not enough to just take it out just yet.
No, and I think Argon has this game. I think Argon has the door is closed on Plat at this point.
I do believe so.
We're looking at a +1 Gazuma. Yowler can't take out all of these Tems.
No, it cannot. This is not that Yowler of old, right?
Yeah.
No,
So it
yeah,
looks
I
like-
guess there is. I can't see a line where Plat somehow wins this. There's just not enough regen from the. There's no regen from the Yowler. There's no buffs on the Yowler. Yeah, no, this is Jover. But with that said, very good set from the likes of these two. Like, this was some of the highest tier Temtem gameplay, whatever you may call it, that I've ever seen, I think.
Yeah, this was an extremely good game. Yeah. Yeah, it was a very good game. I think for quite a while. For quite a while we were looking at a 50-50, and at some point I think Argon just started to pull away in the tempo just enough to close out the game. The Diabolo on the Platymus was also, really gave it a lot more freedom. The extra stamina that turn gave it a lot of freedom. Yeah, very well positioned, very well played by Argon.
Yes, for sure. Honestly, I can't wait for the finals of this game.
Yeah, it's gonna be wild.
It's gonna be so wild. But yeah.
So
we're gonna be going on a break soon here. The next match, which will be losers quarters this time. I believe so.
nope,
And
I believe it's winners finals.
It's winners. It's winners finals first. Oh, we're doing all winners. Okay, I'm just not on the ball today, I guess. But make sure to stick around for that one, guys. And yeah.
Yep.
Welcome back. Welcome back. So we've got our 2 winners finalists, and now we are going up, and we're going to play against them here in the winners finals.
Yeah, so we have both Tetoa and Argon making it. You have any thoughts about the match going in?
Yeah, I do. This has been a pretty interesting run for Tetoa, and one of the things that he has done so far is beaten both kind of like variants of this team. He beat like Kunders playing a similar version and Invincible playing a similar version. So there'll be lots of data there for both players to sort of analyze the matchup, and we'll see what Argon does differently if he's going to be able to win the set against Tetoa, or if we will see possibly one of the more unlikely grand finalists heading into the tournament.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens. Yep. Yeah, so we've seen this matchup. We've seen this similar matchup a couple of times at this point. Highlight from Tetoa's team into Argon. I think the Skunch is still very good.
The Skunch is good, and also most of these players are only playing one Earth, right? So even if Argon has the opportunity to do so, he might not necessarily ban the Skunch, just because that means he's going to be going up against a Scaravolt with not a lot of things that necessarily do very well against it. That kind of complicates the matchup a little bit. If Osakai is banned out, Scaravolt can kind of go free. Also, Argon doesn't have a lot of nature damage, so the Gario becomes very scary for him again.
Right. Yeah, if I'm looking at Tetoa's team, it's the same thing I said yesterday when I saw a similar matchup. I think if you're Tetoa, you either ban the Chimurian or you ban the Osakai first. And I think you decide your game plan from there.
Yeah, absolutely. As we're going to get into the draft in just a second here. One of the differences between some of the teams is I believe Argon was one of the last players to hang on to Double Crystal with the Chim Tuvine. I think Invincible might be playing that as well, but that does sort of help a little bit with teams like Mawala and Gazuma on Tetoa's side.
We see Tetoa hovering the Osakai.
Yeah, maybe just trying to force out a Scaravolt ban here.
Yeah, I think if Osakai goes down, I think the chance that Argon gives him the Scaravolt is a little low. Although he does have the double water. Okay, no. So he takes it. He takes the Scaravolt. No huge surprise there. This might be another one of those Gazuma Skunch games from Tetoa's side.
It's a fairly easy first pick Skunch on blue. I think he'll do that before he runs out of time. In his regular draft, right at the 0, should probably see it. Yeah.
And there it is. Yeah.
So if you're Argon, you kind of have to be able to deal with this somehow. I wonder if he's got maybe a bit of a bulkier Tuvine, something that can do a little bit better in there, because you don't really want to pick almost any of these wins into the counter pick options that Tetoa has. But we'll see. This is, I think, a matchup where Argon would definitely prefer to be blue and have counter pick. If Tetoa gets counter pick in 2 games this turn, if Tetoa wins game 1 and only needs 1 more counter pick to win, it shifts the matchup in his favor, I think, quite a bit. Complementing this Skunch with something that can break Argon's tempo is really, really hard for the Clowns teams in general, right? If you can force Argon to swap on turn 1, all of a sudden you can create a lot of advantage that gets you ahead enough in the matchup to win. We see
the 2 birds coming down. Yeah, it looks like a pretty good Gario.
Yeah. The Gario is interesting because it's not necessarily that strong through heater. It wouldn't surprise me to see Tetoa go for Tulkin instead, just because I think that opens up the Tuvine to go down to Fiery Soul,
Wrenching Massage, Fiery Soul.
Massage. Yeah, and there's no real counterplay. That's the pick that you want to make to break the tempo. Gario is interesting because Argon he is threatened on Tulkin, but he might not be enough to swap out due to the burn. And if he can get just double Tornado off the next turn into the Scunch, that's kind of exactly what he wants.
We see Tetoa hovering the Tulkin as well. Yes, this is a tough decision.
He's going to go for Gary. So that indicates that he's going to go for the target of the Tulkin turn 1. Now, there are 4 Tems in Argon's backline that resist water damage. Mashuk in particular looks really good into this opening salvo here from Tetoa, so would not be overly surprised to see the Mashuk banned out here in the second phase. We see it's going to be the Gazu ban out from Argon. No electrics, so that Chim not looking as valuable. Curious that
the waters, however, the waters in the back are.
Yeah, we see the Gazu banned out, and it looks like the plan is to just try and give Mashuk a pretty good game here. If the 2 wins in the front of the draft take substantial damage, Mashuk is very hard for Argon to deal with. We will see Mashuk Osiara back the other way, both speed control options with Turbo and Flood. This is a game where speed control definitely matters, more so than the previous matchup, where I don't think we saw Argon click a single speed control move into Plat, right? Because he knows he's faster on pretty much everything, and Plat found out the hard way that he is faster on just about everything. Yeah,
that glass blade turn is gonna stick for a bit. But, you know, to this game, it looks like Tetoa is looking at this Moala as a possible option. Something to help the matchup into Mashuk a bit.
Yeah, it's also not exactly the, like... not bringing the Tulkin does make it a slightly better Chimerian game, but we're still, you know, 3 melees into Chim is not exactly the best time, so... Here we go. We've got our opener for game 1 of the winners finals. We've got Tetoa and Argon competing for a spot in Grands.
I wonder.
Peter's going to go off.
I wonder if this is going to go the other way. So instead of, you mentioned that this is indicating that Tetoa wants to bomb into the Tulkin, but looking at the back line, he has 3 things that resist water. This is an easy swap. But he doesn't have a whole lot that wants to take a Wrenching Massage Soil Seam. I mean, I guess you could bring the Yoshiara, but, you know, it's not that bulky. So I think, I guess Mashuk takes it okay too. I think it's more likely that he's going to swing into Tubine, because Tubine is good into them all in the back, and I think like the 2 crystals from Argon's side are potentially easier to deal with than the Tulkin that's on board right now.
Right,
that's probably coming out. The Tulkin's coming out.
If there is a swap, Argon is basically just kind of playing a shell game of which slot he needs to match Mashuk with Scunch, right? Like whatever slide Scunch hits, Mashuk needs to take that damage. But I mean, part of the value of Heater is that you should technically have a, you know, mathematical advantage on attacking on turn 1. And also, Argon is not normally the type to give up that sort of turn 1. He doesn't want to break his tempo, right? Like, he wants to hit and get these 2 Prio Wind moves online to sort of hammer this Scunch on the next turn. He might just stay in thinking that the Gario, through the burn, is just not going to be able to deal enough to either of these slots. So we can see a compromise. Maybe the tubing double is correct then.
You know, also look at the back line for Tetoa. I think Tetoa is... yeah, maybe it's not super advantage, but I think it's a potential. I don't think the Scunch is going down in 3 attacks. So yeah, we see Tulkin coming out. Save Tulkin is very good into Tetoa's backline. We see the Tulkin coming out. We see oh, okay. This is an interesting turn.
Double swap into the Osiara, so not a lot of value from Gario here. Scunch is actually also going to leave. Tetoa goes to Moala.
Moala coming in.
Yeah. And the Cold Geyser, just a little bit of damage on the Shook, nothing particularly special. But now, Tetoa, the Gario can still avoid attacks. I believe the Moala is not Diabolo. So Argon kind of has to pick... kind of has to play another sort of shell game here.
Yeah.
Working on sort of what to do. about this
Tetoa-
incoming hypnotist.
Tetoa saying, "Hey, this Moala is not great into the 2 crystals, although he brought it into 1, so that was a interesting turn."
Tetoa has to be a little bit heads up here, because if he hits this tubing, it's really good for Argon. He'll be able to proc the bait and then carry it through the hypnotist turn. It's going Mashuk. Maybe he's a bit of a hedge here. Cervatro's Wrath does come out. That's more damage than it would have dealt to Gario, but Tetoa may be blocking against a double that way. And I wonder what we see from this Moala. It's going to be Nito Seho on the Ociara, and that's really smart from Tetoa. So now the Tuveen will not have the opportunity to block the Hypnotist. Both Tem's going to be going to sleep. Now Tetoa kind of gets a free swap if he wants. He can go to Scunch and throw Zen Meditation on it.
What a play.
Yeah.
What a play.
All of a
That
sudden
was...
the game gets very difficult for Argon once Zen Meditation gets onto Tetoa's team.
I mean, that was that was an incredible call, I think, that Tetoa just made. Seeing that the Mushuk wasn't necessarily really wanting that board state, and saying, okay, what does want that board state? It's the Tuvine in the back, and not hitting it because he knows it has bait.
Yeah, we see Tolkien come in again. This is not going to be a heater turn. It's actually a double swap out from Argon. It looks like that means that Mashuk stayed in. Hostile coming out from the Chim.
This is a lot of swapping from Argon's side, and yeah, there wasn't a whole lot he could have done that turn, and we see Gario coming back in, although this time it is on a board with Chimerian that has Frond Whip up, so you know, it's a little bit less it's not quite as safe. Although Chimerian now kind of has to decide between 2 targets. Do you hit the Moala that's boosted and that can Nito you in the face, or do you hit the Gario that's immediately threatening your Tolkien?
Some mental calculus probably going on for both players here as well. Like, does a Chimerian Frond Whip max speed outspeed Tetoa's Gario? Because if not, you know, Nito Seho plus like a Rockfall or an Earthbreaker will certainly take down the Chim before it can move. So everyone's going to stay in. So Tetoa may be underestimating the speed on this Chim a little bit here. Here's Nito Seho.
That's
not bring Chim down. What's Chim do? Chim is faster. Argon farming people here in these finals off of underestimating the speed on Chimerian, and Tetoa will immediately lose that boosted up threat.
Yeah, and that's a big tempo loss. I don't think it's the end of the game. I think that was definitely a rough turn for Tetoa, losing to the speed there. But the Chimerian is low, so the saving grace is that it is very low, and that, you know, he still has a Mushuk around, he has a Scunch, a couple of things that can deal with it. If the Scunch kind of goes untouched, I can still get a lot of value here. Oshiara is at half health.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, and we see the Glass Blade coming down. Transient Echo taking down the Chimerian, and we're going to see how much value the Scunch gets this game. Presumably F-Soul coming down, a Fire Tornado, so just going for the straight damage and not worrying about mitigating the 80-something base power wrenching with such. I think it's like 80-something without synergy.
Yeah, no Zen Meditation clicked onto that Scunch, so the damage just gonna be like pretty reasonable here. But immediately, like, Argon can just immediately throw down like an Ociara here or something and pin the Scunch, right? Like, there's no great swap-ins to that. He'll go for Tuvine instead. It's got Turbine up, which is a similar kind of play, basically forcing Tetoa to go for the Ninja Jutsu this turn.
I don't think he has it online. He would have suplexed last turn if he did.
Right, he did swap out. So yeah, no opportunity to Ninja there. So now he kind of has to swap out, but this is not a good board state to swap out of, especially when the partner Tem, the Moala, is outsped and KO'd by CPG. So tough board state here for Tetoa. All of this branching off of the sort of miscalculation on the Chimerian speed on turn 4.
Yeah, the loss of that Gario on that turn was absolutely brutal. This Tulkun kind of goes for free now, almost. No, it really does. With it outspeeding everything, the Scunch being low enough to be taken down by an F-Soul or a Tornado. Well, definitely Tornado, but I mean, yeah, it's. I think this is very rough for Tetoa. I think Argon has pulled ahead fairly far.
Nice
So yeah,
go there. It's not going to be enough though.
I think he was really hoping that was going to be enough for the takedown.
Yeah, wind bursts into the Scunch, goes down.
Yeah, I think this is going to be Argon closing the door on Tetoa. I don't think there's any way that with Mushuk being exposed to the Tornado on the board for Argon, there being a whole 2-Vine. Yeah, 2-Vine versus 2-Vine and some other Tems. I don't think that ever goes Tetoa's way. So.
Well, he does have a lot of value from the Mashuk. I mean, the Mashuk, I guess, is just going to get double tornadoed here.
Yes. It's Tornado Turbine takes out the Mushuk, and then it's 2-Vine versus 2-Vine and 2 of its friends. So the door is closed. Yeah.
Oh, no, that's not going to be enough, even through the coat. You see a peck come out. Nice. I was going for the Tulkun there, but didn't get it off in time. And Tetoa just, like I would say almost every other player that he's beat on his road to grand finals here, Argon just, every single one of them going, he can't be that fast. And then he is that fast.
Yeah.
You know, it happened with the Osakai outspeeding the harmful microwaves against Lulutror, and with the Mashuk outspeeding the Volcrane against Platt, and now the Chim outspeeding the Gario. The common thread throughout all these games is Argon is running a ton of speed, and people are not respecting it.
Yeah, and it's it's a lot of information for Tetoa going in. Now he knows he cannot sit the Gario in front of a front whip and expect to get value off of it. So maybe that might change how he approaches the second game. I don't
really
think
surprised he didn't just Zen med his Scunch. Like he doesn't. There's a nature Tem in the game. You no longer have autonomy up. Seems like a pretty straightforward. And it gets you closer to Ninja Jutsu, and Scunch with +2 is just, Oshidashi is effectively 2xing everything at that point.
Yeah, I agree with you, East. I think the Scunch was definitely the better recipient, and I think the risk taken on that Gario play wasn't, a necessary risk. But, let's move on to game 2. We see Osakai again coming down for Tetoa's side. Osakai ban, Scaravolt ban. And it's another Scunch pick. I mean, looks like we have this. We're gonna run it back. Well, let's see how the second pick is here. I'm not sure if he's gonna go for Gario again. I think he's gonna look at that Tulkun now. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we see Tulkun coming down. A little bit different. There's a lot more pressure onto the 2-Vine from Tetoa's side, just because now this Tulkun's not being burned, and I think Argon's Tulkun doesn't necessarily get as much value into this board.
Absolutely. I think the play that was available to Argon last time might be considered again, like just going for the double swap, particularly with a Water Blade user and Aquatic Whirlwind user, both on the same team here. Tetoa goes for another Gazu ban, so we will see the same set of bans here. Mashuk coming in the back. Looks like we're going to see Tulkun into the game instead of Gario. This will likely force a different. We see the Platypus already instead of one of these Tems. Seems somewhat unlikely that Chimerian will return to this game, but we shall see.
Yeah, I think without the Gario being an option, it's good into the Moala. And if 2-Vine goes down, the Moala looks a whole lot better. So I actually wouldn't be totally surprised to see the Chimerian pick up. Tetoa is packing a mental and 2 wins. Yeah, and we do see the Malala, or correction, the Chimerian coming down from Argon's side.
Yeah. You know, I think a question on a lot of people's minds going into this tournament was why Osakai and Chim for like a lot of these like Cuddly Clowns players. But as the tournament has developed, I think one of the things that really stands out about them is that they're both Tems that can be played max speed and with a lot of upfront damage, but also like very cheap, quick little prio taps, right? Like Hook from Osakai and at max speed, and Glassblade from Chim at like close to max speed as well, have been like decisively strong options for the Clowns player sort of throughout the tournament.
It's just a lot of options that either scale for free, or they can scale with, you know, clicking a move they want to click anyway. I mean, yeah, I think it's just a lot. It's like a handful of just really powerful, really powerful scaling.
Looking into this game, I mean, there isn't the Mushuk swap in now, so one of the benefits of that is that Tetoa isn't as pressured to leave on Scunch, right? Like, Tolkien, Pyromaniac, F-Soul into even burned Brawny Wrenching Massage from Scunch with the Marbles chip is going to be quite a bit of damage to anything that swaps in. So I wonder if Argon kind of needs to keep at least the Tolkien on the board here to continue to put pressure on Scunch here. We will see Osiara come in. And that is a nice morale boosting whip onto the Tolkien, provided it doesn't also swap out. Tetoa leaves on Scunch. Malala in again.
But I believe the Tolkien stayed this time. Tolkien stayed to Windburst to Malala. And we see a Windburst coming in onto the Oshiara spot. Tetoa heads up play, seeing that the Two-Vine was basically never staying, and keeping the Scunch healthy for the late game. And it's quite good, actually, to keep the Scunch healthy here if he's predicting the Two-Vine to leave. Because Chimerian never swaps in to the Tolkien that's not leaving. So it preserves these 2 melees for the 2 crystals that are in the backline.
Now, once again, Tetoa is pressured to swap out here, right? Like, we do see the Tolkien leave. This is probably Mishuk coming in. It's Tuvine. That is really interesting. Because there's no real reason for Argon to leave on either of these Tems. Oh, he was trying to call Mishuk, and Tuvine came up instead.
Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why Tetoa made that call, just saying, okay, it's too risky to eat a tornado onto that spot. It worked out. Also, yeah, I think it worked out pretty well. This Oshiara is low, but not going down.
Hypnotist in play. Perhaps now is the time for Scunch, or we could see maybe even a Mashuk here. If Mashuk gets Zen Meditation and Turbo Choreography off, it becomes very dangerous. And there really aren't that many good swap-ins from the back here for Argon. Obviously, they want to make a swap. They don't want to leave anything in with the 2 turns of sleep. But
I think this is the Scunch Zen Med turn.
Yeah.
I would expect to see Scunch here. There is a world. Yeah, I agree with you. There is a world where Mushuk is taken and there's a Turbo Choreography play of some sort. So Chimerian coming in. And Tolkien is kind of the only thing that's preventing some of this. Oh, if this is a Scunch play, this is going to be quite good from... Okay, it's Mushuk. Yep. That's
Mushuk
also
makes
okay.
sense, right? Yeah.
That's they're both okay. They're both okay here. Actually, on this board, it's arguably better because the bonus a helicopter kick for 2 Tems instead of 1. Maybe not the board that Argon necessarily wanted to see.
Yeah, the coat and the physical defense is going to help the Shook out quite a bit here against the attacks from the Tuvine, but the +1 CPG might just be enough to like do quite a bit of damage. Moala, I think, is also just threatened to go down from a Glass Blade here, which would definitely mean that both Chim and Tuvin will be able to like survive past the turn. Argon is not necessarily wanting to keep this board up for too long though, right? Because if Tolkien swaps in and Shook goes for Turbo, all of a sudden the game gets very, very hard for Argon.
Yeah, I think Tolkien resists every move that these two Tems can click.
Yeah.
So I would be very, like, I think it's fairly free to bring it in. I guess you could make the argument that Platimus is coming in, but Platimus doesn't want to eat a... Oh, Mushuk swap.
This is an interesting cross-up from Tetoa, because he understands that Argon thinks that he's going to go Tolkien on the other side. So in comes... And the Feather Gatling cover also resisted by Tolkien. So the plan was there to double the Mushuk when the Tolkien comes in for the Turbo play. Yeah, Determined means that's not going to go down. It could go down to a Transient Echo now, but it is still checked. And even though that was, like, correct in terms of mitigating damage, I gotta say, like, not getting the Turbo off there, I think is potentially going to cost Tetoa the game. Now OCR and Platimus are still faster than Tolkien. Mushuk can help clear those up, but there is still a Tolkien to threaten it there. I mean, we'll see. Tetoa has managed to do this thing that they've done in previous sets where they've preserved the Scunch for a very long time into the late game. Moala can go down here to a Glass Blade, but obviously Argon is not going to want to keep Chimerian in on this board.
Yeah.
Platimus is coming in one of these slots, you would imagine.
That's interesting. It looks like Tetoa is making a lot of hard reads on some of these turns. I would say, I would argue that swapping the Tolkien onto that spot was very much a hard read. Just because it was a positive board state for the Mushuk. So we see Tolkien coming in place. Yeah, not quite going down. Thing is very bulky. Yeah. Tornado, yeah, soaking a tornado. So if that was a Platimus, that would have been, a good tornado.
Yeah, like you said, I think Tetoa is trying to call Argon's swaps a little bit here. Argon is, I think, just making fairly correct plays. There's no reason to swap Platimus in when Tornado can be clicked because he has OCR, which can just outspeed Tolkien anyways. Right? He doesn't actually need to get the Whirlwind up. Now he can actually much more safely get Aquatic Whirlwind up if he so chooses, because Tetoa will have to swap Tolkien out this turn.
Yeah, I don't necessarily want to think that... I don't think Argon really wants to leave this board state, because if he were to go into Platimus and try to get the Aquatic Whirlwind up, if he were to have a Platimus Oshiara board, that's quite bad into Mushuk. So I don't think he wants that board state. I think the Tolkien being here, it's a lot of insurance. The Mushuk can't sit there for free. Now, on Tetoa's side, like you mentioned, there is still a basically full health Scunch, and it's going to take more than 2 moves to kill.
Committing Tornado there is really interesting because, now, I mean, Tetoa just stays in on both. I feel like this is... He goes for Teko onto OCR, I would imagine, but OCR is just faster.
Tsunami is faster.
Again, Argon is faster than you. Tsunami takes out both, and now Cervatio's Wrath is back up. Tolkien still has Tornado up, and
surely even an
has to bring something in.
Surely even an Absol would have been faster than the Oshiara's Tsunami.
How sure are you?
I mean, unless you have no speed, right?
Or if he's maximum, right?
Yeah, maybe.
And now we see the Mushuk kind of being protected in the back here, but it's not really possible for Tetoa to KO this Tolkien, so he can just hang on to the Fiery Soul. And OCR is going to continue to get value.
Yeah, he can't KO it this turn.
No, because he didn't bring his Scunch in to receive the Zen meditation, so he has no holds up on it.
Yeah, I think this is another game where Argon is once more really shutting the door on Tetoa here. Uh,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Tulkin holding on to Tornado, that's good for about 60% damage into the Mushuk through Coat. And that's going to be all I need. So we actually see the Trick Swap
Chuvine coming out for Mushuk, yep. Yeah, because Chuvine dies without doing anything, and he needs to get some kind of value off of it. We see F-Soul coming into the Scunch.
Yep.
Burned. Yep. Pretty good.
Spacious Wrath should bring the Scunch down to probably about 20% or so with the +1.
And it's burned, so it's not going to be getting a whole lot of value here. Wrenching Massage onto the Oshiara. Going down. This makes sense. I think Scunch is. Oh no, you know, it probably goes down to a Glass Blade from here.
Or an Aqua Bullet, hell. It's not faster, right?
Aqua Bullet. Yeah, you're right.
And there's no Ninja, because, once again, a Tem that is about to die before it gets a single attack off was the recipient of Zen Meditation for the second game in a row.
So we do see the Chimerian coming in. I'm pretty sure it goes down to a Glass Blade. Or an F-Soul, or, you know, anything.
I don't even think he hits the Scunch this turn, right? Like, Glass Blade is just enough chip to make sure Tornado KOs Mushuk through Coat, right? And then Mushuk will swap.
Yeah, Tetoa is trying to find a winning line. You have to try anything you can at this point. F-Soul taking out the Scunch. Yeah, and that's going to close the door, and Argon is going to take this 2-0. Very well positioned by Argon. The whole game, and it's been the story. Every game I've watched him, this and the last series, his positioning has been on point.
Yeah, absolutely. His use of speed to take advantage of the game has been really good, and he keeps getting marbles chipped too off his Tulkin, right, onto the Mushuk, so now it just goes down. And that's the game.
Yeah.
Argon is going to take a clean 2-0 through Winners Finals, and he will await the winner of the Losers Finals, which is a few games away still.
Yeah.
So I don't know about you, Alto. I kind of feel like the story of that game was like anytime you Zen Med 2 Tems and they don't get any attacks off and get KO'd, that's the game.
Yep. And I think, my take was, I think if Tetoa wanted to, a chance at pulling ahead, I think he had to get the Scunch online a little bit earlier. I think he held it for just a little bit too long. But Argon did a good job making it hard for him to pull that off. I think that Zen Med turn, I think that was it. And maybe the turbo, like you had mentioned, just to get a little bit more speed control.
Yeah, he went for a very value-oriented play, right? Where my Mushuk's about to take CPG in a wind move, I should protect it for my Tulkin, right? But the actual game-winning play maybe was to get speed up on Tulkin. So, even in that turn where he, got Tsunami'd down, you can just F-Soul ahead of the Osiara because you're turboed. That's, a big deal. Anyways, we're going to go to break, and when we're back, it's going to be Invincible going up against Senior Plat, so stay tuned for that. All right, and welcome back. I am here with the man with the steel gaze himself, Patterknife. How are you doing?
Hello, thanks for the introduction. Yeah, I'm doing well. I was watching the matches before, and we had some very, very good series here happening, so I'm hyped for our match upcoming right now.
Absolutely, yeah. We're going to see Senior Plat take the field again. He'll be going up against another of the Clowns players, Invincible, in the lower bracket semifinals here. Lower bracket quarterfinals. We're going to have the two pairs of players go up against each other. Jay Doragon will be going up against Notna later in the day. But now, two very good players. One of them has to go home. So we'll take a look at the set and just kind of see how things break down.
Yeah, and something that comes to my eyes, it looks kind of like a rematch from the earlier match when Argon was playing against Senior Plat. So definitely interesting how this will go now, because Senior Plat now trained basically 3 matches against a similar team. So he will probably have his ideas straight how he's going to play this. So very hyped to see how this will go.
similar is like doing a lot of work, and that they are exactly the same 8 Tems.
Yeah,
They are very, very, very similar. I wonder if the spreads may be somewhat similar as well. It does make it difficult for Plat. He's going to have to figure out sort of how to engineer the lines. We saw at the end of his set against Argon that one of his openers kind of got blown up by a glass blade from Chimerian. So we'll see if he's able to adapt deeper into the game here.
true. I mean, that's kind of the mind games, right? Because if Invincible maybe plays a bit slower Chimerian, these plays wouldn't work as much anymore. So here comes actually down if they're actually like on similar spreads or not, which I guess they might know, but I assume we don't know. At least I don't. So that's pretty hyped.
Yeah, one of the things that Plat can kind of struggle here is kind of as the TemCS season has gone along, he's developed a lot more speed onto his Tems. So we're going to see Mimit banned out as well as Tuveen here. So, you know, he's got speed on Platimus, he's got speed on Volcrane for sure, but speed investment is really rough when you have less than your opponent.
Yeah,
so, like the Volcrane and Platimus can kind of struggle there, and we saw the adjustment from Argon in Game 2 banning out the Platimus second phase.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing with Speed Invest. It's very binary in the specific board state. If you're faster, great. If not, not so great. And Senior Plat really picking fast here. He has like his plan straight, how he wants to play this, and Invincible has to counter pick now into the lead. So in theory, he has some options, right? He has 2 wins potentially, looking decent into the backline of Senior Plat. Or maybe he wants to pick something more lead focused, that's also an option. So definitely interesting what will happen here.
Yeah, I think the main thing that's sort of problematic for Plat as these games continue is that because Invincible and Argon before him have wins to counterpick, it takes a lot of the pressure off of the Mashuk, which means that they can kind of get tireless going. The on paper counter to that is like the Punchbag Gulder, which doesn't take very much from either the Toxic or melee attacks and hits back pretty hard with Harmful Lick. But something that is of concern for Plat in that matchup is that the first aid kit makes these very difficult. As we see, actually we're just going to see Invincible go for the Chimerian, so the same kind of idea.
Yeah.
Outspeed the Sting, change Arachnite's type, and hit it for 2x.
But, I mean, if Senior Plat reads that, he could just, like, double attack into either Mushuk or the Chimerian, just starting with hard hitting instead of trying to set up the typing if he knows he's slower. So we're getting some interesting 50-50s here. Because Invincible could also just choose to ignore it, kind of, maybe. I mean, it's hard for the Chimerian to do something against the Arachnite, so maybe not. But, I mean, there are some options for sure for both players.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think under any circumstances here Plat will go for a side Sting, right? Like there's no reason for him to do that. But I don't think there's anything on Invincible's side that actually resists Soul Shout and Soil Steam. So other than this plan to like work on Arachnite with what would probably be a Glass Blade here, it just seems a little like strange for Invincible to go for. I mean, it just they only get 1 wind, right? So they're gonna have to figure out a way to win the matchup with 1 wind without the surprise factor of being able to change Arachnite's typing early.
Yeah, that's true. And also keep in mind, Gazuma has wind only every other turn, so it's very, very hard to play around that. And I mean, both players know how this works, and we see instantly the Platimus coming in here for the Chimerian. Also, Arachnite leaving. Interesting.
Yeah, Plat immediately goes into Nidrasil instead. I wonder if he will just try and chip down. No, we're going to see the Sting instead. So Platimus does resist that pretty well. Mashuk, uppercut into Acra. Not quite a 2-hit KO, but it will be with a little bit of chip from Platimus. So now Plat maybe needing to kind of get out of dodge here on this Acronox. It's a decent Gulder board. Very, very interesting how Invincible and the Clowns teams in general have been able to like leverage good value out of Platimus in this matchup.
Yeah, that's actually very interesting here, what you just said. Like, the Platimus, in theory, has not the greatest typing into all of these Toxics from Senior Plat. but they kind of managed, like Argon managed to get a lot of value from it, hitting Yaula with it, or like the Vulcrane in earlier matches. So yeah, very, very interesting. And we see a double swap here for Invincible, trying to set a good board state again, getting the Tornado ready, which is very, very important in this matchup.
We see the Gulder come in. This will probably be a narcoleptic hit into Chimerian. Yeah, well resisted, but again, Pillow instead of E-Drink, so the Nid won't be able to take an action this turn. And now all of a sudden we've got Diabolo's up. The Gazuma can now start going for either the Self-Sparks play or the Tornado into the Gulder. It's a well-positioned board for Invincible. The only downside is that the Chimerian did not get the Fake Beard back, so could be slightly vulnerable to the Mom's Lunch. See if that's what Plat decides to go for here. But all in all, you can see like having the Crystal in the back for Narco. Like there's just a lot of really good ways that Invincible can make plays around Plat's options into dealing with his Temps.
Yeah, and I mean, he basically got some pretty good reads here in the first 2 turns. Especially like eating that narcoleptic hit with Chimerian was very good. Not taking a lot of damage here. And as you said, the Yaula is coming in, putting out the Mom's Lunch, hoping for the big attacks, but Gazuma is just going to Sparks here, not wasting its stamina. And
the Tim goes for Sharpening. So smart turn from Argon there, taking advantage of the swap, just go for the boosts. See, back the other way, the Chimbe is going to take the Toxic Ink, so it is down to an attack from Yowler here, but can put a ton of pressure onto Gulder.
I think the question now becomes, is the double enough to take out a Gulder? I mean, Gulder is super, super tanky, but I mean, both Temps have a little bit of setup now, and if that's enough to take out the Gulder, I think that might be a play for Invincible here, but I'm not sure if it's actually enough, so...
And I mean, the main thing that Invincible is really getting out of this is that Gazuma is like so well protected now. Like, Plat has to fight the Chimerian, he has to KO it. The Gulder is threatening to go down, so maybe he has to like sack Acronox or something like that. And as that develops, Chimerian is sort of acting as a shield for Gazu, and there's so much stuff in the back that is just going to get kind of wrecked by the wind moves that Gazu has going on here.
Yeah, and it's really a problem here. I mean, there are only 2 switch-ins into Tornado, basically. It's the Yowler and the Arachnite, in theory, but Plat decides to sacrifice the Acronox. Okay, I believe that's the kill here from the Tornado, and yeah, that did not look too close. So I believe
so now +3 Frond Whip onto the Yowler. Wow. That should be enough to put it in range of another hit, as Savage Suplex will drop the Chimerian down, and now Musha can come in while the Toxic is back online for Senior Plat. He can go back into Nidrasil now if he wants, but like everything that threatens the Gazuma is kind of slowly getting whittled down here. We see like the Arachnite's been forced to the back, the Yowler takes huge hits from Chimerian, and now this Gazu is like super free to continue its onslaught. Alternating between Sparks. It can also just leave and come back later when, you know, Yowler is a little bit more worn down. But the Sparks Gazu just way, way too difficult for Plat at this moment. He's going to need to figure out a way of dealing with it.
That's a very hard position here for him to be in. I mean, now, we see the Platimus come in here. Like, again, also Invincible trying to get value into the not toxic temps from Plat with his own Platimus. We see Diabolo proccing, healing the Platimus to full. And yeah, I mean, the question is, what will Plat try to do to come back here, basically? Because I think Invincible is right now a little bit in the driver's seat in this match. So
yeah, absolutely.
Senior Plat has to figure something out, and I myself can't see the line of play for him at the moment. But if he gets to apply Poison Ticks onto Gazuma before it leaves, that would be probably huge. If it stays this turn, for example.
Yeah, no real reason to, but he could make that play. He could opt to stay in on the Gazu. I would imagine the Mashuk is probably looking pretty good here. And no swap into the narco hit this time, so either Gazu, Mashuk, or Usakai are going to take pretty big damage from that.
Yeah, that's true. Narcoleptic hit starting to really hurt here. And
Cooler does come in.
yeah. And we see another Sparks into Gazuma, interesting. Thanks to Receptive, it will also keep this Vigorized buff for the next turn, which really helps for the Tornado. And yeah, good ace spread here. Applying that really needed true damage into the Gazuma.
Yeah, this is not, I would say, super ideal for Invincible. Like, he gets a +2 Tornado off, but I wonder if the Gazuma can get sort of brought down here by, like, the combination of, like, Harmful Lick and, like, a Spores or something. So maybe we see Plat, like, try to go for an Arachnite or something here. Be very curious to see kind of what players go for. If the Gazuma takes a big chunk out of the Guldur, the main problem for Invincible in the late game is going to be dealing with Nidrasil. But I think he's actually decently favored into that because the Osakai's Inner Spirit. So Yowler's going to come in instead.
And lunch not ready yet. Ooh, okay. That's a read, if I could call that. I mean,
oh, but he gets also the Tornado into the Yowler. That's not what you want to see if you're Invincible, right? Like, having to burn both of those moves. It's actually a slight overexertion for the Gazu as well.
yeah, and the Harmful Lick. Ooh, that's gonna hurt, right? So yeah, I mean, Gazuma is living the 2 poison ticks, but it will be super low, and the question is, will Invincible be able to get Tornado back online for this match? Because these Toxics are very hard to kill. And
Indeed. I wonder if this is the Bark Shield turn now from Plat, just to make the Guldur even more. So now, like, the Gazuma can't really do anything. It has to leave, right? So
yeah.
now, like Guldur is kind of hard for Osakai to deal with. It's kind of hard for, like, but Nidrasil has the Narco, which is good for it, and the Ace Spread, which is quite good into it, and Platinum really is kind of like hard walled out here, right? So the main way for Invincible to get back into the game is to go for like a Mashuk and start scaling up Tireless. So I think for that reason, this turn we might see Plat just go for like Toxic Ink onto Gazuma and Bark Shield on Nidrasil, just to make it like really hard for Invincible to take down either of these Tems with the Mashuk. Or the Platimus, and once that's sort of in play, it's quite good for him to just kind of start throwing narco hits at the Mashuk slot.
Yeah, and we see Zuma's leaving for the Mashuk, so let's see if Plat's actually reading this with a narcoleptic hit.
In comes the Shook, and we do see the Bark Shield.
Yeah, as you said, the Bark Shield coming in, and I mean, these two are like so big walls now. I mean, we haven't seen it yet, but Nidrasil can also apply healing to Guldur, and I don't know if you can kill a Guldur that's like having healing ticks, nutrition bar proccing every turn.
Yeah.
That sounds like a pain to deal with. So
It is. So the key thing for Plat is basically to just like not lay off. He has to try and like not lay off the gas here, right? Like it wants to continuously hit both slots as often as possible to stop Invincible from swapping in Gazuma.
yes, exactly. You can't give him the free Gazuma switch in because that Tornado would be a big problem. Even if you have the Arachnite in the back, I think it's very dangerous.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me too much to see Plat go for an A spread here instead of the Narco hit. He doesn't get the Pillow Heal this turn, so he does just go for 5 Spores into Guldur instead. This preserves the Narcoleptic hit healing.
Yeah, and I mean, it just means
For the beef up.
yeah, that Guldur is not gonna die anytime soon. Basically, that's what that
But
means.
it can though, which is the problem for Plat, right? Is that now Osakai, once it builds up Dust Vortex, it can actually KO the Guldur with the help of the Gazuma.
Oh yeah, but that's the thing, right? Like, how is Kazuma getting into the board and getting Tornado ready? Because you could, for example, just cover the switch in with a narcoleptic hit onto Mushuk. I think that's an option you could do. Meanwhile, playing Poison Ticks to Osukai maybe. That's one of the ideas you could go for. Or you just allergic spread maybe, making sure that like everything is poisoned. Like there's some options here, and we see the hooks starting to come into the Nidrasil. Nidrasil can't heal itself, aside from Pillow, of course. I mean, Pillow heals a little bit, but
I don't think Plat can safely go for Narco here. He does go for it, but I'm very curious about this play. Because now Nidrasil is asleep. This is the turn that, this coming turn is the turn that now Invincible can start to get Gazuma in the game safely.
Is it safely though? I mean, it's still, let's say it's
not
a
entirely
50-50,
safe.
right?
Kind of a 50-50, yeah.
Yeah, because you could like harmful leak either slot if you read the Gazuma coming in, but I agree, this is the turn when you try to get it back in. Get the Tornado ready, make it ready to at least go down with one of the Toxics here. Yeah, I think this could be like the deciding turn of the game and see Mushuk leave.
Kazuma in. What does Plat do?
Does he read it, is the question. Arachnite, and that means if Kazuma is not hit, the Tornado is guaranteed to hit a Toxic Tem.
DV from the Kai. That's a lot of damage into Gulder.
Yeah, that's a lot of
Gulder
damage.
goes, he got him.
He caught the Kazuma, so that means no Tornado
Wow.
coming in. Yeah, that was important.
Oh, I would say absolutely important, because now just Nid comes back in and Gulder goes for like a harmful lick onto Osakai, and it's very hard for Invincible to KO. Actually, is it? The Gulder is kind of running out of gas.
Yeah, but you can
And-
harmful lick once more guaranteed to kill Osukai potentially.
I suppose it doesn't need to be a lick. It could be just like water cannon here from, or like unseen blow here from Arachnite. There's actually not a ton of reason, I don't think, for Plat to swap. He could swap, but
I think you could just stay and attack here once more. Take
the
out
swap
another
actually
10.
makes more sense. The swap makes more sense because now if you're Plat, if you can KO Osakai, you can side sports Gulder, and it's very, very hard for you to die.
Yeah.
Nutbar 5% per turn, Spores 10% per turn. Invincible can like scale up with Tireless, but then he's exhausting his own HP. So I like Nid coming back in here quite a bit for Plat.
Let's see, we see a quadding into the Nidrasil, yeah. He hoped the Arachnite would stay, basically. And he followed it up with the Inner Spirit, I believe.
This will do a lot to the Nid. It might actually be enough to bring it down.
Let's see. Oh, almost. Yeah, almost.
That is still like a very good result for Invincible in the sense that now he can KO the Nid.
Yeah, Nidrasil is finally going down. That means no more healing for Gulder, basically. No more side spores.
I actually think this is starting to look favored for Invincible. Perhaps that was a misplay from Plat going for the or like a not ideal Nid swap there, because the Arachnite doesn't actually, like, the Arachnite is going to end up in the same spot it was in before. It's going to get turned into a water and hit by a hard-hitting move. I think he was perhaps meant to just sacrifice the Arachnite there to get the Nidrasil to have more bulk here, because now
Oh,
Nid can't really do anything on this board.
Arachnite coming in. Hopefully, maybe trying to get the poison type before the water type. Let's see. Gulder getting hit here by the Mushuk, okay. What is... We see a Rotten
Oh,
Boost.
Invincible. That's the only way that Plat could get... Like, that's such a good play for Plat now. He changes the typing
Yeah.
by trying to go for the Toxic KO move, and just like that, Plat is, like, I think in control of the game at this point.
Yeah, the spider is not going to die, which is the big issue now here, I believe. And
Yeah, he just... Invincible just, like, let Plat's Arachnite wall him out of the game. So,
and that's
GG's.
a conceit. Congrats to Plat for taking game one here.
yeah, two very dangerous turns towards the end of the game there. Like, Plat letting his Nid take the Inner Spirit, and then Invincible letting the Arachnite take the Rotten Goo. Both, like, very swingy turns to the end game there, and I think Plat was able to properly pilot that mid game, but you can see that the matchup for him is very, very difficult with the Mashuk and the Gazuma as we get back into the next game here.
Yeah, and we see Invincible again on blue side, I believe.
Yeah.
And yeah, we see the Mushuk coming in first, Arachnite and Acronox again. So the question is, are we going to see Chimurian again? And are they replaying this, or will he mix things up? Because I think he has options in theory here. I don't believe he has to pick Chimurian now that he sees the lead of Senior Plat.
The Chimurian is to stop Plat from going for the side sting, right? So if he decides to do that, we could see him opt to take something different here.
Yeah. I mean, he's taking his time thinking about it. He probably had already thought about it during the match, I believe. I mean, these players know what they do. So I'm very interested. I mean, running it back, I mean, the game was very close. Running it back makes sense to me. And we see similar bans again, Tulkan taking out. And the question is, will Invincible change his bans now? Or will he continue with? I believe he banned the... what did he ban last time? Platimus maybe? Or Vulcrane?
No, I think the ban was Plat last time. It's going to be Nid this time.
Yeah, Nid denying the healing basically for the super buffing Gulda. And yeah, we leave the OCR again on Invincible's side, and Senior Plat has the choice between Vulcrane and his own Platimus. And he decides, yeah. Very interesting. That means Senior Plat has one very fast Tem with his own Platimus, and I think the rest of Invincible's team is safely faster, aside from, yeah, the Platimus on Senior Plat's side.
I wonder if... So what happened in game one here is that Invincible broke his tempo by going out of Chimurian into Platimus, but Plat did not take advantage of that, and I wonder if the plan here might be to just leave the Arachnite in this time and just throw an unseen blow to chase the Chimurian out. So that way, if Platimus comes in, it does take quite a bit of damage, but Plat maybe not valuing that as much. He could target the Mashuk as well here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, getting damage onto Mashuk is great, I believe. You always take that, and I mean, we saw it in the Argon versus Senior Plat matches. That Mashuk took a lot of damage from Arachnite's unseen blows, especially after it got the typing change. So yeah, definitely interesting here.
You want to be really careful. I could see even Soul Shout in case the Chim stays in. Chim does leave. Plat doesn't have as easy of a swap in, right? There's no Nid he can pivot into here to get Narco up.
Oh yeah, that's true. When we see the Sting again, okay.
He does just stay in on Arachnite here.
Yeah, we see the uppercut hitting the Acronox again, yeah. So it looks almost like the turn one last match, basically. But the unseen blow hitting the Mashuk here, I like that. Mashuk is super hard to deal with Senior Plat because it's kind of faster than everything he has. Aside from Platimus that has a hard time hitting it. So yeah, getting the Mashuk HP down really helps in the long run, for sure. Denying the tireless gaming to start.
This is a very difficult situation for Plat now, right? With no Narco hit to check the Shook, so it's understandable he went for the hit there. He can't do another unseen blow, as that will put the Shook into first aid kit range. He does go for the Sting onto the Shook, actually, just to get a little bit of damage off before he goes down.
Interesting. And is that an Aqua Bullet Hell into the Acronox? I believe it is, yeah. Wow, Acronox being taken out already, and... Is that a T-Strike? Oh no, another unseen blow, okay. He still goes for them, Shook, even with the first aid kit?
Yeah, so it will get the first aid kit off here. This is basically just putting it in a position where now it can go down to another double, or start to go down later as the Gulder comes in. So one Toxic down. Platymus getting a lot of value there, as did Mashuk.
Yeah, for sure. Invincible basically head starting here this match, already 1-10 down, and he's threatening another, like, at least a hard hit onto the Arachnite, right? Like, I mean, an Aquatic Whirlwind into a Wastewater probably deals with an Arachnite, I believe. But
Yeah,
he has options. He has a Platymus to switch in, he has a Yowler he could bring in too. But I think Platymus makes the most sense for Senior Plat here, if he wants to switch out. Just resisting the water move, and then only taking neutral damage from Wastewater.
Invincible's got to do a better job with this game of protecting Gazuma. I think he has done that thus far. Be very interesting to see what happens here, because Aquatic Whirlwind was kept, right? So Arachnite is in quite a bit of danger if it stays in. It takes Whirlwind, it takes 2x, it takes Wastewater, it takes 2x. It's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, when was he? Platymus leaving, interesting.
For Chimerian, yeah.
Yeah. And the Arachnite leaving as well, so that might be the Platymus, yeah. Ooh, a perfect chip into the Gulder. I believe we haven't seen that yet.
Yeah,
At least not in the last
set.
match. Yeah, that might be it. And I mean, lowering Gulder's defense is actually very, very important, right? It heals HP back all the time, but the HP gets less and less value if your defenses goes lower and lower. So...
But by the same token, the only 2 physical attackers Invincible has are already on the board, and they're already quite damaged. And now, kind of how this flips around and becomes very interesting is that Invincible's Chimerian is faster than Plat's Arachnite. Sorry, faster than Plat's Platymus, and that changes the Arachnite board state quite a bit here. Because now, normally this would be a very simple operation for Plat. You swap Arachnite in for Gulder, you Toxin Shower, you turn Arachnite into a Toxic Tem, you win the game. But instead, he's going to have to stay in on Gulder here, and he's going to take so much damage to sort of get this off.
I mean, maybe the saving grace is that Platymus has Diabolo, I believe, so if Gulder somehow gets there, which right now looks a bit hard, not taking out the Musho actually very, very sad for Senior Plat here. I mean, okay, he just doubles, yeah.
Well, I think the fact that he licks it is actually a little bit worse for Plat. Just in terms of, if he had licked the Chimerian would be out of the game now, and Aquatic Whirlwind would have finished off the Mashuk.
True.
So now again, once again, just the Chim being faster than the Platymus really puts Plat in a difficult position. He has already used his Toxin Shower.
Ooh, and I think that's actually a very smart Gazuma board, right? Gulda is threatened to die, so there's like, and Platymus is like also trying to deal with Chimerian in a way, so Invincible trying to overload Senior Plat here basically with like threats that he has to deal with, and he has to find answers very, very quickly because the timer is running. And
yeah, and unlike a lot of anonymous players who run Rotten Goo here, Plat is playing Urushiol Platymus.
Oh,
so
okay.
he do not have a toxic move that KOs this Chimerian this turn. So I actually think the lick going into the Mashuk was very dangerous for him to do if Invincible didn't go down to the Toxin Shower, and he would have known that. So he likely is going to, he could lose Gulder and take quite a bit of damage on the Platymus here as a result.
Yeah. That's actually a potential that could happen, yeah. And I mean, that makes the game so far look like it's in Invincible's driving seat again, but I mean, we said it last time too, or I said it last time too, and well, things happen, so...
I wonder if he doubles the Platymus here. This would be very good for Invincible if he just doubles Platymus.
Yeah,
and the Platymus doesn't go down, he does do it, but Platymus doesn't go down.
Yeah, close, very close here.
So this changes... How this changes is that unlike most of the Tems on Invincible's team, the Gazuma is actually slower, but the Chim has Glass Blade.
Yeah, true. So Platymus is actually threatened to just die here from the Glass Blade in theory. Or is the Gazuma faster than the Chimerian? Because if that's okay. No. Because if that would have been the case, you could Tesla Prison into CPG into the Arachnite. potentially to deal also very, very big damage. But if you say that's not the case, that option of course goes down. But yeah, Platim was really, really having a hard time from Senior Plat here because, I mean, having speed invest is great, but if you're not having enough to outspeed the other side, it's turning from good investment into a very, very awkward state. And
That's such a strange swamp play. Asma goes for T-Prison, just expecting the move into... Wow. That was quite the exchange there. We see Unseen Blow is going to hit the Platimus.
Yeah.
I like this from Invincible. Now he's set up to go for an Aquatic Whirlwind into Electric Storm that can clean up this game.
Yeah, and as we earlier said multiple times, Platimus for Invincible is a not important tem, so eating damage with it is actually what you want often, because you rather take damage on your less useful tems than on your very important tems, right?
There's no E-Storm on the Gazu, actually. It's Sparks. So it's like, unless it's no Turbo, it's no E-Storm either. So now the game gets a little bit weird. In the sense that, like, Gazma is going to take a pretty hefty blow here, and it could go down to a Whirlwind after, but, like, taking out Gazma is actually not that big of a priority.
I mean, the Toxics are low, right? Gazuma's job is kind of done without Gazuma having even to do much about for it, like...
Yeah, Chim and Mashuk did it.
Yeah, they... Else. Yeah, and we see it. Is that a Tesla Prison following it up? Or is Gazuma trying to Tornado Guldur? You see a Tesla Prison into the Arachnite. Is that enough to kill? Let's see. No. Not quite. Not quite.
That's a really interesting turn for Invincible here, because I think he might lose his Platimus to do that, because that's going to be a boosted Unseen Blow.
Ooh,
not quite.
Almost. Yeah, very close on both sides here. Guldur doing some good work here, applying true damage onto Gazuma. That's ticking lower and lower.
Nice Diabolo.
Yeah.
I think that Diabolo is just going to win Invincible the game from here. The Yowler has to do way too much work. The Osakai the Platimus is being saved for the Osakai, but I believe it's actually quite possible that this Osakai is faster than Plat's Platimus.
Oh, that's actually something we have to see, right? Because that depends on the TVs, yeah.
And then the hook likely takes out the Plat.
Yeah, if that's the case, for
Invincible
sure.
Making the right reads this game, for sure. The Chimurian, very, very valuable.
Yeah. I mean, Mushuk Chimurian did so much work. They're taking away so many HP from Senior Plat. I mean, the Guldur taking so much damage from the lower defense Crystal Plume earlier just made that huge problem from the first game kind of dying quickly now. And Yowler coming in, you see the sparks.
I like the sparks play here, because now the Toxin Shower is definitely going to clear out Arachnite thanks to the wind damage.
And yeah, as you said,
now it's going to be able to get +2 Aquatic Whirlwind off into Yowler, which should just kind of seal the game from there.
Yeah, and Gazuma can just Tornado into Guldur, take out the last Toxic here from Senior Plat, so...
Yeah, it's weird just in the sense that Platimus can Whirlwind the Gazma, and I believe it's faster, but Invincible can counter by going for Rotten Goo. And then Chim clears Guldur, and Osakai should be able to handle the Yowler in the end game.
And I mean, Yowler is on the board already, so it has to hit and lose stamina over time. Meanwhile, Osakai is just sitting. Oh, the priority from the synergy. Yeah.
Flatness the Darkness turn there. That was a pretty good Darkness turn, I would imagine.
Oh, he has Darkness on Yowler?
Yeah.
Oh, that's some cool tech. Oh, I would love to see that. Oh my god. Breaking the synergy there.
He goes for the clinch on Plat, so now Gazma will be able to Tornado Guldur, and that'll be it for this game.
Yeah, that's probably it, and let's see who he goes in now.
Would that have mattered?
Not really, probably.
The
but...
Gazu would be dead. The Gazu would be dead instead of the Plat.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter.
And yeah, Tornado is gonna clear out the Guldur, and Osakai is starting to hook Yowler, I believe.
Yeah. And this will be just a couple hooks into an Inner Spirit, probably.
Or even a Dust Vortex now already. I mean, Chim is coming in for Gazuma, I believe. Unless Gazuma is surviving this. But Yowlar is a strong Tem, but I believe that's a bit too much to ask from it right now.
This is good data, like seeing that it's almost a 2-hit KO. The suplex is good data for the next game, but yeah, Plat just getting caught on a couple of reads. They're going for swaps, trying to protect Tems against the Gazu. I wonder if we see him kind of go away from the plan that he's kind of been going for on these. But I mean, I guess he has blue side now, so he will have counterpick in this one. But I think that game was a little more along the lines of like where this matchup is. You see like triple wind Mushuk, very difficult for Plat to deal with, and then a lot of his answers that he's sort of brought to the matchup are attempts like Volcrane, and Volcrane is not going to get it done against double water as well. So we'll kind of see here. Tolkien banned out instead. Arachnite opened up.
And the important thing, we see the side swapping. As you said, Senior Plat took blue side. So yeah, that means Invincible has to blind pick his 2 Tems here. And Senior Plat, depending on, can maybe like counter something if Invincible maybe doesn't pick the perfect combination of Tems, because like on orange side, it's really, really hard sometimes if there's like always the perfect counter for your lead options. You really want 2 Tems that are good into the first Tem from the opponent, but also cover everything else that could be picked, and that's really, really hard. So yeah, Invincible taking his time.
Reserve here, yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's just going to go back to Shook Chim though.
Ooh, that's a Tuva. Oh, interesting.
That's
when we see
really weird. He didn't pick the Chim, so he can't outspeed the side hook anymore. That's a really dangerous potential play there for Invincible on the draft. Taking the wind instead, I suppose that means he will just swap out turn 1.
Potentially, that could be it. I mean, if you start on orange side, yeah. Ooh, okay. Well, they both know what they wanted to pick there after the beginning.
Yeah, no Acronox here is kind of interesting. I guess it does struggle into the Platimus and the Chim as well. So this is he about to get pecked?
I see the peg earlier today. So who knows? Yeah, I saw that. That was great. That was fun.
If Tuvin has it, it's going to be very funny.
Yeah, for sure. And
there's no way, right?
It's unlikely, I would say. Especially if you have Chumurian. I mean, humiliating slap together with a Chumurian sounds such a good combo. Yeah.
Probably a slap.
But until we see it, we don't know. So, yeah, Tulane leaving for Platimus makes a lot of sense, I would say. And we see Selfhook into Volcrane, making sure it's not dying turn 2. And the Arachnite getting turned
toxic.
Ooh, okay. The question is, does Plat read it with a T-strike into the Platimus, maybe?
No,
we see a soul shot.
He doesn't really need to go for. He doesn't really need to go for the T-strike because he's just totally free and clear here to go for. Like the Volcrane is set up. It doesn't take 2x. It doesn't take 4x from the Whirlwind anymore. And by the time it will, Plat will just have Ninja Jutsu up on Volcrane to outspeed it. Like this is a pretty free hook turn, I would say, from Plat again. He can target Platimus. I guess he has to watch out for the Platimus going for Toxin Shower, so you might see him do Stone Trench instead, just to get kind of good damage going. If Platimus goes for Toxin Shower, Stone Trench Thunderstrike is going to do a lot of damage. I'm not sure if it will KO the Plat. Plat has very high special defense, but this Platimus is now all of a sudden on a board it does not want to be on. And the Tuvin can 2x the Arachnite. Like, the Tuvin actually looks pretty good for Invincible if he can get the Volcrane out of the game.
Yeah, I think that's the dance for the game here. Volcrane versus the Tuvine here. For both sides, they both need their answers for the, like, Tuvine needs to deal so much damage to Senior Plat's side, and Volcrane is the best answer for that. So he kind of needs Volcrane alive for that. Especially
the
like
second turn is really tough for Invincible now.
Yeah, it's a hard choice here. I mean, what is Mushuk gonna do? Is it trying to hit the Arachnite with melee moves? Is it trying to waste Water Volcrane? All doesn't look too pretty here, I would say. And Arachnite is...
I could see that. I could see going for like a couple different plays here. I wouldn't. I could see Turbo onto the Platypus so that Whirlwind outspeeds Ninja, but no, we won't see that.
That's an interesting idea. Ooh. Interesting. Tuvine bringing it in now that we get to see the Flaming Meteorite potentially next turn. And we see the Turbo, okay. Well, I guess you are half correct here. The Turbo is still incoming. And +3 speed on both of these Temps, pretty valuable here. Volcrane's Ninja, no longer the fastest thing in the game now. And I mean, Tuvine has a pretty good physical defense, so it might actually just take one Flaming Meteorite if it wants to.
Mushuk is not taking a +4 Flaming Meteorite.
Oh, not the Mushuk, I mean the Tuvine.
Oh,
yeah.
the Tuvine is not taking a +4 Flaming Meteorite.
Oh, really? Okay.
No. That's a lot of damage, my guy.
Yeah.
That is,
I mean,
that is double attack, 145 base power from probably an attack invested Tem. Tuvine does have a lot of base defense, though. The neat thing about this is that the Tuvine can go now before Arachnite and go for like a Feather Gatling play if Invincible so chooses. I'm thinking that it's so difficult to swap in around this Volcrane now, though. Like, you bring Platypus in, +4 attack Flaming Meteorite, plus an Unseen Blow is probably KOing Platypus. It's probably KOing almost everything Invincible has, except for perhaps Osakai.
Yeah, but then Osakai is chipped down by a lot, so... And we see Osakai coming in here, actually. And... yeah... Arachnite leaving. Okay. Ghoulder coming in here. Interesting.
Stone Trench, perhaps? We see
it's a perfect... Ooh,
nice jab.
Yeah, big value here, potentially. Setting up the Ghoulder, and it's the Flaming Meteorite. Is it into Osukai or into the Mushuk? It's the Mushuk, and yeah, that's going to leave twice here. And...
Don't know how happy you are about that if you're Plat. Like, now your Volcrane has to leave if Platypus comes in, because it's threatened by the double here.
It also frees up Tuvine a little bit, right? Because we know the Flaming Meteorite is down. And I don't know if it has Embers or any other fire move here. And so... until Volcrane has back the Flaming Meteorite, I think Tuvine is pretty happy to play this game on +3 speed.
On the other side of the coin, though, this is 2 crystals, Earth, and a Water going up against a +2 Arachnite that's Toxic type and has Soul Shout, Thunderstrike, and Water Cannon. So Arachnite is really well positioned as a win condition. It would honestly not super surprise me to see Plat just Ninja Jutsu Osakai this turn.
Yeah, I mean Arachnite is maybe the win con, as you say. The question is, can Invincible burn through the other Temps here fast enough for...
Yeah, see, Invincible is trying to bait with the Platypus, but I don't think Plat really cares about the Platypus for the rest of this game. So he's going to swap Volcrane. Yeah, he's not going to take the bait. Platypus comes in.
Interesting. And we see another hook here coming into Platypus, not dealing too much damage here. And we see a tank into Osuka here, starting to chip it down.
One of the differences with Plat versus a lot of other Platypus players is that he will run a lot of bulk on the Platypus, so I don't think that Tuvine can KO it, but I wonder if Tuvine and Osakai together can KO it. If that sort of creates a very difficult board state for Cinder Plat here.
Yeah, and it depends if it KOs or not, right? Because that changes how this turn will go, and it seems like Invincible is not sure that he will KO, so he leaves. And the Aquatic going into Tuvine. Yeah, that's a very good damage here. We see a Feather Gatling into Platypus here, dealing good amount of damage, but that wouldn't have killed, I believe. together with another hook, so correct decision here.
Yeah, there's the ink. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Tuvin again. Now, just a big ol' harmful lick will finish it off. And even at -2 defense, Gulder is kind of chilling on this board. Tuvin sort of has to make a decision which one it wants to go for here.
Yeah.
And then when that's done, it's just going to be Tuvin sort of out of the game and Arachnite sort of able to get the advantage from there.
Yeah, Arachnite definitely set up here to win, and I mean, if you just look at the HPs here, it's looking really, really good for Senior Plat already. He has like 4.5 Temps almost alive. I mean, that Feather Gatling is gonna hurt, but that means Tuvine is potentially going down. It lives the Poison Tick, so Gulder has to invest another attack to take it out here. Rotten being blocked onto the Platimus and harmful leak into the Platimus. That means I believe Tuvine gets to see another turn. Wow.
Yeah, a bit of a misstep there probably from Plat. Now the Turbine I don't believe was committed, right? As we see the Diabolo's going to heal up the Gulder, but Tuvin getting to attack again, not going for that like Aqua Bullet Hell to try and finish it off before he does dodge the other attack from Invincible. So now like Yaller with the Mom's Lunch starts to look pretty good. I wonder if he saves which Tem he wants to try and save with that, or if he's just going to say, you know what, hit me. You can only hit one of my Toxics at once.
Yeah, you can only hit one of them.
This thing.
True. And we see Platimus leave here. And Chimerian coming in, okay. Interesting. Question is, somebody else leaving too, or are both Toxics just staying here trying to get the kill onto Tuvine? Okay, Platimus leaving, that means if Tuvine goes for Gulder, I believe, it sees another turn.
I'm not so sure about that, mostly because, oh no, the Gulder does go down.
Ooh, it's gone, but that means Vulcan is happy to come in here, right?
Somewhat, yeah. I don't believe Meteorite is up.
No, but
now he just gets one more turn of value out of the Tuvin here. He just gets to attack the Yaller, which is just nice chip.
For sure.
Ninja Jutsu is up, I believe. Valkyrie can also just go for Stone Trench here, which is nice, or just another hook into Chim, if they so choose. But this is not that ideal for Plat, just because, like, yeah, we see the CPG just getting the good damage into Yaller.
Yeah.
Tuvin not going down to the lunch. Bit of a miscalculation, perhaps, there from Plat. Valkyrie will get Stone Trench off, so Yaller is going to take another hit from Chim here, or the Chim could just sharpen.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, ooh, we see the front whip here trying to deal good damage, and it's actually very good damage here into the Yaller, but the suplex, is that enough to take out the Chimerian? Ooh, almost. Okay. Yeah.
But I like that for Invincible quite a bit. The Chim is now kind of clear of being hit by the Vulcan because something is coming in on the other slot that threatens it.
Yeah.
The Osakai, looks like.
Yeah. It's the Osakai here, saying hello.
But Invincible is running out of turns, but he is sort of flush with opportunities to steal turns. So now Chim, for example, with the CPG can take down the Yaller. There isn't really like a very good swap in for that, and no reason for Plat to save it. The Vulcan is KO'd to Dust Vortex, and there's no Trench up, so he's probably just going to Ninja Jutsu or swap out. He's just going to Ninja Jutsu. This is +4 Ninja.
Yeah.
It's not very much.
I mean, Osakai is a very good base defense here. Pretty bulky Tem, and Yala's going down. Vulcan potentially going down too.
Oh, that overexertion is tough for Invincible, though.
Yeah, that really hurts, having the Chimerian now on the board. And yeah, Vulcan leaving the board to the Inner Spirit. Nothing you can do about that one. And Arachnite and Platimus coming in now. I
believe Plat has saved Aquatic Whirlwind here. He might not necessarily even need to do it. I think he can just, like, Unseen Blow the Osakai, and it should be enough to go down.
And I mean, I think the full HP Arachnite here is just too much for Invincible to deal with. Like, he has no wind moves anymore. And I mean, Platimus is still quite a fast Tem here.
It's going to be close just because, like, +2 DV into Arachnite is a lot of damage, and Chim can also deal quite a bit of damage, and Plat doesn't have the speed necessarily to counteract that. So Invincible goes for Platimus here.
Yeah, trying to bait the
Platimus
aquatic.
throws Whirlwind there. If
Yeah.
Chim survives the turn, Arachnite goes for Unseen Blow. Chim does not survive the turn.
Yeah. Okay.
But Whirlwind is down.
Yeah, that's the thing, to get another move out of the Osuka here. He basically sacrificed the Chimurian, but...
He will get a DV off here.
Yeah, but is it enough is the question, and I am not sure.
Well, the
Because-
water cannon should take it down.
Yeah, any move basically from either Tem takes out the Osukai, like the Water Cannon or the Aqua Bullet Hell is enough to take out Osukai. And Platimus will then have a hard time to deal with another Platimus and a toxic type Arachnite. So yeah, let's see what both will click here. We see the Dust Vortex into the Arachnite. And that's not enough. No, probably not. Yeah, Aqua Bullet Hell
from the Platimus first, takes down the Osakai. We can see Toxin Shower here to prolong it for Invincible. It's just going to be Rotten Goo into Platimus. That won't get it done. And, oh, if you're a PDX fan, you can breathe a sigh of relief because after a very close set, Senior Plat takes it over Invincible.
Great 3-game series here, and we
Yeah,
saw a lot of
absolutely.
different turns from very, very similar beginnings, basically, every match, and they all turned out differently, so very interesting.
For sure. I think the alarm bells were definitely going off for Plat when he saw Perfect Jab come out from Mashuk. Like, that's something that I don't think Argon's team had, and, like, that really changes the math with, like, Chimmarine versus Gul'dir. Like, that really makes Gul'dir a lot worse in that matchup, which is something that I think he was maybe banking on it being a bit better. I just think that turn 1 from Invincible was kind of rough, like going for the wastewater onto the Arachnite, like turning the Arachnite toxic and letting the Volcrane go for the self hook. I think Invincible was kind of dialed in on the side hook from Volcrane, and it's sort of ironic in the set against Argon. Plat ends up losing because he focuses in too much on the side hook, and then in game 3 against Invincible, it's actually Invincible who overreads that Volcrane is going to side hook, and it self hooks instead, completely neutralizing the Platimus swap in and letting the Arachnite turn toxic, which made it very hard for Invincible to win from there.
For sure, and I mean that's just so small things that change the match completely, basically. And yeah, really, really cool series here at our hands, and
For sure. We're gonna go to break. We'll be back with our second round of losers bracket. It's going to be Notna, who's had quite the losers bracket run, going up against Jade Oregon. So stay tuned.
And we're back after that nail biter of a match. That was pretty wild to see. Looked really close between Plat and Invincible. Really close.
yeah, I'm still a bit like shocked from that match. That was super close, and I mean it could have turned either way, probably with some small changes how the match would have went. So yeah. And
Yeah, there were a couple of very read heavy turns, and yeah, you never know how these things are gonna go going in. But
sure.
you know, looking ahead, we have a great matchup coming up between Jade Oregon and his opponent.
Yeah, Notna versus Jade Oregon here now. If we can see the teams here for a moment, like Notna running the infamous Digicore here.
The last remaining Digi team in the
yeah,
tournament.
and I mean, it worked, right? He had a long fall through the loser bracket to get here, and he made it. So I mean, he deserves to be here, and his team is looking strong, right? I mean, it has the potential to be fast, to deal a lot of damage, and unresisted damage with that too. So yeah, such a great team. On the other side, Jade Oregon here with like the Inky, like a fan favorite, I would say, in general.
Inky Gazuma is like quite scary for Notna's team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Notna's team really does not like electrics too much, aside from the two Earths he has.
But And the Drakash is kind of the Drakash is kind of in a perilous position as well, given the presence of both this Calibus, which is gonna take more than one hit, more than 2 hits to take the Calibus down almost always, and the Mastion.
Yeah, for sure.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Ragnit ban coming straight out of Jay. Yeah, so that is what. Yeah, he sees the Ragnit. He sees Ragnit, ban Ragnit. I have an Inky.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, the other option is, I feel like, to start taking out Earths to opening up the Inky maybe a little bit, and not starting with the Monko here. Interesting.
Yeah, I think Jay's thinking about. Can I bring the Inky here? Do I have enough? Support to bring this? Hey, if he picks something that I don't want to play into, just swap it out. So he brings Calibus. Could be Calibus Hedgen. I think the Hedgen is also fairly good, but it's Inky. So yeah. Calibus Inky threatening away the Drakash, kind of. The Drakash, one of the only things that can really necessarily threaten this Inky. It looks like he's looking at the Gazuma as an option.
Ooh, interesting.
So to speed up the Soul Shout over the Inky, but I don't think it KOs.
I mean, that depends on the Inky set, I believe, right? I mean, Inky got some buffs over the time. It's no longer as squishy as it used to be. And
100-0 by Shaolin Sensei Robe Soul Shout. Soul Shout isn't that strong of a move. It's, I think, 100 base power?
Yeah, it's 100 base power. So it's a tough choice, and I mean, Calibus turn 1 is pretty free to do whatever it wants, right? It can water move the Monko. It could apply some poison ticks onto Gazuma if it doesn't have bait, which I do not know yet. So there are some options here, and Inky could also just leave, right? I mean,
it could leave, yeah. So let's see. Ooh. It looks like, the second water is going to be banned.
Yeah, no Mastion, sadly here. It would have been pretty good here versus Notna's 2 ×4 weakness temps with Hedgen and Drakash for water.
And that is certainly why it got banned.
For sure.
We see Zalbian going down on side of Notna. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think taking the Zalbian when you potentially have Hedgen open, it's only got one thing to deal with. It also frees up the Alhi a bit more into this backline. I think the Hedgen from Notna's side, I mean, we'll almost certainly see the Hedgen be picked up.
Yeah, Hedgen with always 3 pryos is just such a good tem in general. Like, there's really no reason to not pick it. Also, banning Zalbian is like rule number 1 in playing Temtem, I would say. If you have the option to ban it and it doesn't destroy your pick ban, you just ban it. It has so many tools, so many things it can do. Just get rid of it if you can, basically. I like that.
Now, on the other hand, like, something else to think about is, and I missed this in my opening analysis, but let's not forget Gazuma could theoretically have Sparks on it. And if the Sparks is faster than this speeded up Monko, I think Sparks Soul Shout, I think that probably kills.
That's some dangerous territory here.
That probably kills, right? If he Sparks is, that probably kills. So maybe Jay does. Oh,
there it is. You were saying it. Okay.
All right. Here we go.
Is Inky going for the DC beam then? Trying to...
No, it doesn't have enough damage. Ooh. All right, does he live?
Is he living? And...
Yes.
That's so low HP, it almost looked that.
But it lived.
It lived.
And I think Jay is going to punish this really hard right now.
That's
this Monko's going down.
Yeah. Specmaster Inky is a threat to be dealt with, and
So this is interesting because now, whatever the result of this game is, Jay now knows Monko does not kill Inky, even if it has a Sparks bonus. Does not kill. So that lead is completely shot for Notna's side if he does not ban Inky.
For sure. And what usually is very important in these matches too, in these best of threes, in the fast matches, you often really enjoy blue side, and he basically lost the blue side lead against Jay's team right now. So he has to win on orange basically if it happens that he loses this one here. So very interesting now.
Yeah, and you know, it's not guaranteed. I mean, this is a positive. I would say this is a pretty decent board state for Natna. So it's not like it's over after, you know, just losing the Munko there. The Inky is still basically on death's door, and Platimus does have access to a prio move.
The question is, does Inky outspeed the Platimus? And it seems it does not. Otherwise, he probably would have just DC beamed it away. Yeah, we're going into Nidrasil now.
Yeah.
And Kazuma is self-sparking. Okay.
I think that's maybe. I think it makes sense, but it's. I guess he's saying this Calibus doesn't do anything on the board, and I can get a. You know, reactive Isle doesn't matter if I can hit him with a.
If you one-shot it, it doesn't proc, right? I mean, that's probably the idea, but Calibus is such a tanky Tem. I don't know if it goes down.
This Gazuma can't tornado both of the Toxics, and this Platimus is basically doing absolutely nothing on this board. So I would say, like, it looks rough because, yeah, there is a Sparks Tornado coming into one of these slots, but Jay's board state here was fairly positive.
I liked it. I really liked it, because if the Tornado now goes into the Inky, it's a Hurricane. Ooh, that's how you hit 2 Toxics, I guess.
Hurricane is a good move, that is true.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense with all the Digis you have in your team here.
That is true, yeah. I forgot Gazuma got Hurricane.
Yeah. I was so used to E-Storms on Gazuma.
Yeah.
But, yeah, Gazuma, is it going down to the Poison Tick?
I can't tell. It doesn't look like
almost. No, it's living on, like, very low HP.
That's kind of a big deal for Jay, I think, it not going down.
Yeah, because Tornado's ready, I believe, so...
Now, something to note, though. Something to note. Once Gazuma's down, that Calibus is very good.
Oh, sure.
It just depends whether or not he's going to be able to get enough value out of it. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what the answer is there.
Yeah. And to be honest, we don't have to be sure, right? Because that's for the players to figure out. And
this could be 2-rock into Nidrasil. I could see saving Nidrasil for just a bit longer.
But imagine not reading that and like water attacking that slot, because that would be super dangerous getting 2-rock low, I believe, because it has to deal with the engine.
And I think this play makes more sense because it's not like Nidrasil's really doing a whole lot.
Yeah. And with that Toxic Shower, you're basically making sure you're not eating the Feather Gatling from Aohi, I guess.
Oh, no, Drill. It's Drill.
It's Drill.
Oh, but he Toxic Inked.
He Toxic Inked, so Nidrasil is faster than the Aohi. That's interesting. It
would have actually been better if
if it got drilled.
If I got drilled. But he is faster on Nid. That's
cool.
That's actually a little surprising, right? Like, his Nidrasil is faster than Aohi.
That got me off guard.
It's -1. Tesla.
Ah, okay,
yeah. I got. Okay.
That makes a lot of sense.
Okay. I'm getting bamboozled a little bit. Getting bamboozled just a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was. But okay. So like I was saying though, now this Calibus is pretty good.
Calibus is in a good spot. But I think on the current board, Hedgen is really the king, I would say. And as long as like the other two are not coming in for Jay.
Well, I mean, Calibus is 100% coming in.
Oh yeah.
This board doesn't do anything to Calibus. This is free.
Yeah, and we see Aohi leaving actually here. Calibus saying hello to this board. Ooh, not gonna be taken out by the microwave. Not reading that swap potentially.
Oh, I mean, I think you probably hit that way anyway. Like, you don't want Nidrasil to get his spores off potentially. I think that play made sense. And it's not like Jay's gonna leave. Jay's not gonna get any more value out of Nidrasil because it has no speed compared to Natna's Tems.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So
Natna is running. Yeah, Natna's running lots of speed here.
This is also big because Aquatic Whirlwind is down, and this 2-rock, it's gonna take a hit, but it's not going to take that bad of a hit.
True.
I think this is actually quite good for Jay.
I think this is quite the interesting turn, to be honest. They're like Platypus is probably faster than
Platypus-
Rock.
Platypus can either Aqua Bullet Hell, get damage on the 2-Rock,
Yeah.
or it can survive, but T-Shower itself into Overexert. So
When
it
is
chooses to
Aqua?
get damage, and it's not that much because, yeah, it's pretty bulky.
Yeah.
Calibus 1v2s from here, I think.
I am not sure because keep in mind Wolfie is just gonna do the stamina control game the whole day.
Yeah, but Calibus only has to attack, every 2 turns. It just needs Toxic Ticks.
Yeah,
Doesn't
that's also true.
Yeah, Jay doesn't need the rest of his Tems. Calibus 1v2s this. I mean, he's gonna get like a Turbine probably. Oh no, he's probably not gonna get a Turbine. This Wolfie's definitely faster.
I think Wolfie might just be faster
Oh.
here.
Yeah, but he only took that from Aqua Bullet Hell. No,
He
he's
has
got to
double
hit
it.
twice. He's got to hit twice. Yeah.
He's going to double it.
And yeah, and then it's Calibus versus Wolfie, and Calibus definitely doesn't lose that, right?
It's unlikely, yeah. Ooh, Hedgen
Oh,
living,
but that
interesting.
That doesn't kill. Okay,
Yeah.
little interesting.
So that means Owley potentially dies, right, with a minus speed. I believe it's nothing. Nothing
it's
it can
still. Yeah, it's still gonna be Calibus versus Wolfie.
do. Yeah, that will be the end game here. And in this team, it looks hard to justify life full set on Wolfie potentially. So I believe there is no healing. So it actually has to plague until the end.
And that's not a whole lot of damage onto Calibus. Jay can just rest, I think.
Yeah, he takes out the Hedgen here, makes it the 1v1 now.
Yeah.
And yeah, probably doesn't want to X here with the Toxic Ink. I think that's a big chunk of damage you don't want to take. So
No,
it
no,
might be a
because
rest turn here now.
You just rest because you don't want to get the Overexert Toxic Ink. And even if the Wolfie rests, it's like, you know, it's gonna take what 4 or 5 plagues to take this Calibus down. I think.
Yeah, it's a lot of them basically.
Maybe not 5. Maybe not 5. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh no, it is 5, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, Calibus is a tanky boy, and yeah.
Yep. And the Toxic Ticks are gonna start putting the
Yeah.
work into that Wolfie.
And yeah, Wolfie slowly but surely going down here basically. And I mean, both players can probably rest this turn, and then Wolfie's just gonna bleed
Now-
down to the poison ticks.
I think if Natna is running Zen Meadow as Hedgen, you know, and I'm thinking about this, I'm not 100% sure, but what if there were a turn where he clicked Zen Med Plague and Plague to kill the Alhi, and then he has more damage into Calibus? I'm not sure if that nets
That's
him
interesting.
the end game. I'm not sure, but you know that's a thought, right?
Yeah, it's a very interesting idea, and he didn't reveal it, so it might come in game 2 now. We will see.
He also might not have access to Zen Med. I mean, we don't know if he's running that or not. He could just be
Yeah.
running 4 attacks on Hedgen. I don't know if it mattered, but it's hard to say because you lose damage on Calibus and you lose a little bit of the control. Yeah, Calibus was brutal in that matchup. I think.
Yeah,
that's
for
the-
sure.
That's the takeaway.
Yeah, the big tanky boy Calibus here, kind of winning for J-Dragon. And I want to turn the focus a little bit around now to what can Notna do basically to come back from this? Because we saw him on blue side already, and how is he gonna change up the pig ban? Is he even changing it up? What can he do
So,
here to
he
turn
could-
this around?
He could think about a Calibus ban. However, it's not that straightforward because then he lets Gazuma and Inky through. And I think that's also kind of quite bad.
Yeah, and we see already a change. Inky's being
Yeah,
banned.
no Inky. So now it's
No.
gonna be Gazuma Calibus.
Yeah, Xuma Calibus versus Monko, and who is it gonna be? Ragnar being taken again away from J-Dragon. It's another Gazuma. Okay, so we get the Monko with bonus speed.
You
And
know, and You know, the Monko doesn't go down in one hit, but I don't actually know if this is, I'm skeptical. I don't think this is actually much better.
I am not sure actually, but I mean, Nonna has probably thought about this quite a bit, so I'm excited to see what he can change.
You know, if you do ban the Calibus, right? Like, I'm not sure. I'm not convinced that necessarily saves it, but maybe it's I don't know. Maybe it's the best call. I'm not sure. It's tough to say.
Yeah, it's very hard to say, and I mean that Calibus is in a spot to be like super annoying again for Notna here to deal with, and yeah, the reactive vial still being in on that Calibus, right? So even a wind or electric hit is just healing it back by like 5%, and then you can't hit it for super effective hits like for 2 turns, so it's super annoying.
Very annoying.
Yeah.
I wonder if this time, instead of seeing a Sparks onto the Monko, we just see a Sparks straight onto the Gazuma.
Ooh, setting up the tornado maybe.
Later.
Yeah, that could
I
be.
think because you have to remember, like, Jay doesn't necessarily. I mean, Jay doesn't have a one-shot on this Monko anymore. Like, Inky last game was able to one-shot it, get it out of the way, and then
that was a fun one.
yeah, throw a toxic tank or something onto the Gazuma. This game, I think if he wants to take the Monko out on turn 1, his only hope is to Waterblade. Actually, Waterblade tests. Monko is not. You know, Monko is not that frail. I don't know if a Calibus Waterblade does enough.
Ooh, I mean, it didn't one-shot the Hedgen, so I am not too convinced here. And we should see just a Soul Shout into
we see no Sparks. We see no Sparks because the Soul Shout went first.
Yeah, so we're going to see a Tesla Prison, I believe, from Gazuma here. One being procced.
Maybe on opposing Gazuma, so it doesn't outspeed later. Yep, yeah. And that's exactly what we see. And
starting the speed control early. Nice, I like it. And basically, Monko going back to 0 speed here, but I mean, it's below half HP, so that actually might be enough to be taken out. But Calibus decides to take the Gazuma.
I think this makes sense because I think the Gazuma is a much bigger threat. I think the Gazuma is a much bigger threat than the Monko is later down the line.
I mean, Monko has some very big damage into Turok, potentially, also into the Aohi. But
yeah,
a Hurricane coming in here. Okay.
Now this Hurricane's not quite as much of a. And it's interesting that he's focusing the Gazuma here. This Gazuma is still gonna get another move off. Looks like an E-Storm is going to come down here and hit both of these Tems. I think Jay is running away with this after
Jay is in a very good position here. Monko going down, Gazuma being pretty low too. I mean, what is Calibus going to do? It's another Tink here just for more damage, and Gazuma is basically 1 HP, you could say.
And with the reactive vial still up 1 turn, a tornado into that spot's, you know, it hurts, but the Gazuma's not sparked. It's not going to do that much. I don't think this is a positive. I don't think that was a positive trade for Notna.
Yeah, it looks pretty rough. I mean, he's almost on 2 dead Tems, and J-Dragon almost only has his Gazuma lost here in return. Calibus just being kind of healthy, doing Calibus things, clicking Toxic Ink left and right all day, and slowly but surely wearing down Notna, you could say.
And none of these Tems that are about to come in are good into Calibus.
Yeah, they really don't enjoy it. I mean, Platimus at least doesn't get poisoned and does not die, you could say. At least it does die fast to a Calibus.
Oh, but this is also... Okay. So this isn't that bad because he does have access to Rod and Goo to outspeed the Gazuma Tornado.
Yeah.
So Rod and Goo does outspeed the Gazuma Tornado after the -1 for sure. Even before the -1, I would suspect. So that would take out the Gazuma.
Yeah, he could claim 1 back that way. He's gonna click Tornado into the neutralized Calibus. That's not gonna do as much. Yeah, he's gonna chip
get
it.
some damage. And this Gazuma's going down to the Calibus this turn as well.
I believe so. Kazuma got taken out by the Rotten Goo from Farimas. But that
Now, I
gives...
think, go on.
But that gives J-Dragon basically after this turn repositioning tools. Like, he can just slot in another Tem now. That's pretty happy to be here, for example, in Owl here. Because
Hedgen.
Yeah, but Hedgen does
Hedgen
not
doesn't
enjoy... Hedgen does not enjoy the Water Blade, as we saw. I mean, it's living, but it's still not really enjoying it, so...
It does not die to it.
Yeah.
Actually, I think if I'm Jay, I almost just want to bring the Nidrizzle here. Because Hedgen doesn't have a fire move turn 1.
True. I mean, if you double it with the Water Blade and a
Water Blade
Toxic Ink,
Toxic Ink instead.
yeah, but he goes into Owlhy.
He goes Owlhy. It does, and it does threaten the Platamus.
Yeah.
And look, this Owlhy is bulky. It's not going to go down to... Yeah, and if he decides to T-Shower, hey, there's no way.
Yeah, it's the drill.
There's no way. I don't think this is going to go well for Notna here. I think the Owlhy, there's no way it goes down to
microwave Aquatic Whirlwind. I think that's his one shot maybe to go through this turn, but he decides to switch out into the Wolfie.
Oh, this is going to be a lot of damage on the Platamus.
Ooh, yeah, Feather Gatling dealing great damage, and Calabas, what is it going to do is the question.
Toxic Ink the Wolfie spot. That way you get whatever's in there and in range.
Or you just Water Blade.
Also Water Blade.
Ooh, it's the Laundry. That would kill the Hedgen, right? That kills.
We forgot that Calabas could take him to the cleaners.
Yes. And yeah, now this board is looking dangerous again.
It's like there's a saving grace that the Calabas is OX, but Owlhy is Owlhy is completely unthreatened on this board.
Yeah, Owlhy is just happy hitting whatever it wants, right? I mean, you hit the Wolfie for big damage.
I think that's a dead Wolfie.
Is it actually one shot?
Yeah.
Do you think so? Wow. Okay. I mean, we might.
I think that Wolfie is not long for the world.
We will find out potentially, right? It's the Oshi into the Wolfie and oh my god. yeah, out of the window, straight into the next world and
into the next world, out of this one.
Yeah. And Notna's in a pretty dire situation. I mean, it seems that he can't find the answers to Owlhy Calabas, now backed up by Nidrizzle. I mean,
and there's a whole Turok, right?
There's Turok waiting there, just like looking at his teammates.
So let's see.
When
the Aquatic. Do you think the Aquatic takes it from here? I guess we're gonna find out. No, that Owlhy is. Like I said, that Owlhy's massive. I think Notna played. I think Notna probably played one of the better games that he could have after a pick ban. I think. Maybe banning the Calabas was necessary, he didn't have enough damage, or maybe sparking the Gazama early instead of getting the speed control, since his Platamus outs. But anyway, I think the Tesla into Gazama was a little bit too low tempo for what he had to accomplish this game.
Maybe.
It was rough. It was very rough.
Definitely an uphill battle from the start for Notna here, and J-Dragon taking basically a clean 2-0 here, going further.
Very quick, very clean matchup from him. Great job to both players. J-Dragon moving on to play against, I believe he's playing against Senior Plat next.
Yeah, that's an interesting matchup with kind of a lot of history, right? I believe they're good friends, so that's an interesting and hype matchup. That's coming up soon. Yeah,
it's coming up next.
Yeah. It's true.
It's right on the horizon.
So yeah.
But yeah, great games from both players. Good games from Notna. Top 6 finish is fantastic.
For sure. And I mean, he fought through the whole loser bracket to get here. I mean, that's worth a lot of respect.
Fought through Shirk. After Shirk took down Owlhy,
Lelouch, Koonders, Shirk, a lot of names here basically. on the list that not put out of this tournament, and yeah.
It was a fantastic run.
Yeah. So after the break, we will see Senior Plat versus J Dragon. So.
And we're back. So we're gonna go right into Plat versus J Dragon. I think if you take a quick look at the bracket, we see these guys are up against Tetoa next. And man, I think either of these guys have a really rough matchup into Tetoa after this. So I think whoever wins here has, they have an uphill battle.
Yeah, but first we got to this match, which is already quite interesting, right? We have Plat against J Dragon. J Dragon was a really dominant performance in the last match, taking it 2-0, which really not leaving any chances.
Yeah, very clean plays, really very high accuracy from Jay's side last few games, and looking at Plat's gameplay as well in the losers bracket. His plays were also extremely accurate, taking down Invincible. So
maybe if we're taking a look into the teams, we can already kind of guess maybe the bans, because J Dragon has actually 2 wins. It's gonna be quite hard for Plat to play around those, right? Because we all know he loves his Toxics.
Yeah, I think I definitely think the 2 wins are threatening. I think the Alhi is potentially a little scarier. I think the Alhi is potentially the scarier win, but it's hard to say. Gazuma's also quite good into Plat.
And he also has the Turok, right? He even has 3.
Mm-hmm.
So
Gazuma we missed that.
Gazuma not threatening turn 1 at least with a wind move, but I mean
that is true.
He has to kind of play around this with his Vulcrane tech, the Yola tech. I mean, he has already shown a lot of different ideas.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see which way Plat decides to take the ban. I think if you're Jay, I think taking the Mimit is a consideration.
Yeah, most definitely, because you take away the combo, first of all, Yola and Mimit, trapping and getting this late torment damage in, and also just the Mimit in general. He can copy all your stuff and can be so annoying.
Inky is not free, in this matchup. That's something else to keep in mind. Like last game, Jay had basically the Inky would have been free real estate whenever he could have push it, but it's a little bit different this game where Plat does have the 2 Earths, one of them with a hold 0 and the other one having, Stone French up fairly frequently. So he might not be able to get as much value out of that Tem. And it is a lot of his, he has a couple things with a lot of upfront damage, but I think Plat's team plays it can definitely play a grindier game.
Yeah, although I can see a world where J Dragon is blue, he first picks something else, and then if Plat isn't first picking the Acronox, I could see a world where the Inky is lit. Because the Vulcrane gets access to Stone Trench in turn 2, right? So there is a world where you could even lead this Inky, even though Plat has the access to the 2 Earth.
Yeah, no, I agree with that as well. It's not free either way. And Inky is faster than I would think basically all of Plat's Tems. So, if it can get a single Thunderstrike down into the right target, that might be enough.
Yeah, and I wonder when they're gonna start, because I mean the pick and ban will be super intense, and we're gonna get right into it.
Like we're going in.
And let's see, it has to be one of the wins, right? I mean, he can't let all 3 of them through.
Yeah, and it's the Alhi. The Alhi is indeed the scariest of the wins because it does check Vulcrane.
And the Mimit ban, as you already said, looking quite good for J Dragon.
Been in a club with these guys for years.
You know them like your book as well.
Yeah, so we see those 2 go down, and yep, Plat, one of his favorite leads when he doesn't have Mimit Yowler is bringing the Arachnite that can hit just about anything.
And actually Plat on the blue side, which is really huge here for him, I think. Because imagine the roles were reversed and J Dragon led the Gazuma. What do you lead against it? It's not so easy. So
it's rough. You probably still bring the Arachnite.
Yeah, you kinda. I mean, it's his go-to pick, right? He transforms
Yeah.
into anything that hits him. Tesla might hurt a bit in the first turn if Dragon chooses to go for it, but afterwards he's electric, and then
No, and he goes Calibus. Calibus is safe, but it's low tempo. Plat has a much higher tempo opener here, and you know, if he decides to go for this side sting, I mean, I think the side sting play would be.
but it's
I don't know
quite
about.
risky, right?
I don't know
have-
about that. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you kinda can read the Toxic Imp from the Calibus, but you get endangered by the Tornado, which is coming up turn 2.
But we do see Jay picking up the Inky, and there's no Volcrane, so this Acronox is very valuable. I could see Jay going for a Tesla instead of like forget the Arachnite, hit a Tesla Prison into the Acronox, excuse me, hit a Tesla into the Acronox so that Inky later in the game is not as afraid of it.
Yeah, but looking at both teams, like the same situation goes for the Gazuma, right? If the Gazuma is down, like Flat has only Toxics in the back. How do you kill any of those?
Yeah, it's also rough. Also, I mean, okay, Inky probably outspeeds Soil Steam anyway, so maybe that's not as necessary as I'm saying. It probably outspeeds anyway.
Yeah, but I kinda wonder, seeing that the Gazuma runs bait, I guess you can even argue the side sting to just get the 5th Toxic for the team. Yeah, and he did it.
Yeah, knowing Plat, that's not super surprising. He wants yet another Toxic, and I think
Windblade.
You know, with the 2 wins gone, it's fairly okay. Oh, don't see Windblade too often.
But
Big
actually
damage.
coming in clutch, right? Because you actually get down some damage on the Acronox. And we kinda see the trade that will kinda define this game. Will Acronox get traded for the Gazuma? Which one will get down? Which is really interesting.
Well, with this Acronox, or with this Arachnite being Toxic type now, it does have Soul Shout later in the game for the Inky. Actually, this Arachnite is like actually very well positioned.
Yeah,
And,
and being
yeah,
toxic, you can't get hit by anything anymore, yeah? You lost your Digitype.
The Tornado.
Yeah, but you only have a Tornado every other turn, so
Yeah.
you have to make some concessions, because, I mean, there are 5 Toxics, and you kind of want to hit everyone with them, but...
Some things eat. There is a Toxic eating a Tornado this turn.
Yeah, Acronox is too important. He had to swap it out, but... Does the Tornado? Yeah, it had to come in on the Acronox slot, yeah.
And I think of all of the attempts to eat a Tornado, Nidrizzle's probably the best one into Jay's team.
Yeah, I guess the Ghoulder is
The
too
Ghoulder
important.
is too good in the end game, potentially.
Yeah, but the Arachnite getting this damage done on the Gazuma. And if this Gazuma goes down, and with the Acronox still being alive, I don't see how he can kill any of the Tems.
I think this is a very bad position for Jay. Yeah, this is quite bad for him. This Arachnite is basically just a neutral Tem at this point. It's just a neutral Tem hitting into right spot every turn, and traditionally that's pretty good into these mid to low tempo teams.
And even though he swapped it out, now saving it, Tornado is not up. So you're never gonna get it back. Like, you have to kind of
Yeah.
swap it in on a risky turn somewhere. But yeah, will you even get it? The Unseen Blow on the Inky, dealing decent damage. And now even Soul Shout could be up, yeah? Can be played, probably. It's up every turn.
Yeah. Now this is I would say this is a decent board for Inky to be on. This is a decent board. It does outspeed the Arachnite.
But you can even take the damage, right? And go for the Soul Shout here. Tending to kill.
Good. But it's so good into the late game, I don't think
Yeah.
it's worth it. It's so good later. You just bring
Yeah.
Acronox, yeah. You
And it's
just bring-
completely unthreatened, yeah?
Yeah, it's very free.
Nido still coming out for J Dragon, but it's also not doing much on this board. Court Start, chipping down the stems. Will this be the side spores to heal this Acronox back up? It's not, it's the Bark Shield.
What does Jay have that?
Okay. That's actually physical, right? I mean...
I guess it's not much, but I think it gives him an extra move to soak, I think. I think he soaks an extra move on this toxic board state. So this board state is where I think there's like value to having that Bark Shield.
Exactly, and now the Ninja can quite comfortably also just heal the Acronox back up.
Yeah.
Although there's a potential laundry, right? To get rid of the buffs and then maybe slowly but surely take, like, actually do damage to the Thames.
Brazil healing. It does have pillow, which is kind of neat. This Calibus is kind of running out of gas.
I think you still go for the laundry, right? In the hopes that Acronox stays on the board? But it won't, yeah?
Oh,
just
this is interesting. This is interesting.
Just a Gulda swapping in, I think.
This could be a Gazuma swap turn to get the tornado back on. Like if you're Jay,
right.
this is one of the better places to try to sneak Gazuma in.
But he didn't. He went for the Water Blade.
I guess if you like, it's tough. It's tough. I think that would have been, if there was a turn to try to sneak Gazuma in, I think that was it. But it also is risky.
And now Plat has gotten the Aquatic up as well.
Yeah, and there's almost more importantly than that, this is one more turn down on the Diabolo, so Jay has to immediately threaten it, or he's gonna get a Diabolo proc onto Nidrazil.
Yeah, you're right, that he couldn't afford it.
Oh wait, this Inky could just be down to a Whirlwind after this lick that it's about to take.
You're sure is it not beef up? Yeah, I thought so. He really likes this to make his Guldur even beefier. Because now the lick will hurt even the Toxics, right? Bark Shield's not up on J Dragon, so Guldur will actually chunk everyone down.
Yeah. And
I wonder if it's just not a swap back into the Nidrusa, yeah? Or the Acronox.
Or the Acronox, Plat is kind of building a wall here.
Yeah.
When you don't have a lot of wins, 5 Toxics are pretty good.
And I mean, we saw his game plan pretty clearly, right? He banned 2 of the wins, and then he said to himself, okay, I'm getting rid of the 1 win you have, and then all my Toxics are fine. I'm fine with trading maybe 1.5 temps for it.
And Inky goes down to 1 more lick, and there's definitely no way to take care of the Guldur here. This is a very bad position for Jay.
Gazuma not having Tornado up, nothing goes right, yeah? Yeah, and interested coming in, but the lick is still gonna hurt.
The hedge in here is not bad. Oh,
I think it's not even enough.
It's not enough. Oh, and the Hedgen is stuck here now. Oh
yeah. Boy. I think this first game's looking really good for us in our plat.
That was a lot of damage. Guldur, man. Oh, but you know what? Acronox doesn't go down to the burn. I thought it went down.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been even better for Plat, because then he could have just brought his Platimus in.
Yeah. I thought it went down.
Yeah, the burn with 6.25 damage
not quite.
Was not enough. Hellfire taking down the Acronox and chipping the Guldur a bit, but he is just so tanky.
Yep. Get the Toxic 6 off of the Hedgen. Jay's hanging in there a bit.
What? The Ink even doing so much damage, preserving some of the stamina.
Yeah, that's the only rough thing with Guldur is that harmful it costs like what, 33 stamina?
Yeah, but I mean now what do you do as J Dragon? You have only 1 swap in, which is the Calibus, and then you're on a board state where you can't damage anything and the Gulda's just killing everything.
Yeah. I think this is yeah, this isn't good. This is not good. This is not the game that you want to see if you're Jay here.
He swapped out the Nidrisl. Caleb is coming in there, expecting the hard trade from Plat.
The only way I think Jay can, even potentially try to get back in the game, he's gonna have to take some really risky plays, and I'm not sure if that's enough either. But
I mean, already here, like, he took a risk. He lived with the hedge in, but
there's nothing. Yeah, there's. I think the Nidrizzle, I mean, he doesn't even have to. He doesn't have to use Whirlwind.
Yeah, and the Boulder can just rest the stamina back up.
Yeah.
And I guess he kind of has to bring the Gazuma in somewhere to get this tornado back up, and somehow hope. Yeah, there's the Nidrizzle coming in. Will it go down to the Toxin Shower?
The thing is, it doesn't really matter because like a tornado, a single tornado into like one of the 4 toxics that's left, it's not, it's not. There are too many of them. There are too many. There are too many things left. Now Nidrizzle did not go down to a T shower there. That thing is very bulky. Jay likes to run his Nidrizzle very, very bulky.
But it won't do anything on the board.
No,
that's the issue. Yeah, I mean, I guess as Jay, you already scout a bit and think what you wanna change next match, because this one's just really played out well by Plat. Can't say anything else.
Yeah, I think that early game, the early game lead was really, really brutal. And it just looks like without the 2 wins, Jay is having a really hard time breaking through. Inky has never really been safe.
And I wonder if he has to lead the Turok. I mean, okay, you give the Platimos as a counterplay, but Turok would have been much safer in against all the other Tems, right? Even though the aarrggnn with 2 shots, still gonna hurt a lot. I mean, it's not easy, yeah.
No.
Because
I mean, there are multiple things on Plat's side. Right? There's a whole full health Platimus. There's a full health Guldur, which I think that's already gonna take 2 Tems. That would take 2 Tems to get through that Guldur.
And it also had +2 attack, right?
Yeah.
Like, will we see the harmful lick? I bet so. To take down this Inky.
It'll totally do it. I mean, why not, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't know X. It has enough stamina.
Yeah. And slowly but surely, Plat is just killing every one of the Tems remaining for Jay Dragon. And he can't really do much against it.
No. But he is getting some time to kind of maybe feel out some of the damage ranges on some of these Tems.
Yeah. I mean, I guess, and that's the best thing you can do in this situation.
Sense. Yeah, it makes sense that he's playing this out. I think it's good to try to get as much technical information that you can out of your game 1. Move on to game 2.
And the Gazuma is finally getting back the tornado after turn 2.
Yeah.
But yeah.
We see the Hellfire coming down, another one of Plat's Tems going down.
Yeah, but with Aquatic up, the aarrggnn also there. Yeah, aarrggnn coming in. He will just take down the Gazuma, and then aarrggnn and Guldur will finish up the rest.
Yep. I wonder how many tornadoes from that Gazuma the Guldur could take.
I mean, now I think maybe 2, but it will go down to the Aquatic, so we won't even see it.
Jay does get information from that. He now knows that Matt's Platimus is faster than the Gazuma Tornado.
Which is actually quite surprising, right? Because Plat is actually playing the more bulkier team.
Yeah, he has no
guess.
special attack.
Yeah, I mean, but still, I mean, he could also just go HP defense, yeah?
He's not full. I don't. You can't. I think if you have a Tem that has Prio and Toxin Shower, you can't really not put speed on your Tem. I think that's probably losing more often than it's helping you.
Yeah, you're probably right. But I mean, with this game, it was such a dominant performance from Plat. I mean, he never really let Dragon back in the game. The Gazuma was the important part, but it got shipped down so quickly, and I wonder how Jay will adapt in game 2, which we see now. I mean, already the ban is important, right? Does he ban the Mimit again, or does he maybe go for the Acronox ban to make his Inky feel safer?
Jay is on blue this time, so the lead position is going to be quite different. I don't think, and I think you in the orange if you're in blue and Plat's on orange here, I think taking the Mimit makes just a ton of sense because you don't want to give Plat kind of a free, I just take both of these Tems and like I'm not super worried. Like I don't think you want to give Plat that for free.
Yeah, most definitely. But we also see the Eric Knight again, which did such a good job in the first game, even though it was in the back for a lot, but just the pressure alone was so much.
We see the Volcrane coming down again.
Yeah, potentially with the Self Hook or the transformation of the Eric Knight, giving him stab bonus on the Soul Shout. Both are interesting options. And I wonder what Jay should pick here, yeah? The truck.
Double wind, two rock. And this makes sense. It takes damage, but I think this is a pretty solid board. Have both of your wins instead of one of your wins into the Toxics. I think this definitely looks better for Jay already than the last pick ban did.
But it also is kind of a read heavy turn, right? Because you don't really want to Stoneball the Volcrane, because if he hooks himself, then you won't do any damage, because Volcrane has an insane defense. So you might even try the Tesla on the left side, trying to transform this thing into electric, and then hitting it with a Stoneball.
Yeah. Which
could be potentially huge.
But if he does hook the Arachnite,
then it's really bad turn.
Really bad. That's really bad.
So I guess it will kind of play on those.
As
right?
As the great Prody once said, it's a 50-50.
But as Plat, I think you might just go for the self hook, right? Because the Soul Shout will do so much. You might go for the hook on the Eric Knight, because the Volcrane won't go down anyways, and the Soul Shout will do so much damage to this Turok.
Well, let's see. How much does he need the Volcrane? Yeah, so he says the Arachnite is more important.
And we will see if Jay went for the read on the self hook. I think he did.
Oh boy. That is a rough. If he did the full read, this is rough.
I mean, we will see it now. And he did the full read.
Yeah.
He thought that Plat will self hook to transform this Eric Knight into electric, but
that was a true. I don't think there are that many close to 50-50s in Temtem. I always think there's a. No, there is still the chance that he can kill the spider. He has Tornado up. He has Tornado Rockfall.
Or Turbine potentially to if he really wants to make sure, but
yeah, Tornado.
Because the Stone Trench is coming up anyways.
2-Rock probably lives this. I mean, well, it's not that much. Yeah, comfortably.
But it might be in hook range, yeah? For next turn.
I mean, it's definitely in hook range, right? Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. It's not no Sakai.
Tesla making sure that the Rockfall will hit the Volcrane, but with that, the Arachnite will also comfortably lift this. And the Reactor File also coming out.
that's one win down on Jay's side.
And the Arachnite still has some HP left, so it won't be that easy to kill it.
+2 with Stone Trench is down, but Meteorite is not. So Calibus has got to come in. Oh, it's Nidalee.
Ooh. I also thought about the Inky, because I thought maybe that this is one of the turns where Inky can actually do serious damage to this Volcrane, while it is neutralized and the Stone Trench isn't up. But he decided to go for the Nidalee, which is quite surprising to me. Might just be a bait, to be honest, and he's just gonna swap it back out for the Calibus.
The thing is, even if he goes Inky on that board, the Arachnite gets a ×2 +2 special attack, Soul Ship. It's like still really bad.
And the flaming coming out on this Nidalee.
Oh, it lives, but
it barely
I mean,
lives.
Lives.
Yeah, I mean that's the best thing. But will it lift the Arachnite attack, which comes onto the Calibus? Oh, and over 30%.
Now, interestingly, this Arachnite is 4 times weak to Narco Hit. I don't necessarily think it gets it off.
Yeah, even with the minus speed on this Arachnite, I mean it should be faster than the one prior Narco Hit. And the Volcrane can just safely swap out here.
All right, so if you're Jay, what lines are remaining? Because I think that the door is kind of, it's not. I don't think the door is shut, but I think it's rapidly closing.
Yeah, he kind of has to get his Inky to work and hope that Blood somehow misreads something, which he tries to do.
Knights on a timer, get one more unseen blow, and it's going to be on board for
OX. And not die this turn, but next turn, which is actually huge for Jay, because he knows that this Tem is dead and it can't do anything, so he can purely focus on this Nidalee.
Unfortunately, it is an Inky into a Nidalee.
Yeah.
And
which is kind of rough.
Court Sturt, it does damage, but it doesn't do that much damage.
Yeah, but I wonder actually, look at the Volcrane's HP. Might even be in Thunderstrike range, right? After this next Toxic Tick. So is there a way where this Inky can do potentially somewhere enough damage?
Yeah, not until it eats a Ninja Jutsu.
Yeah.
It's still gonna get a ninja. It'll still get a ninja off. Have
Blood
Gulder
swapping
coming
in the Gulder. He didn't want the free swap in after the death, but rather wanted to get the beef up.
Yeah, it must be. It must be to get the hold.
Yeah. Ooh, the synergy. Humiliating slap, giving minus defense. But I don't know if that really matters, because this Inky is special, right? So the only one really profiting from this H-slap are who? The Calibus?
Calibus itself.
And the Nidalee still in the back, which is on 1 HP. So yeah, I mean again.
This is still like a couple of T-strikes into the Golden. So this is a good board this is like as good a board as Inky's gonna get, I think.
Yeah, you're definitely right. I mean, and see this Thunderstrike. Let's see how much damage it will do. A decent amount actually. With 2 Thunderstrikes, it goes down. Return, it will get Sporto, and do we see the harmful lick as well? Another H-slap on the Nidalee first, bringing it down to -4 defense. And the Toxic Ink in the Calibus. Okay. So the Inky is kinda untouched, right? I mean, it got inked, but I mean, at least it can Thunderstrike again.
Now, it was not, it doesn't look like Thunderstrike was... Yeah, Gulder is still at higher than 50%, I believe.
Yeah, it's never enough, but I mean, at least you didn't take huge damage from a harmful lick. I mean, that's at least something you can say to yourself. And the Quartz Sturt coming out, dealing decent damage, but the Spores on Gulders will put the Gulder back into a decent spot. And he really hard focused that Calibus slot, saying, okay, I mean the Inky does decent damage, but it somewhere runs out of stamina, which is the case now.
I think Inky is probably dead to a ninja.
Yeah, it is in range now, and as Plat, you can even just stay in with bows and focus this Kazuma down, right? With a double ink. I mean, what's stopping you?
Yeah, no, except the Inky OXs, it's like no pressure. Yeah, so Jay pulls the Inky out. He's like, all right, I gotta save this thing. Maybe I can get a hit off later with it. Bring the Calibus.
And I bet that's the Yawler. Yeah,
Yep.
he gets the suplex up.
And this is
Maybe even reading the tornado.
Yeah, it's a good board for Yowler as well.
Oh, and the tornado stamina. It will take down the ninja so, but it took away all the stamina from this Kazuma.
Yeah.
And this looks just like Plat will finish this game up again.
Looked like a Gulder board if I've ever seen one.
Or just the Vulcrane Stone Trenches up. So.
Oh, that is true. That is true. And he's faster, I believe.
I mean, maybe if the Kazuma doesn't die, you can maybe Tesla prison into Water Blades to try and kill this Vulcrane. But yeah.
I think the Ghoul, if you leave Gazuma in, the Gulder endgame it's just over, right? Like
yeah, he can even just ninja, right? I mean, if he ninjas and takes down this Kazuma, the Gulder might even take it alone. And there's still a full life Yowler on the side.
There's a full Yowler, yeah. It's Gulder Yowler. Yeah, I don't think I don't think Jay can come back.
He went for the Stone Trench though. Maybe this Vulcrane's going down, but
I mean, I don't think it matters if Vulcrane goes down or not. That's the reality. Calibus only has so much stamina to work with.
She will probably take down this Kazuma with the suplex.
Yeah.
Ooh, with the clinch even.
And now it's Calibus, Inky, and some. I guess no. Either of these Tems that are remaining could clear the. I believe could clear the game.
Yeah. And
from that side.
If we can already come to a quick recap, maybe. I mean, it's such a dominant performance from Plat, right? We thought, okay, 3 wins against all those Toxics has to be like a really good board or really good matchup for J-Dragon. But in the end, it never felt like his wins really got into the game.
No, I mean, the reality is this game, one of the wins was lost on a non-toxic board state. So he kind of only had 1 wind into the Toxics. Because this game, both Arachnite and Vulcrane played into the 2-rock early, and that lost read on turn 1, I think really put Jay on the back foot here. That was a tough
for the
turn.
suplex. Kasilic is just enough.
I mean, and that first turn this game was like you said at the outset, it was brutal. I mean, I think if Jay won that guess and like went the correct direction, this is a very different game.
I wonder though, because I mean, even if he gets the Stoneball read onto this Vulcrane, the reactive vial procs, you have this Arachnite at full health then at the +2 special attack. So I think Plat's position wouldn't have been so much worse if Jay made the right read.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, and I think that's why it probably was not an actual 50-50. I think it was more beneficial for Plat to take that play where he loses a lot less if it goes south. To where if he reactive vials the Vulcrane, he loses a lot more if the Arachnite gets tagged.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right, and he made the right choices in both games, and he takes it clean with a 2-0. And now he's gonna face up against Tetoa in the losers finals.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's
also a really interesting matchup.
It's definitely a rough matchup for Plat. But I think we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna cut away in a minute, and we'll see you guys in the next match, or I think Bennett will.
Yeah. And welcome back. We're here with the loser finals actually. The winner of this will face aarrggnn in the finals, and I'm joined by Rishi. Really nice to see you here. I'm really excited to do this cast with you.
Dude, so am I, Bennett. So we have SNR Plat versus Tetoa. Both two heavy hitters. We've been seeing both of them play immaculately today, especially with SNR Plat in that last game against J-Dragon. I guess you already gave your thoughts on that match, but any thoughts that you have going into this match, like what you expect to see?
Yeah, I mean, I still think like Plat might be in a bit of a disadvantage team-wise, but I also saw that last game and he played so dominantly, so... I mean...
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, it's funny to talk about, I guess, skill diffs when talking about the best of the best, but there is still outplays, right? There isn't really a skill diff, but rather outplays that are naturally going to happen when two people of similar skill levels or even close to similar skill levels play. Yeah, I definitely agree with you that Plat is on a bit of a disadvantage going into this just because of how fast-paced Tetoa's team is. But we'll really have to see what goes on, right? It does seem as though they're going to be getting into game shortly, but what do you have to say?
Also, I mean, I think Plat really built his team to make sure that he can outplay, right? He has this hook, he can self hook, he can hook the aarrggnn, he has this Mimit Yola combo where he can transform into anything he wants to. So he really made sure that he is able to make those outplays right in team building.
Oh yeah, for sure. The flexibility that Plat has is insane. Tetoa has more of a straightforward like aggro team. I guess more of an aggressive team.
Yeah, most definitely. And Tetoa got the blue side and gets the ban first, but has the counter pick, which is really huge.
Oh yes, for sure. Counter pick Plat has the counter pick.
No, he has the counter ban, but Tetoa has the counter pick.
No, like Tetoa's blue side.
Yeah, he can counter pick. The blue side picks first.
Wait, what am I talking? I'm colorblind. My bad. Yeah. So we've seen a lot of people pick up the Mimit ban against Plat. I believe that's what aarrggnn did. aarrggn's team, somewhat similar to Tetoa's. I'd say that they're pretty different though.
Tetoa has Moala, yeah, which is a huge difference.
Yeah. Oh, it's an insane different, right? That completely changes how they play the team, right? Moala gives it another option to control the board state, while aarrggn's team didn't really focus on that as much. We do see an aarrggnn ban coming out from Tetoa. Tetoa saying, hey, that aarrggnn, I saw it do work against Jay, I saw it do work in previous games, I am not going to have any of it, right?
And he really wants to make sure that this Moala is in the best state it can possibly be, right? Because if you look at the temps from Plat now, I mean, what's hitting the Moala?
Yeah, that is really true. I'd argue, yeah, the aarrggnn was really the only big thing that threatened the Moala with super effective damage with the Thunderstrike, but without it, there isn't much. I'd also argue, though, that Moala, like, I guess the aarrggnn is so bulky that Moala isn't going to be doing much damage to it, right?
Yeah, but I mean, he still can damage the Moala by ×4, yeah? So...
Yeah, for sure. No. Oh, no, well, this aarrggnn actually isn't running harmful microwaves. It's more of the Thunderstrike that is the problem.
You're right.
Even so, that's still a very big problem, right? Especially when...
Mimit Yola lead is coming, right? What other options do we have?
That does look like it. There's even a world where, like, Mimit copies the Moala, right? Do we know... Sorry, I've not been watching the games that Matt has gone Mimit in. Do we know if this is... We know this is striking or landing. Which one is it?
Yeah, it's actually a striking Mimit, and I don't know if you know the tech yet. It is a mom's lunge on this Yoller and the handcuffs Mimit.
Yeah, I do know that. Okay.
Yeah.
I've heard of rumors about it. I wasn't sure though.
So the damage can be huge.
Yeah, that's very true. So it is the assassin Yoller as we've been talking about it. There is a world where Plat goes like Insanio style and copies Moala to try to get Hypnosis off, but in front of a 2-Vine, right? That's just probably not gonna happen. we could a much more like reasonable play though is trapping Tuvine and then hitting it with a late torment from Yowler, right? Obviously Tuvine's very, very threatening to the side of Plat's team, so being able to hit said Tuvine with a big combo like that and get your own Tuvine that. Look at how good Tuvine is into Tetoa's team actually. What the heck? I didn't even
also
think about that.
he has to do it, right? I mean, if you don't trap the Tuvine, you can't really let torment the Mawala, which would only leave clinch as an option, which you don't really want to click turn 1. And as you said, I mean, the Tuvine looks insane into Tetoa.
We don't actually even care about getting late torment off on the Tuvine. We care about just copying it. Like,
I mean, you're still threatened from the need to Sayo possibly, like turn 2, but
we just swap out though. We just swap, right? Like we copy. We DNA extract and then we extract, if you know what I mean.
It's gonna. I mean, it looks like a really good lead for Plat, I have to say.
Oh, I have to say that too. Like low key, this pick ban makes it look like Plat's favored, right? Like, it's actually kind of an insane pick ban, at least with this lead. And also a really cool thing about the bait and exhaustion interaction, for those who don't know, in the crowd, is the handcuff still gets applied, and then bait procs. So what's gonna happen is that when bait procs, it gets the invigorized and then the chamomile. So Tuvine will result with having the trapped condition and the chamomile condition.
Yeah, and I mean, then you have a trapped Tuvine which still has the stamina issues, which the bait is normally used to solve, but you can't even swap it out.
Ooh. Oh, so we actually see him hit Mawala. That's so interesting.
It is the ×4 hit, but only doing around about 20%.
Wait, how much? Wait, doesn't Mawala actually also goes crazy into whatchamacallit's team, huh? Tetoa's
yeah, but
team.
Mawala goes also crazy into Mawala, right? You have to pay attention because.
Yeah, well, and Tuvine. So if this is a double from the side of Tetoa into the Mawala, it could be in trouble. But Plat expertly reading that they're gonna possibly, or at least hit the Yowler, swapping in bulk rain, being in an insane board state. Holy cow!
But is it really that insane? I mean, you can go for the Turbo Nito Sayo, and you kind of take out the Vulcan, right?
I don't know if that kills, dude.
I mean, it has.
And also,
right? I mean, it's +2 on the Mawala.
Can't you just transient echo plus transient echo plus stone trench, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't kill anything. This Vulcan is really low attack investment, really low. I think it might even be 0 attack investment.
That is very true. But I'm more thinking about the Mawala though, because Mawala will hit it for super effective damage.
Nito Sayo, determined, not giving the minus defense.
Yep. So we'll have to see what. So it is. We do see the stone trench come out. Oh yeah, Mawala was
also
never
just
dying.
gonna go to sleep, right? Next turn.
Both sides are gonna go to sleep, but
no,
now the wait, why did we?
Oh,
I guess they're gonna double that.
Yeah,
no, this is really interesting. Yeah,
the limit's just gonna go down.
But this isn't that. This is actually really rough for Plat now, huh?
This is really bad, yeah, because you're gonna go sleep, and then the Zen meditation is up. I don't know about this.
Why didn't we copy Tuvine?
Yeah, going back into this, I wonder as well, because I mean, he could even just Zen med the Gazuma because it has more health. Yeah, I mean, one of the wins is gonna get +2/+2.
Yeah, one of the wins getting +2/+2 is like very detrimental, right? And being asleep for 2 turns does not help on top of that.
And you kind of have to double swap, but you don't really, because you're gonna stay in front of a +2 win temp. Wow.
Dude, this is kind of really rough, right? Because if you do bring in double toxic in front of 2 win temps or in front of a win temp,
it's even the
Mushuk,
which also looks really safe. I mean, if he double swapped into toxics, then this Mushuk looks incredible.
Oh.
Wow. Damn,
that is so rough for Pat.
Yeah.
Very well played by Tetoa. Wow. Tetoa's like, yeah, you came in here, you may have just beat J Dragon, but guess what? You're not beating me. Yeah, Tetoa massively played that. I don't even. I'm kind of speechless right now. I guess my job's to have words when I'm speechless. So let's break down what just happened here. Tetoa said, "Hey, my 2-Vine's really good, but it's at a little bit of low HP. I know that Plat can't do anything with the Yowler Volcrane board, right? If they do stay in, they're just gonna be asleep for 2 turns and do nothing." So Tetoa said, "I'm going to make a very safe mid ground here. It doesn't capitalize as much if the Volcrane and the Gulder, or the Volcrane and the Yowler stay in, but it capitalizes more if the Acronox and the Gulder swap in." And that's exactly what happened, right? Giving the +2/+2 on Mashuk pretty much destroys this board state. And we see the turbo come up. Honestly, this is like, this is
perfect.
This is looking rough. This is looking very rough for Plat. Very good.
He has the tornado up. He can just heli kick into the infinite, like until he wants. He will always outspeed the Volcrane with this Mushuk now. And I wonder even if the heli kick or uppercut might even be enough for this Volcrane, right?
I think it will be. I really think it will be. And we also see tornado on the Gulder. You know, getting that chip down. Ooh, that's so much damage.
It's even over 50%. Venom Spread will go down on the Gazuma. Not doing that much damage at all.
Not doing nearly enough. And we see Holy Kick also coming out on the Acronox. How much is this going to do? Over 50% on the Acronox. Yikes!
The harmful might be enough to take out this Gazuma.
I think it will be with Toxic Tick, because we're at +2, right?
Yeah,
we're
it is +2 defense, +2 attack, so... Yeah, but the Helitic will just come up again, yeah? And the Acronox will go down. The Mushuk is +2. What can you do about it?
Yeah. Concede?
I mean, it is rough, but...
I hate to say... Well, we'll see, though, you know? It's still not over. It's still not over until...
until the end, but Stone Trench not being up on the Volcrane will surely not help it.
That's also so true. I didn't even think about the fact that Stone Trench is not on my... Or not on my... What? I wish it was my Volcrane. But it's not. It is not so bad guy, unfortunate.
You have always been a big fan of Volcrane, yeah? I mean, now to see it in the... So far
in the Winners Finals. Or in Losers Finals, and Winners Finals, for a matter of fact, right?
Yeah, I mean...
Oh no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't in Winners Finals. Never mind.
No, it wasn't. But I mean, it is quite far in the tournament.
Oh, yeah, just a little bit, right? Yeah. I mean, we do see the Heli Kick coming out again. Plat trying to claw his way back into this game with the Mom's Lunch onto the Bushhook, trying to get it so that... It helps it. Well, it was already gonna OX though, so it's just trying to get more HP off the Mushhook, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that really helps though.
It doesn't help much. It doesn't really help much, but it helps a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, now the Heli Kick will just kill the Volcrane and do decent damage on the Zyorler, I think, and you can't even swap it out because Acronox will also just die. And
Mushhook's at +3 speed, so I think, honestly, what you do as Plat, you shake this one off, you try to get as much info as you can during this game, and you go next, right? That's like all you can do, and that's part of what being a good player is. Understanding, hey, what did I do wrong? How do I need to adapt my game plan, right? What do I need to change going into this next game?
And this adaptation we might see directly in turn 1, right? Because where he had the chance to copy this 2-Vine, which would have been good into this Mushhook, which would have been good into the Mawala, maybe not even letting it get off the Zen Meditation. This could be one of the adaptations he thinks through his mind now.
Yes, exactly. And honestly, game 1 is very important, but it isn't always who wins games 1 that's important. It's who adapts from game 1 that's important.
The one thing that is really good though for Tetoa taking game 1 is that he will definitely have a second game with the blue side, even if Plat is taking the blue side here.
That is very, very true. And that gives him that opportunity again, like you said earlier, to have that counter pick and counter ban even in the second half of the pick ban portion. So overall, Tetoa is looking pretty good so far, especially if he plays it like he did. Or if he plays game 2 like he did game 1, and SNR Plat isn't able to respond to it, then it's gonna be very, very rough.
And he also executed it perfectly, right? The double sleep into the Zen meditation. There was just no room for Plat to do anything. It was just a free setup, and then he kind of rolled through it with his Mashuk.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And as we are just getting right
Ooh.
into game 2.
And the adaption directly in the ban. He's banning this Mawala, doesn't want to see the sleep anymore, doesn't want to see the Zen Med anymore, but leaving the toolkin open.
Yeah, no, it's keeping the token open is very, very interesting, and we'll see how Tetoa adapts to the Mawala ban, right? Let's see what he decides. He may still be going with a Arachnite, but Arachnite ban with the Mawala ban is a bit interesting, just because I feel like the reason why Arachnite was banned in the first place was, yeah, it's okay into Tetoa's team, but it's mostly for that Mawala, I feel.
Yeah, I feel so too, but maybe just wants to get rid of those hook shenanigans, which we saw in a lot of Plat games this tournament. But again, I mean, the Tulkan wasn't banned, but can he really lead it? There's still a Platimus, or even the Yoro Mimit combo. I wonder.
Yeah, so we do see the Yala game picked up here, and we do see the Arachnite ban coming out from Tetoa, which is definitely interesting. We'll see how it pays off. I don't see it paying off, but like again, there's a reason why Tetoa's up here, right?
Goes for the Mushuk Tuvain.
That is really interesting, especially since we could see a Mimit just come up here, right?
Yeah, but what do you really want to copy? I mean, do you want to
I
copy
would
the
say-
Tuvain?
I'd say copy the Tuvine.
But you might get
depends on how
uppercutted.
It depends on how the rest of the pick ban goes.
Okay, he went for the Vulcran instead, giving himself the hook options to set himself up quite fast. But on the other hand, Tetoa can quite comfortably P-chip into any slot he wants to and do really good damage.
Yeah, and so we see Tetoa actually banning the Nidrasil here. Very, very interesting. I really wonder the thought process behind there, because I don't...
I mean, I guess for his Gario, yeah, he's also hovering on it already.
Yeah, I guess you want the Gary for the Vulcrane, and so you don't want the Nid for the Gary, but like, Gary also kind of gets countered by... I feel like Gary's not doing the most damage to Boulder anyways.
He just really wants to make sure that this Vulcrane will never pop off and kill every single time. Because Gary is the one hard counter to Vulcrane.
That is very true, honestly, and that's a very fair thing, right? If Tetoa's saying, if Tetoa's saying like, hey, the only thing I'm scared about is this Vulcrane, then obviously you're gonna bring the Gary, and you're gonna try to ban out everything to make sure that Gary has a very clear shot to victory.
And with that, you don't even need to poke this Vulcrane that much, right? You could even just maybe P-Jet Crystal Plume into this Yola slot, turn 1.
Yes, that is very true. But if you do end up doing that, I'm a bit afraid of how much damage this, or like how fastly this Vulcrane will ramp up. But with that said, this Yola is definitely a threat. So I don't hate P-Jab Crystal Plume Gatling, or like P-Jab Feather Gatling the Yowler turn 1.
Yeah, Feather Gatling might even be better just for the coverage here, and also the stamina wise, the Mom's Lunge.
Yeah.
Good for the Mushuk, bad for the Tuvine.
Yeah, for sure. Also, Mush kind of doesn't hate this Mom's Lunge right here, right? It means that it pretty convincingly gets up the turn 2 Tylus. I guess it was already getting that though, unless it went P-Jab, P-Jab, or Perfect Jab, but now it can Perfect Jab with OXing like guaranteed, which is really nice.
It could even Perfect Jab Turbo again, right? This +3 speed really was like last game was really making sure that it outsped the Vulcrane at any point.
Yeah.
I think that
it also means that it'll have to be the Platimus at any point, most likely.
Yeah.
We don't necessarily know how much.
He wants to get the hook so the Vulcrane doesn't set up.
Oh, that would be insane.
And he got it.
Ooh. He got it indeed. That was actually insane play by the Tetoa.
The Wastewater not being enough to overexert, but he gets the Toxic Tick and some really decent damage on the Yowler.
Wow, we got some... Yeah, the Yowler damage is kind of insane, but getting the seeing the damage on the Yao is also pretty nice. There's no way that this Gary is dying to any double in, so this Volcrane is definitely gonna be threatened out.
Yeah, and I mean, he really made sure that the Vulcrane is really not set up at all. Now it's at +0, it has to swap out, and might not be the win con Plat was hoping it to be for.
I do keep on forgetting though that this is reactive out Volcrane. We might see the self hook.
We might, but do you really want to risk it? I mean, it's still gonna do a lot of damage. The special defense is so low on this Vulcrane. If we see a Soil Steam...
I mean, the special
really
defense on this Volcrane wasn't that low. Like, it was taking tornadoes decently well.
Yeah.
Right? But yeah,
I mean, I guess
it's
you
probably
have
gonna
to,
be a decent amount.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you have to, you have to, but Plat said, no, I don't think I have to right now. Tetoa, how is he responding? Tetoa swapping out the Mushuk, you know? Yeah, that's interesting considering that he could have gotten a Tireless proc, but again, Mushuk's very, very good into the side Plat team, so I guess it makes sense wanting to conserve that HP.
And also the Tuvine's taking the suplex rather well with his high base defense, and he also read the Vulcrane swapping out, went for the Cold Geyser on this Yawler, bringing it down even further.
Yeah, that was an insane play by Tetoa. Very well played by them. Seeing that, hey, this Valkyrie most likely is going to swap out. Although, I do wonder what would have happened if that Valkyrie stayed in and self-hooked. It would have been a very bad time, I feel. But, hey, it worked out, right?
Yeah, it worked out. It was really risky, but I mean, when you're 1-0 up, you can make those kind of plays.
Oh, that is very true. I didn't even think about that. No, you're very right, Bennett. So we do see a Rushiel though going on the Garo. That's a very good Rushiel from the side of Plat. Although Tetoa is pretty fine eating it, I feel. Platimus getting brought down to like 40% there with that Feather Gatling. Not really what Plat wants to see. Tetoa, very well played, just getting that damage down on the Platimus so that Platimus can't threaten it as well later in the game.
And he wanted to go on the freeze on the Yawler to not make it able to move, because it was frozen before, like it was cold before because he Cold Geysered the turn before as well. But he couldn't do it because the Gulder swapped in, obviously. But
yes.
Now the Tuvine looks really good, right? I mean, that's the ward he really wants to be on. 2 Toxics on his face.
Oh, for sure, right? And even though this Platimus, I feel like we saved the Platimus, or Plat saves the Platimus for Tetoa. Tolkien?
You kind of have to, right?
I could also see us like swapping in Tolkien here. I guess you never swap in Tolkien here.
And I wonder if there's ever a world where you swap in Mimit for this Platimus. But
I mean, there's so many different lines that each player can go with, right? It'll be very interesting to see how they go about it. Tetoa and Plat making sure to not mess up any of these plays, right? We do see Plat going for the Quark Whirlwind on Tetoa's Tuvine.
Which is decent damage. The Platimus in return will go down to the Turbine. And I wonder if we will see the Toxic Ink also going down on the Turbine.
We might not see it. Because we might see it get frozen.
Yes, I forgot about that. You're right.
Yeah.
Damn, Tetoa is playing this really well.
Yes, he is indeed. We do see the nutrition bar proc, but this will be very interesting to see how Plat brings us back, right? Because he is not in a good spot right now. Tetoa has been outplaying him most of the turns, it seems. I guess the one way that you're going to bring it back though is with a Volcrane, right? And
this is the self-hook turn, right? The turn where you want to set up.
Oh, for sure, right? Especially with Gario and Tuvine both being on. Honestly, no, you definitely stay in with Gario. You can't risk him not self-hooking.
Yeah, no, he will always do the self-hook. I mean, he has no options. He has only hook anyways, so I think the Gario might even just swap out.
That's what I'm thinking too, but I feel it's kind of weird, right? Because what if, is there a world where you read this and be like, hey, I want to save the self-hook for later?
I know, you don't only have hook.
No, we have Stone Trench
because we hooked first turn, yeah?
Yeah, we did. So we do have the Mom's Lunch coming in here. Do we see the self-hook?
We do.
We do see the self-hook.
takes a lot of stamina away from this Vulcrane.
It does.
This month lunge.
In a way, though, that's not too bad of a thing, right?
You get vigorized up.
Yes, he can get vigorous a lot easier now, meaning that Stone Trench into Ninjutsu for sure overexerts him.
But does he go for this play? Because I mean, this Yawler kind of threatened to just go down to a tornado. And
I mean, I guess the whole idea is like, if they are hitting the Yowler, then they aren't hitting our Vulcrane, right?
Don't you think the Yawler is going down to 1 Tulkan attack? That's what I kind
I'm
of
not
feel.
sure. I think you have to double it.
Yeah, the Heli kick coming up with the double up.
Yeah, that definitely helps. Yeah.
Yeah, he really
and
made
we
sure.
will
And
see
he
the
kept
Yowler
this
come down.
tornado.
Yeah, that's a very good for the side of Plat, or not Plat, Tetoa.
And also notice Vulcrane doesn't have his reactive vial anymore, and only
Wait.
Stone Trench to protect it.
Hold. Does copying Tolkien kind of just like? No, this shows Gazuma. Tolkien's in a very good position right here.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of has to tap the Vulcan, yeah? The Tulkan. Because you don't really want to Mashuk in this board with still so many wins online. And you also don't really want the Vulcrane.
There is a world where you copy Vulcrane, I guess, but that's not a world I really want to live in.
Yeah.
As much as I love Vulcrane, I don't know if that's correct. Well, Plat
We will
does
see it.
seem so. We'll see if it is correct, right? Tetoa's in the driver's seat, been playing extremely well this game.
Yeah, the tornado on the Vulcrane will do decent damage, I think. Not quite that much, but still a good chunk.
Well, we do see a vigorous Stone Trench come off, which is insanely good, taking out the mush hook.
Yeah, that's actually really important.
really good.
Yeah. But he does OX, so he kinda is forced to swap it out, because he can't really do much. And Gario coming in.
Yeah, Gario
Isn't
coming
this
in.
just a windburst Cold Geyser on this Mimit slot?
Yeah.
Actually, Plat might have to read it, yeah? He might have to swap out the Mimit, getting this Ninja Jutsu up on the other work on the normal, and he does it.
Swap up Mimic, keeping.
But if he has Rockfall,
hey yo, Rockfall Gary would would actually be insane here, right? We do see the Windburst come out. Is it a Cold Geyser?
it is the Cold Geyser on the.
Wait, hold. Pause, champ. Are we gonna see a comeback here?
But
Because we get a vigorous Ninja Jutsu here.
Yeah, but you can swap out the Gario, right? You can just sack the 2-vine and kill the
No,
Vulcrane.
you don't kill off the Gario.
You can even
yet.
kill the Ghoul though. I mean, you could kill off both.
I think you
with the
kill
Tulkan.
Tolkien and then Tink with Guldur.
But do you kill the Tulkan? I mean, you're plus 2.
Oh, I think you
but
do. You're +2, but it's vigorous also, right?
We'll see. It is on the Gario.
It is on Gary, which is huge.
And it's not enough.
No, but that's fine. That's better for him, right?
I mean, not if the tornado hits the Ghoulder. Or the Windburst, which is enough.
No, but that's fine still, because now Stone Trench kills, or should kill, the Gario. No, I don't see a world where...
Yeah, but Vulcrane alone shouldn't be enough.
Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, there's no way, right?
I mean, he has
There's
this
no
turn to
way
hook,
that...
but... I think he has to
He
hook,
has a turn
actually.
to hook. He does have to hook, yes.
Yeah, but this Kazuma and the Tulkan having the special damage.
I've seen Vulcrane sweep at +1, +2 so many times in the past, okay? I'm a believer.
Yeah, I mean, I have to be the counterpart. I think this is over, but
Nah,
we will
believe.
see.
We believe. Hook. Any hook dashers in chat? Come on, baby. Can I get a
+2
hook in
attack.
chat?
He gets the +2 on this Mimit,
Yep.
and the Stone
Now
Trench
Kazuma
up.
comes in. Stone Trench, baby.
He doesn't have
Professional-
the tornado yet, so it's at least
Dude,
something.
I actually think Vulcrane might win this. How much damage does
But
this
he's
do?
not killing
Oh,
anything.
it's not enough. That is not enough. I mean, is there ever a world though where you can go hook on Tuvine? Kill? Does hook on Tuvine kill? No way, right?
I mean, you kind of have to hope.
You have
That
to
it
hope
does.
exactly, right? No, but then you don't outspeed anyway. I don't think there's a way.
I mean, you're +1 speed. So,
Yeah, but you don't outspeed the double NATO is what
Yeah.
I'm saying. Yeah.
I mean, I think the first tornado is coming this turn, so... But you might live the double tornado, right? If this Mimit is built bulky, which I guess it is, there is a world where you just live the double tornado.
I mean, I guess that's fair. Unless we see a flame mirror on the Gazuma and it kills.
But on the
Oh, no, we
Tuvine,
don't. Interesting.
I really wanted to make sure to kill and thought that the hook wasn't enough, in fact.
Yeah, now you just Tesla presented double NATO.
Double
That was
tornado.
very well played by Tetoa.
Yeah. Because now this Vulcan isn't killing anything, and even if it does kill one of the Tems, it will go down to its overexertion.
Exactly. No, very well played by Tetoa. Honestly, this finals match is about to be one heck of a match. And
Yeah, look at the tornado damage. I mean, I think...
wait, huh? It outs.
Yeah, but he dies.
Yeah, he
dies to
died.
low egg.
Wait, if he hooked that last time, and it killed, would he have won? There's no way it would have killed though, right?
I mean, but that was maybe the one hope he had to go for. But
Yeah,
like that,
that's
Tetoa
what I'm
just takes it
thinking, too.
2-0.
No, that was a really well played game though by Tetoa. Like, I don't think that could have been played any better.
Yeah, I mean, we thought beforehand that Plat had a really hard and rough matchup going into this, but yeah, I mean, as we saw in
Tetoa just did not give him any room to. So the whole thing with like rough matchups in Temtem is that because there's no RNG, you will lose. Oh, outside of like move prediction and stuff, because that is technically RNG, you will lose if your opponent like does not give you any leeway. If they do not mess up, you will lose in an unfavored matchup. So
And it wasn't only the unfavorable matchup, he also got every read right in every turn,
yeah,
basically.
no,
He just
Tetoa was reading him like a book.
he was playing out of his mind, and yeah, like that, Tetoa goes into the grand finals and has his rematch against Argon.
Yeah, no. So, guys, make sure to stick around. We will be doing the finals match right after this. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Grand Finals. And yeah, we have an amazing matchup for you guys. East, would you like to introduce them? I guess I don't need an introduction, but
this has been an incredible tournament so far. I think we've got two very interesting competitors in the finals here. Tetoa coming in from loser's side, also I think just having an incredible run. Like, I don't think anyone had this finals matchup on their bingo card, but I think a lot of people probably had Argon in the finals. So Tetoa going on, I think it's just a really unpredictable run and just incredibly clean games from them. They do face a steep hill here, though, as not only did they lose to Argon on the winner's side, but this has a bracket reset in the TemCS tournament. So Tetoa is going to have to win 2 BO3s, whereas Argon only has to win 1.
yes, that is very, very true. So not only do you need the stamina, but more importantly, you need to make sure that you don't lose 2 games in a row, right? Or like 2 games within the sets, like at all, pretty much.
It should be said as well that Tetoa is playing from Japan, where I think it's like 7 a.m. right now.
Oh my gosh.
They've been playing throughout the night, so that makes the run like even more incredible, right? Like just really impressive stuff there. And we'll see if Argon can kind of close things out in the finals. How have you kind of felt about the winner side match, like the matches you casted so far?
So, when it comes to, are you saying it in respect to this one, or?
Yeah. What's your thoughts on the matchup?
So I think that Argon is definitely in a very good spot coming into this finals, not just because of the bracket reset, but most importantly because of the team matchup, right? We have the Chimerian Tuvine, which answers a decent amount on his team, like that Mushuk, like the Kazuma, right? But more importantly, this Oshiara goes stupid, right? Like there's so many things, and the only thing that can really answer it efficiently is that Mushuk on the side of Tetoa. So we will really, really have to see how Tetoa responds to it. Now Tetoa's been playing immaculately, and so is Argon, but you can only do so much for a bad matchup sometimes, and that just makes it so much more hype when I think Tetoa is gonna possibly be able to bring it back, you know?
Yeah, I think Argon, in the 2 games that he won in the winners finals, Tetoa, I think there is some opportunity for Tetoa to like play a little bit, like make things that were a little bit cleaner. We saw like Zenmed onto 2 different targets in 2 different games that really didn't get any attacks off. And Argon does kind of struggle into the hypnotist play from the Moala there. So if Tetoa's a little bit cleaner with how he positions his board, he may be able to get something going here. But we do see, because I believe Argon is on winner side, he gets to choose. I don't believe there's a coin. Oh no, there is a coin flip in finals. So Argon did win, or did is blue side off of the coin flip here. Finals.
So one thing that is very important to notice also, I think, is Argon's board positioning has been immaculate so far in the games that he's played in winners finals, in winners finals and the winner side of the bracket. So even though that's Tetoa's main win con, it seems, is out board positioning the person that has been perfectly board positioning the whole game or the whole time, right? Now, given there's layers to these things, right? So even though Argon was reading the first layer consistently, saying, hey, let me bring my Platymus in on the Volcrane. Let me make sure this Platymus is always on the Volcrane board against Plat. Or, yeah, no, that was like the main thing, right? I guess that was the set that he really showed off that skill. Tetoa can go a layer further and say, hey, I think he's going to bring in the Platymus on, let's say, my Tolkien. What if I bring in the Gazumo or the Mushuk instead?
Yeah, I don't think there's a player in the world right now that knows how to play their team better than Argon does. Like, knows the extent of the limits of their speed, whether or not they're faster in a turn or not. A player who is rarely, I think, surprised by the results of individual turns. Very in control, very showing a very strong mastery of their own team. And that, I think, combined with the team that they've kind of been able to put together over on the side of the Clown team, that's kind of been carrying through this tournament. So we see no Tolkien off the lead here this time, a slightly different lead from Argon.
Yeah, no, I also really like this lead from Tetoa, right? Using the Scunch to kind of put immediate board presence, or to exert immediate board pressure, while also being able to threaten out this 2-vine. Gario, so I don't really know why they picked Gario. I guess really just making it so that they couldn't pick the thing that they second banned, but I don't know. We'll have to see, because this Oshiara pick is going to be very good into Tetoa's team.
Yeah, I also think just like given the circumstances, right? Like you're playing against someone, as we start to get into the game here, you're playing against someone who has been playing a long day. It's like really early where they are. They have to beat you 4 times. Just throw a bunch of different leads at them and try to see if you can kind of jostle things a little bit here. Force Tetoa to play on point while you just kind of gather a little more information. Take advantage of the advantage that you've kind of rightfully earned by being so dominant in the tournament so far.
Yeah, no, for sure. Honestly, like, just the mere fact of being able to... The more things you stack onto Tetoa's mental, the better chance you're going to have at winning, right? A human brain can only think of so many things at one time. And if it gets to its limit, it's going to start missing out on very, like, incidental, simple things or simple lines that you otherwise wouldn't be missing out on, right? And thank you, everyone, for coming to my small psychology TED Talk. But here we go. Oshiara coming out with the Tsunami, going into Scunch and Gario. Doing a decent amount of that Scunch, right? The freeze doesn't really matter much. We do see CPG. Argon saying, hey, you know what? I see the threat on this board, and it is not the Gario. I'm going to go for this gun, trying to gut it down, get as much damage off on it as possible.
Yeah, we'll see the response here. This Wrenching Massage, will it KO 2-Veen? This is actually a pretty important turn here. It looks like it did go down there. Yeah.
Yes,
So
it is very KO'd.
that is a nice take for Tetoa there. Like, that's really kind of very similar to his matching winners against Invincible, where he's able to get a quick KO out of that scunch. And now he's got a hold off, and he's one swap in away from having Ninja. Argon has decided essentially to trade the Tuvine's HP in response to getting more turns on the Ociara. So now he didn't have to swap the Ociara in and break his tempo turn 1. He'll be able to go to Serbatia's Wrath here, and the Scunch is threatened out by a double with no like immediately like good swap-ins there. The one thing to be wary of, I suppose, would be that Gario can start to really push damage into Gazuma as well. Cold Geyser will deal a ton of damage, but I don't think Argon is too worried about letting the Gario stick around, because Platimus and Chimerian can deal with it so handily, especially because there's no Gazuma in the back to turn on Earthbreaker.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. We do see the Servatios coming out from the side of Argon, getting that +1 special attack. We'll have to see how Tetoa responds. The Gazuma outspeeding the Scunch is pretty big there. Scunch not getting a second technique off means that that's just that much more damage not hitting the board, right? Gazuma taking a decent chunk from that Cold Geyser, but this Ociara is about to go crazy.
Yeah, a bit of a different look from the Clown team here, and a nice adjustment given the draft from Tetoa. So you see a lot of Ociaras go for Fake Beard so that they don't run out of stamina doing exactly what Argon is doing, right? But you see, because the morale boosting whip, which I think is a tech that helps against those like mimic trap plays that we've seen a lot of players use in this tournament. Now the Ociara actually doesn't have very much stamina of its own, so it's going to have to either swap out or take a turn to rest, and that is going to continue to break up Argon's tempo. And this looks much better for Tetoa so far than either of the winner side games looked. Just going for value and pressing immediate damage. This Gario is getting a lot of value for Tetoa so far.
Oh yeah, for sure. I didn't think this Gario would be that good of a pick into Argon's team just because it can't threaten the Ociara, but I am getting proven wrong. We do see the Chimerian swapping in for the Gazuma, trying to eat a possible CPG. We'll have to see. It does appear that this Ociara stayed in just a water blade the Tuvine very respectable damage right there. Trying to go for a mid-ground play, hitting Feathergat into the Chimerian, and we actually see Earthbreaker. He really just said, don't keep that Gazuma in. And he pulled the Jonathan Joestar of, I know what you're about to say, as he swaps in Chimerian. But yeah.
Okay, so this is weird. So I think if Chim gets... Oh man, because if Chim gets Glass Blade off into Tuvine, does Glass Blade Water Blade KO? If so, does Tetoa go for
way,
Peck?
Right?
Does Tetoa go for Peck to get over top? And there's no way Peck KOs Chimerian. There can't be, right?
There's no way.
Yeah. We could see a pivot out here.
I mean, I don't think Glass Blade Water Blade kills though. That was Water Blade damage right there, right?
Tetoa is very bulky as well on Tuvine compared to a lot of the other Tems. Does mean that that's a pretty safe. But then if Argon can swap in the Gazu and Tetoa isn't sure that they get this off, the Gario can start to run out of steam a little bit here. It's not like offensively threatened if Chim goes down, but it is like defensively threatened in the sense that an Ociara Platimus board late game just walls out Gario, and that means that like Tetoa doesn't really want to take Gario out. He needs to keep it in so that he can conserve things that are better into Ociara Plat in the late game, such as the Mashuk. He doesn't really want to show Mashuk in this game. But like Argon is like trying to get to this Tulkin in the back as quickly as he can, trying to get to this Mashuk with his Gazuma. And Tetoa is running out of gas to prevent that from happening.
Oh yes, for sure, right? Especially with Serbatios kind of being online as soon as Argon swaps out his OCR here. Next time it comes in, it'll be online because of Hurry War. It could be very, very, very detrimental to Tetoa, right? We do see the Gazuma or Platimus coming in here. A very good board state for the Platimus outside of the Tuvine, but Tuvine is already pretty chipped, so I don't think Argon's the most worried about it. Also, we do have to mention Oshiro is the main win con, right? And Mushuk's the only thing stopping that win con.
Nice catch. Feather
Yeah, that
Goblin
was
going to go
actually-
into the Platymus. That's big damage. One of the ways to deal with the Tolkien late game getting low now. Very nice looking helicopter kick here for Tetoa. And
I
he
mean,
did
I
not
don't-
commit Turbine.
I don't necessarily know if Tolkien's a win con for Tetoa though, right? I stand by the fact that I think Mushuk's the win con.
So Tubine's going to come out here. It is Tolkien just coming in here, maybe to take an Aquatic Whirlwind or something, more of a sacrifice play here. Platymus Whirlwind does just line up the Tolkien. It doesn't actually take it down,
It doesn't
however.
KO. What?
But Chim
That's
with the
why.
follow-up CPG. No, that's actually onto Mashuk. Does Mashuk go for Turbo here? Nice Turbo from Tetoa. That's more the player who's been on the run here. This is a big play in the sense that
Oh
now,
my gosh.
now the Osiara is not safe into the Tolkien Tornado anymore.
Tetoa might just be the GOAT. Okay, sorry.
Really
I'm
dancing here for sure. This is now
I
a
see-
very
I
strong
see,
looking helicopter kick.
I see a good turbo play and I can't help but to think about good turbo plays, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like you said, the helicopter kick is looking very scary now, right? Not to mention that we could just kind of swap out that Tolkien into the back and leave it for later, right? Like, sure. Actually, no, Aquatic Whirlwind isn't even up yet. So if we think that we're going to outspeed the Glass Blade, or we don't even need to outspeed the Glass Blade. We just Fiery Soul Chimerian and then Heli Kick, right?
I do just heli kick, right? It's +3 speed from the turbo. It's gonna
You
outspeed
don't
Chimerian and
want-
Platymus most likely. So like
Well,
Gario can come in here,
you
right?
don't want Glass Blade outspeeding and killing Tolkien, though, right?
If Glass Blade, I mean, you swap Gario, I think, like you said. Like Tolkien can leave, Gario
think so?
can come in. This is actually going to be a swap from Argon to try and preserve the Chim for a little bit later. Let's see what Tolkien goes for here. It actually just
As we
fires
see the
into
fossil into
Platymus.
Platymus.
Maybe calling a swap of some kind there. But the Platypus has no prio, so this
Yeah.
helicopter kick will stick. Oh, it does get the
Oh,
rocket
wait,
through,
we
actually.
lied.
Nice play by Argon. We lied, yeah.
Well, yeah, how does it feel to be a liar in front of hundreds of people?
But now we've got the heli kick. This is going to be a lot of chip into Gazu.
Yeah, that's the one thing that's a little bit weird about this play, right? Yes, you kill the Tolkien, but letting that Gazu take the chip when that's the thing that needs to kill the Mushuk is very weird. So it really comes down to, does this Gazu even outspeed the Mushuk in the first place, right?
So one of the differences with Argon's team is that his Gazuma tends to be a little bit slower and bulkier. On the other
Really?
hand,
Okay.
Tetoa's team is also like quite slow and bulky as well.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the Osiara does not outspeed the Mushuk here, but the Gazuma Tornado could. It's close.
Dude, this Gario is actually goated, huh? It just like exerts so much pressure on this board. No matter what swaps in the Gazuma spot dies. Tuvine definitely will die, but like if you trade, oh, this is such a weird turn because Argon could swap in the Tremorian on the Cold Geyser. Tetoa predicting that could keep him Mushuk, but if Tetoa predicts if Tetoa predicts Gazuma to stay in, then he wants to swap out Mushuk and sack the Tuvine. There are like 4 different outcomes that could happen this game, or
Yeah,
different plays that could be taken, and 2 of them make Argon win, and 2 of them let Tetoa win.
Yeah. Wonder if we see Tetoa just go for the wastewater here. No, it's helicopter kick. That's
See,
not going to be
helicopter
enough.
kick. I don't know what that play does for us, but
Cervatios comes out. So this is good chip into Mushuk in the sense that the NATO from Gazu. Oh, is the NATO
Definitely
down?
kills now.
The NATO's down.
the NATO's wait.
Yeah.
No, we just saw it swap in.
Oh,
NATO is not
last
down.
turn? No, NATO was up. Yeah, NATO was up. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think both of these players just like overread to heck and back, right? Like, I actually don't know who wins from this position.
Tetoa knows, based on this game, that based on winners finals, he knows that Chim's CPG is faster. If Chim outspeeds Mushuk with Glass Blade here, this is really quite disastrous for Tetoa.
Yeah, because then Tsunami just kills Tuvine Gario.
Yeah. And
Dude, this was
Gario
such an
can get walled out.
insane game.
Is it took
And
faster?
still not over.
No, the Water Blade goes first, and it KOs.
Wow.
Nice play by Argon. Again.
I would say well played by both of them, obviously. Holy cow, that I don't even know what to say about that game. That it kind of speaks for itself. How well, like, because we were talking about how this was unfavored for Tetoa going into this, and Tetoa made it so close, right?
That's a very difficult loss, I think, to take if you're Tetoa, because you got so close, right? And it just going for a like not even like an uppercut or the wastewater onto the Gazu, maybe trying to like catch a Chim with
Or even a wastewater
helicopter
onto
kick.
the Oshiara, like even
Yeah.
then.
the
right?
helicopter kick. I mean, I'm sure Twitch chat will point out how we're wrong, but the helicopter kick did seem a little bit weird there. Maybe anticipating that the Gazuma would be fast and not bulky like most of Argon's Tems. And now we see on the blue side, Argon completely unafraid to go back for exactly the same opener that won him games in the winners finals. This is pretty quickly a Tolkien 2v, and it's very clean. The burn is going to make Skunch's opener way less effective. Tetoa can go back for the Moala, although he didn't favor it in the last game. Let's see if he brings it in here.
Yeah, that is a very good point. We do so. One interesting thing to point out here. I do think that Tetoa's lead is a little more favored this time, and I really like the Oshiara ban from Tetoa's side. We saw how much work it put in, right? So
Yeah, the second phase OC ban.
yeah, this is going to be a completely new game, I'd say.
This is very similar to the winners finals set. How this generally tends to work is Tetoa likes to go and bring in Moala here, especially if 2v is threatened. But of course, Argon can read that and go for a Crystal Plume Gatling. So the biggest difference from game 1 to game 2 here is that you see that the burn is going to make it so that the double from Soil Steam Wrenching Massage is not going to be enough to take down the 2v, and that immediately complicates the game immensely for Tetoa, because Mushuk and Moala in the back don't really like dealing with 2v. It's a pretty clean backline for Argon once he kind of deals with the Skunch and the Gario. Now, that being
Yes,
said,
for sure.
Moala does kind of gum things up. But we will see everyone stay in here.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Because I feel like perfect jab into Cold Geyser obviously really hurts the Tolkien, but we actually see them. Oh wait, he doesn't have perfect jab. I keep forgetting.
Yep.
So we will see the Soil Steam and probably Wrenching Massage coming out from the Skunch.
Yeah, the
Yep.
Tuvin gets to dodge the burn tick as well, which is definitely relevant.
Yes, for sure.
Might
That
be
extra
the difference
damage is
between
going to be
Rockfall
coming
KOing or
clutch.
not. Yeah, it might be the difference between Rockfall KOing or not. Tolkien is a
not
little
only
bit threatened by
that.
Geyser.
Not only that, but the Tuvine, like, the Tuvine not being burned there probably puts the Skunch at range of a Tornado, meaning that they don't have to, or the Tolkien and the Tuvine don't have to take a Savage Suplex or Oshidashi, which is very huge.
Mm-hmm. So if you're
At the same
Tetoa,
time,
you-
does this Tolkien even want to stay in? Like, it's this, oh. I feel like you're kind of forced to keep in Tolkien here because you do not want that Skunch getting hold up. But at the same time, oh, we actually only see Windburst come out though. That's very interesting.
Yeah, probably a Soil Steam here to finish off the Tuvin to make it a little bit safer for Moala to enter the game. We will see Soil Steam, and it does hit the Tuvin, and it should take it down. So one for
Very
one
well
right there.
played by Tetoa there. Very well played by both, but I do think it was, I really like what Tetoa did, just like keeping in the Skunch. Not, even though it's a very good temp for Tetoa, it still made it so that like, hey, I'm gonna take the safe route, but it begs the question, can Tetoa be taking the safe route when this is an unfavored matchup for him?
So the interesting thing now is that Moala puts Argon on a clock. He kind of has to quadruple attack this Moala. I don't think it goes down to like 2 Tesla prisons and just like 1 attack. So Tetoa can take advantage of that if he wants to go like hard into the Tolkien with Cold Geyser and like force Argon to make a swap here. And if he does make a swap, it seemed possible that the Gazuma doesn't have enough in the tank to KO Moala, and that gets the Hypnotist play off for Tetoa. We'll see. Argon is going to bet that he can do it, so Platimus is going to come in. And Tetoa's not going to take the offered play here. It's actually going to be Tuvine coming in.
Yeah, so Tuvine gonna be able to eat up this Tesla prison very easily, proccing the bait. We'll have to see where this Gario hit goes, because that could make a pretty big difference on how much tempo he gets out of this play. We just see a rock ball doing actually a decent chunk to this Platimus. I think based on how much damage we saw it take from Tuvine last game, we do know now that it's in range of a Feather Gatling.
It's going to deal a lot if it lands onto the Platimus. Also, the Gazuma
Yes.
is definitely a good target as well. If it takes the CPG, all of a sudden Moala Mashuk becomes a very dangerous potential late game for Tetoa.
That is very true, right?
With Hypnotist into Turbo Choreography, Zen Meditation, all of a sudden Tetoa can really swing the game around, and I don't know how much more value they can get out of Gario as a result, but there will always be this game that Gario can hit for 1x damage, whether it's Mushuk, Gazuma, or Tulkin. So until we get down to the late game here, the Gario will be able to provide value. It might need to come out now, because it's low stamina, and we could see Moala swap in as a result.
Yeah, no, that's... The Mawala swap could be very, very good on the correct board, right? But I think honestly Mawala is like Tetoa's main way of getting back in here in the first place, right? Because a simple Zen meditation on that Mushuk, like you said, or even Gario could go a long way. Because Soil Seam, even though it's walled by the Platimus, I don't think Platimus is going to be around for very much longer.
Yeah, the thing that Argon is trying to figure out here is this FGAT into Plat or CPG into Gazu? He thinks it's going to be CPG into Gazu. Let's see if he's right.
Let's see it. So we do see the Gario swapping out, Tulkin swapping in, Mawala swapping in. Let's see it. Do we see the Feathergat? Do we see the insane reads that Tetoa has been going for daily, or every single game so far? We see a Turbine going into the Platimus. Is that enough to kill? It does appear so. Wow. That might be that's an insane shift in tempo, right, East?
Kinda. It's a little weird now because the Moala took the Whirlwind, so it can go down to like Tesla Tornado here, right? Or Tesla Fire Tornado. I guess Fire Tornado's not up, but Tesla Tornado can take out Moala, which blocks off the Hypnotist.
The problem with that though is that if that happens, the Gazuma takes a CPG, and then all of a sudden Gario comes out, and now Tulkin's super threatening because Gario's not going down to a double.
This is nice, actually, really nice for Tetoa, because he has kind of dual threat here, because the Gario can handle Tulkin in the late game, and with Platimus now out of the game, it's really hard to stop Gario from taking off. So you'll see Gazu come in. Argon can also go the other way if he wants to. Like, go for like a Fiery Soul plus Tesla Prison into Tuvine to try and take it down before it attacks. That might be necessary given the potential for big damage here, but Tetoa can also just let Hypnotist proc as a result, and then
that is very true.
The Gario, which is no longer walled, can receive a Zen meditation, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, if Hypnotist goes off, I think we can safely say that the game will be over. But I don't like Argon's put into a really weird spot now, because if he doesn't let this Hypnotist, okay, let me restart that. He's in a weird spot because if Hypnotist goes off, he loses. But if Tetoa swaps out the Mawala when the Mawala gets doubled into, then it's also really weird for Argon. So we do see the Transient Echo going into the Mawala. It seems that Argon's gone for the play like, hey, we're going to commit to this Mawala staying in. Let's double it. Transient Echo just guaranteeing that the Gazuma will die to the CPG. Crystal Plume Gatling coming out onto the Gazuma, connecting, taking it down.
So now it's Mashuk against a wind move, and what probably will be Soil Steam. What is the last Tem that What's the last time that Tetoa is dealing with here in the back? Or maybe a Mushuk of their own? Okay, in that case, we could see just Cold Geyser into Tolkien. Like, he'll just split attacks a couple
Yeah,
times.
exactly, right? You get perfect
Double
jab,
Cold
or the
Geyser
Mushuk
Tolkien should be
will...
enough.
Yeah, the Mushuk with higher HP will win the end game. No, this looks looking very good for Tetoa.
Tetoa doesn't have first aid kit, so Mushuk 1v1 gets a little bit interesting.
I guess that's fair.
Because
But
it
I feel,
doesn't,
I guess it doesn't OX, so that actually does get very interesting, huh?
yeah, Arden didn't go for the fire tornado there. He just went for the fiery soul. So I guess that'll finish things off with the helicopter kick.
Yep.
Which goes before the turbine, which I guess is correct there.
Yeah, and I guess
think we are gonna
Tolkien's
see a
never
Mushuk
dying to
endgame
this.
here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be a Mushuk v Mushuk endgame, but Tetoa's Mushuk is gonna be on a lot less HP. I guess the Gario doesn't die though. The Gario doesn't die though, huh?
He
If
kind
you
of needs
double-
to
if you
hit the
hit Mushuk.
Gario. Yeah, he kind of needs to hit the Gario with Tolkien here. Because that'll kill it. And then he's got a Mushuk 1v1 where he's closer to Tireless and he has first aid kit. But I don't think either player has perfect jab. Which makes this really, really weird.
I think you always hit Mushuk if you're Argon, yeah.
He's going for Mushuk here.
Because I don't think the Gario does enough damage to really justify not hitting it.
Yeah, that is going to be the better play for Argon here. Oh, wastewater.
I see wastewater
Tolkien.
actually coming out.
I think we might.
You don't see
be-
heli kick.
Yeah, one turn away maybe here from, or a few turns away. Rockfall and Gario, that's not a Soil Steam, so it won't hit the Shark's weaker special defense. I think Argon is super well
Argon's
positioned
looking
to take it here.
very
Two
good
helicopter
here,
kicks
yeah.
should win him Worlds.
Do we possibly have the Temtem World Champion? Or can Tetoa bring this back? Let's see it. Because Argon's just heli kicks here again, right?
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it for any of you watching in Twitch chat, but I think we have the answer to our question here. Is the helicopter kick brings Mushuk low, takes down the Gario. See the self-damage. Another wastewater. That self-damage is also going to proc into Tetoa. Is this the turn that we see it?
Or is it?
Yeah, it goes down.
And we see
Argon
it! Congrats to
2023.
Argon!
He's your 2023 Temtem World Champion. Wow.
Can we get a people clap in the chat?
Clap.
People clap.
Yeah.
Wow.
So great series. Like I said, I think the Tetoa kind of the time and the length of the tournament maybe kind of getting to him a little bit, and Argon just fully in control and command of his team. Masterfully played, and good games to both. Like, great tournament so far. I think we are going to be doing, if accepted, I think we have potential for interview here. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I do.
We've got that
Yoluna, it
going.
does appear that Yoluna is talking to Argon or Connor right now.
Yeah.
So,
So we're gonna throw out a different screen here. So thoughts on the tournament in general, Rishi?
dude, I'm someone who's been, for those who don't know, I'm someone who's been following the Temtem community for a very long time. Was like the May of like 2020 or something, and just to see it all come together in this Worlds, it brings joy to my heart. Even though I didn't compete in it, and I love competing in Temtem, I was able to be part of it still. And there's so many other people that got to be a part of it, whether it be Twitch chat, whether it be casters, whether it be players, and it warms my heart. I love this community so much. I love this game so much. Yeah.
Yeah, this was a really good tournament. Like, just a really strong example of some of the best teams, the best kind of cooking, the best players. I think a lot of the people that were picked to do really well in the tournament did do really well. We had some surprises as well. You know, I think shoutouts to players like Tetoa and Notna for like really pushing deeper into the tournament than I think anyone gave them credit for. But I think it also just like, as this final tournament of the TemCS season, finally, you know, on a really, really big stage, I think the best player of the year so far like proved that they were the best player this year, and I think that's
Oh yeah, for sure.
a great note to end on. Like, tournament to tournament, ladder, in like our community leagues and stuff like that, aarrrggnn is like consistently this year has been the best player in the world, and I think that this kind of is the exclamation point on that season for him. And I mean, he should feel good about it. Like that was great, great tournament for him, and great tournament for the game as well.
Yeah, for sure.
I think we pulled him into the he's in the wrong waiting room right now on Discord, but we'll grab him in a second here and get him in for an interview. Also, should be said, at 10 Gs, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's like that's pretty nice standing in the bank account.
Right? Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude.
Tetoa, I think it's 4.5 for for Tetoa coming in second.
It's either 4.5 or 5.
Yeah,
I believe it's around 5.
Oh, he's no longer in the waiting room. Okay, we'll figure it out later. No, here he is.
There we go, the man of the hour.
Hello.
Hey, aarrrggnn, how's it going?
Going pretty good.
Yeah, so how's it
also
feel
got the stare going.
No cam for me.
How does it feel to have just won $10,000 and the Temtem World Championship title?
No, it feels great. I mean, yeah, I was feeling pretty good going into it. Just excited to win.
If someone told you at the start of 2023 that you would be playing Osakai in grand finals and winning $10,000, what would you have told them?
I mean, I think that's around the start of 2023. I played Osakai in a tournament back then. I probably would have believed it.
No, that's fair. I mean, it looked like awesome in a lot of them.
What about Kazuma? What about they told you that you're playing Kazuma in finals? What would you have said?
Yeah, I don't know. I tried that one back then, but I was a believer, but it was not going in. I would have been doubtful.
Yeah, okay, that sounds about right. Because Kazuma, I guess, started 2020.
They threw some BST on that about halfway through the year, and then it was time.
They did it a couple times.
Sure.
Yeah, a couple times.
Love.
Yeah.
So I was like
tournament, man. How the whole 4 days. Like, how did you feel through the whole thing?
I mean, I was stressing the entire time. I don't know, like every match except for versus Luch, I felt like I probably had matchup going in. And I was stressed that I would lose. I felt like it was set up well enough for me to win that if I lose now, it would just be pretty depressing.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Rishi.
Yeah, so I was wondering, for those who are, I guess, picking up Temtem or want to be on the same stage as you, what advice do you have for them?
I mean, I guess the biggest thing for me, like for getting into comp, was I watched a bunch of tourneys when I first started the game. It was just good content for me, and it got me into comp, and definitely made a pretty big impact early on.
Tell us a little bit about the kind of dynamic. I know there's a lot of other players in the Cuddly Clowns who brought like similar teams, like Invincible, Talwin, Kunders, those guys. Talk a bit about like the process of like team building with those guys and like preparing for the tournament with them.
Yeah, I mean, so with me and like Invincible or Jake, we're always on really similar teams, and we're always running through a bunch of these teams, like maybe 1-2 times swapped out. So I mean, we're probably bound to end up on a similar team. But on the day before Worlds, he just told me he was gonna copy my team and go in. So that's how that one went. I mean, with like Talwin and Kunders, I definitely had some influence. I know Talwin actively tried not to copy my team. The main thing that I think I brought to the club was like the Osakai pick. I was trying that out for a while, like the week leading up, and it definitely it got banned probably borderline every game, except for a Plat, where it still would have got banned had I not been running 3 wins.
Right, fair enough. Rishi, you got one more for our
Yeah,
champion?
so I guess the last thing is, what made you change to the Osakai?
I mean, Wolfie nerf, it was it felt unplayable. I just did not want to bring that. So Osakai was, I mean, I needed an Earth, and that was probably the best option to cover for stall and toxic matchups with the scaling.
Yeah, it kind of felt like you guys were looking for another quicksand user now that Wolfie didn't have the turn 1 Earth, and being able to split the nature typing off into Chim, which I think also performed fantastically this tournament. That glass blade against Plat was like literally series winning, right? That was awesome. and
Yeah.
to kind of go from the Volfi, I guess he kind of like dropped the Hazrat as a result, right? Like to kind of mix up with those teams. It was a really interesting tech. Like I think no one was really that prepared for it, and like it's really like clever and like really cool to see.
Yeah. I mean, part of it's also just like process of elimination. You can't really find any other Earths worth running right now, so.
That is very fair.
That's fair. Yeah. What are you gonna do with the 10K? Like, what's the plan?
I don't know. I don't think there's any immediate plans with it. I'm not a big spender usually, so it's probably gonna be.
Hey, saving is always, that's 10K earned, right? Like,
Yeah. Definitely the probably correct plan for me. I don't think I have
hey,
anything.
but I don't think anyone's gonna bat an eye if you spend some of it. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
You earned it fair and square, right? And congrats again.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I personally am running out of questions. So, do you got like any shout outs? Anyone you want to thank or anything like that before we let you go?
I don't know. Maybe would thank Jake for some scrims. That's about the only way I really got practice for these matchups. So yeah.
All right.
And I guess my mom being super chill with me playing this game all day for 4 days now. So.
Yeah, fair enough.
Shout out to mom.
Awesome stuff, man. Well, thanks a lot for coming and doing the interview with us. I don't think I've actually heard you talk before, so that's like kind of cool.
Yeah, I don't think I talked
haven't
to either
either.
of you guys.
Yeah.
I
This is a nice little crossover as well. But like I said before you came up, like I think throughout the year 2023, I think you kind of proved you're the best right now. So like it's awesome to kind of see that come together in the biggest tournament of the year.
Yeah, thank you. That was my hope.
All right. Thanks so much, man, and we'll see you around.
Yeah.
Yep,
see
see
you
ya.
guys.
All right, Rishi. I think with that, we're going to be winding down here. Do you have same thing? Any shout outs? Any where can we find you kind of thing?
So I have a Twitch that I haven't streamed on in forever, but you can follow me there at Mr Rishi. I do plan on trying to get back to that eventually once school settles down. But more importantly, I would like to shout out to Yuluna, okay? Like, they have been doing such a good job with everything behind the scenes. All the curveballs that have been thrown at them. Honestly, just amazing production. And also GG Tech production. Shouts to them too.
Yeah, that's awesome. I also want to second that. Like, for those of you who don't know, Yuluna is the esports director at Crema. She actually came from a Temtem community background, hosting community tournaments before, and Crema kind of picked her to run this. And I think we've been building to this, like, not just for this whole year, but for really almost 4 years now, right? Like from early access in 2020. This is something where I don't think any of us, when we started out, could have dreamed that we'd have a world championship, that we'd have this sort of thing happening right now. So shout outs to Yuluna for helping make it happen. Shout outs to Crema as well. GG Tech, all the other casters too, like Rishi, of course.
Oh yes, for sure.
And then H10, B Flattened, Alto, Bennett, Patterknife, Lore Weaver. I don't think I missed anybody, but if I did, much love to you too. Thanks so much for everybody in the community. I mean, it's been an awesome year, really good stuff. And with any luck, we'll see you again next year. So
yeah,
thanks so much.
hope everyone has an amazing one.
Until then, we'll see you around.